Metal Gear Solid is probably my favorite video game series of all time. I remember fiddling around with the first game as a young child, barely able to make Snake get out of the first area of the game. I remember messing around in the tanker section of MGS2. I remember replaying Metal Gear Solid 3 over and over again just because I couldn't get any new games that month or year. I remember playing Metal Gear Solid 4 when it released with my sister as we both watched the story unfold, passing the controller back and forth between sections. I haven't really ever stopped playing Metal Gear Solid 5 since it released, only periods where I've weaned myself off. And this is mostly true for all of the games. I've never actually left this series. There's just moments in my life where I've taken a short break. But they're always there, somewhere in the background, waiting for another go. In truth, this is another thing that makes the Metal Gear series so special, the permanence of it all. These games just tend to stick in your mind and never leave. You, like me, have probably played hundreds of games over the years, but none of them stick quite like Metal Gear. It's possibly one of the most revolutionary and inspirational series in video game history. Metal Gear Solid has a story that, while outlandish and at times overly ridiculous, manages to keep you connected with its characters and grounded in its world. It connects you to the main character unlike any other video game can. It weaves gripping stories that manage to satisfy the audience while also surprising them and keeping fans on their toes. The gameplay has always been top-notch, on the cutting edge. While some entries in the series might seem dated by today's standards and trends, at the time they were at the forefront of what gaming was doing, where it would go. And in my opinion, most of them still hold up today. For some they might seem clunky and hard to control, but to me it's just a different perspective. And while many people were involved in the creation of the games that we'll talk about today, the series creator, Hideo Kojima, is felt through every entry in the series. Most of these games I view as truly autobiographical. And while they are spy stories telling tales of government espionage, they're also fables of the heart, stories of the soul. And as the series goes on, it would only become more emotional and reflective, for better or for worse. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'll be reviewing every single game in the Metal Gear franchise, while also taking a look at some other games that may seem unrelated at first, but in my opinion, make up smaller steps in the overall story. Each section of the video will be laid out in versions, each main version dealing with a mainline entry in the series. For example, version 1.0 is Metal Gear Solid. All of the versions in the middle are reserved for tangential games, spin-offs, or even larger entries that just aren't officially numbered games in the series. In this video, I will be talking about Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Snatcher, Policenauts, Snake's Revenge, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Ghost Babel, Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, Metal Gear Acid 1 and 2, Metal Gear Portable Ops, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, PT, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and Metal Gear Survive. I focused far more on the numbered entries in the series, so you'll notice that those sections are far longer than sections on spin-off games or non-numbered entries. Generally, for each game, I will be talking about gameplay, story, mechanics, and everything in between. If you enjoy the video, the best way to support the channel is just by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. You can also subscribe to my Patreon, where I offer early access to my videos, updates on the channel, and some extras from time to time. As a general rule of thumb, if I start talking about a game, expect me to spoil it. It's me, your favorite son, and today I'd like to talk about Metal Gear. Metal Gear was the first game that was headed by Hideo Kojima. It was the first Hideo Kojima game in that sense. Kojima was originally very interested in film. He had a great passion for cinema and enjoyed movies to an obsessive degree, but the Japanese film industry was pretty difficult to break into. When he started playing games like Castlevania and the Portopia serial murder case, they had an effect on him. They weren't the bleep bloop games of old. These games had their own worlds and stories. I felt a certain authorial quality in them. So Kojima wanted to add his authorial quality to games that he had created. He ended up getting a job at Konami, and during his first meeting, he told the staff, "I want to make movies." They laughed, but there was something to this. Kojima wanted to make video games and movies, so why not both together in one? Kojima originally started at Konami in the MSX division. He worked on one game there, Penguin Adventure, before he was allowed to lead a project of his own. They gave him a project that had been bouncing around the studio for a while at that point. It had sort of been passed off and was kind of considered cursed. The idea was to make a war game, or a game with a war motif, for the MSX. Kojima had trouble with this because the MSX wasn't a terribly powerful machine. Compared to its counterparts at the time, it didn't stack up. The MSX specifically could only display 4 sprites at once. Kojima explained these limitations to Konami using the example of Gradius. He compared the MSX port of the game with the original arcade version, and the differences were pretty clear. Home gameplay wasn't smooth, so making a perfect run-and-gun project for the MSX was near impossible. So Kojima had to think around this problem. Gaming at the time was about shooting, but Kojima flipped this on its head and decided that this war game should be about not shooting, to pull players away from confrontation and not showcase the holes in the system. Kojima decided he would make a stealth game. The original Metal Gear was heavily inspired by the film The Great Escape. The Great Escape is about a group of Allied soldiers who are captured in a German POW camp. It follows their attempts to repeatedly escape the camp. It's a great film directed by John Sturges and featuring a star-studded cast in that of Steve McQueen, James Garner, and Charles Bronson. But Kojima decided it wasn't enough to make an escape game, but to create a character powerful and capable enough to sneak in and then escape. Kojima then took this further, placing emphasis on the story. He wanted an explanation. Why was this character sneaking in the first place? Now, I'm obviously focusing on Kojima here because this is where the Metal Gear franchise began. This small game on the MSX, quite unassuming at first, would spawn a massive career. It would birth a massive franchise, probably one of the best franchises ever created. But Kojima wasn't the only person working on this project. Koji Toyohara, one of the programmers on Metal Gear, would go on to work with Kojima again on his adventure game Snatcher, which we'll be talking about very soon. Iku Mizutani, who did the sound effects work for Metal Gear, would also work on Snatcher and would have his own prolific career, specifically working on a lot of wrestling games. Motoaki Furukawa, who also did sound effect work on Metal Gear, would also go on to work on Snatcher and help with the wonderful score for that game. I say this because I want to set this precedent from the beginning. This series of videos will give Kojima a lot of praise, and I do think that his vision and his ideas are responsible for a lot of the tone, atmosphere, and quality that these games present. But it's not just Kojima. To further this point, he even went on to make Snatcher after Metal Gear because he felt that he was limited because his programming abilities weren't that great. My point here is that just because I praise Kojima doesn't mean that I think he's a god, but I also think that his unique view of games have created a lot of what the series has to offer, and if he wasn't there, things certainly wouldn't be the same. Metal Gear itself was released for the MSX on July 7th, 1987 in Japan. Before we get into the game itself, I just want to point out that there was also an NES port of this game. The game was released later in the same year for the NES, and this port is not nearly as good as the original MSX version. Megana Manic has a fantastic video on the differences between the two versions of the game and why the NES version is really so poor. So if you're interested in that subject in depth, I would highly recommend checking it out. It's linked in the description below. But the NES version completely butchers the game in a variety of different ways. The subtle beginning of the infiltration mission is turned into a parachute drop into the jungle that requires us to find our way around the outskirts of the base before actually infiltrating. A lot of the most intense aspects and parts of the MSX version were just totally neutered by removing the capabilities of the enemies or just straight up removing bosses from the game. It just flows a lot worse in the NES version, and they even removed the final boss, Metal Gear, and turned it into a computer that you just blow up. Also, not to mention the awful translation at the time, just butchering any semblance of action that the game had. This port was actually disowned by Kojima himself many times. I really don't like saying this, but it really wasn't up to my standards. The care that I put in the original wasn't there. The fun stealth element was not there, and the actual Metal Gear, the robot, doesn't appear in the game. I did play both versions of the game for this video, but I will be talking about the MSX version of the game specifically. The premise of the game itself is pretty simple, and this entry is easily the lightest on story out of the entire series. Solid Snake, our main character, is given a mission Intrude N313. Supposedly, a weapon of mass destruction has been crafted here, a weapon called Metal Gear. We need to find out more information on the weapon by rescuing Gray Fox, another member of the unit that Snake is a part of, a unit called Foxhound. Metal Gear is a very simple game, but one that really shook up the gaming landscape at the time. The main mechanic is stealth, which from today's perspective might not seem that odd, but it was a pretty new idea for the time. Technically, Metal Gear was not the first stealth game ever made, though. Castle Wolfenstein was released in 1981 and had stealth as its main mechanic. Menbiki Shonen, or Shoplifting Boy, was released in 1982 and had stealth as its main mechanic. But Metal Gear was certainly the first game to do it very well. In Metal Gear, we must sneak through outer heaven, ensuring that we don't get spotted. The goal at first is to find Gray Fox. In doing this, we will find various pieces of equipment and weapons. Our handgun will be our main weapon throughout the course of the game, as equipping it with a suppressor will allow us to take out enemies from afar, and in silence. Shh. But we can also punch enemies, which might just look like 3 basic jabs to you, but it's actually Snake using CQC, or Close Quarters Combat, on his enemies. Weapons like the grenade launcher, rocket launcher, and submachine gun will help us out in specific boss fights later in the game. Equipment is placed throughout the entire base and either gives us some sort of advantage in battle, stealth, or it has a specific purpose to get us through the levels. For example, the gas mask is needed to traverse areas that contain poisonous breathables. The antidote is needed later in the game to ensure that the desert scorpion's poison doesn't eat us alive, and the cards that we pick up from bosses and in various rooms throughout the complex will give us access to the different parts of the game. It's kind of this very old and dated game design where we make some sort of progress, realize that we need a specific item to continue forward, and then have to backtrack to get that item before we can continue on. It's not awful, but its age is certainly felt in even its basic structure. Like I said though, sneaking around is paramount. If we alert an enemy in the area, he will call his buddies to come attack us. But since this was the MSX, this is usually forgotten a few screens away, or if we enter into certain rooms. But this doesn't seem that spectacular, right? So what did Metal Gear get so right? Because it wasn't just that it was fulfilling a vacant void in the gaming market at the time. Well, we can also use our codec to call different people and get advice on what to do next. This is the way that most gamers would have naturally found out where to go when they were stuck in 1987. Big Boss is our main point of contact. He is the one that is helping us on this mission, telling us where to go, giving us tips on certain items that we need to progress. Eventually, we do find Gray Fox, who looks very similar to the other hostages in the game. These hostages, by the way, will also give us tips on certain bosses and strategies to move forward. Saving enough of them will increase our star class, which allows us to hold more ammo and rations, items essential to keeping us alive in the heat of battle. Gray Fox tells us that Metal Gear is actually a walking battle tank, one that is capable of launching a nuclear missile from anywhere. Next, we need to find Dr. Petrovich Madnar. He knows more about the weapon and has been captured somewhere in Outer Heaven. He was forced to make the weapon, and he might be of some use to us. We have to head to the building's rooftop to get to him, though. This rooftop sequence is the one that I talked about before, the one that the NES port completely neuters. The reason that it's so intense in the first place is because of these rocket soldiers. They're the first enemies in the game that seem to follow you across screens. They fly around, they cannot be taken down, so you just have to run. They follow you into a room, which the first time you see is just absolutely terrifying. After you make this mad dash, you are confronted by the Hind D, a helicopter boss that you have to take down with grenades. It's a great sequence and really highlights the first thing that Metal Gear does so well. During the time that Metal Gear came out, the 80s, games clearly didn't have the graphical fidelity that they do now. The ability to fully realize a world in complete 3D with absolute detail just wasn't possible yet. But that idea wasn't even in people's minds. This was realism. This was the cutting edge. The things happening on screen existed as symbols to direct the player's imagination to expand on them. In the same way that the cover of an 80s game really oversells what the actual product looks like, this really looks like this, and this really looks like this, and this really looks like this. But this isn't false advertising. The cover represents the actual events that are occurring in this spiritual game world. We are seeing symbols of it appear on screen in the same way that a novel provides the reader with words that are meant to trigger images in their brain. The 8-bit characters are meant to trigger an even more real feeling in the player's mind. The sequence on the rooftop instills fear and intensity into the player's mind, rushing into the enemy base, rocket-propelled soldiers chasing after us, taking on a manned helicopter alone with only a grenade launcher at our side, and then parachuting off the building is about as cool as it gets. Of course, Kojima was heavily inspired by 80s action films, Lethal Weapon, Predator, Rambo, just to name a few. Snake himself, of course, was named after Snake Plissken from Escape from New York, a fact that just about everyone and their mother even knows at this point. I say all this to further the point that Metal Gear, even though it doesn't look like the Phantom Pain, carries a lot of the same feelings that later entries in the series do. It is intense. Sneaking through an enemy base to try and save the world is harrowing. Getting spotted by a camera is just as scary here as it will be when we get to Metal Gear Solid. Our initial reaction is to get away as fast as possible, to run and hide, to try and get the enemy off of our tail so we can return to our mission, Intrusion. After the rooftop sequence, we parachute off the building and head to Building 2, where we find the Doctor, who's actually not Dr. Petrovich. He is an imposter that has been swapped out and tries to trick us with a trap in the ground, but he is unsuccessful. Of course, we have to find the real Doctor, and when we eventually locate him, he wants us to save his daughter first, as she is also captured. She tells us that her father created Metal Gear against his will, and we make our way back to him. After fighting many bosses and re-traveling through many different areas, we learn that Metal Gear is on the 100th floor of Building 3. He also gives us the information on how to defeat Metal Gear. Since its legs are its weak point, we have to use plastic explosives on them, but in a specific order. Right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, but he forgot the last one. On our way to the final boss, our leader, Big Boss, starts giving Snake bad information. He's telling him to go the wrong way, telling him to go indoors that he shouldn't. It's become clear that Big Boss isn't on our team. He even tells us to turn off our console at a certain point and to stop playing the game, clearly beginning Kojima's affinity for breaking the fourth wall. Our final fight with Metal Gear sees us avoiding 2 laser cameras on the wall while also trying to place explosives on its legs in the right order. It's a pretty intense battle, but once we finally complete it, the thing is destroyed and the self-destruct sequence on the base is set. We have to make our escape, but on our way out, we're confronted with the real final boss, Big Boss. We were fooled the entire time. Big Boss was the leader of Outer Heaven. He selected Snake specifically for this mission because he was a rookie. He never expected him to actually complete it. Snake was meant to fool the rest of the world into thinking that Foxhound actually attempted to stop this resistance, but Big Boss is now determined to bring down Snake with him. The fight against Big Boss is actually pretty easy because we can just hurl rockets at him until he's dead, but it's not about the intensity in this fight, it's about what this stands for. This man sent Snake here on a mission that meant nothing. He used him as a pawn, and we can't let that fly. After we defeat him, we have to get out of the base, but we have a time limit. We can actually equip Snake's cigarettes here, an item that he's had since the beginning of the game, and it will add time to the timer. There are a ton of little details in the game like this. They're small, but when found naturally, they're a really nice surprise, and they tell you exactly how much the team cared about the thing that they were making. Also, we need to take the left ladder here because it's the only one that goes all the way to the top. A prisoner that we rescue earlier in the game will actually tell us to take the left ladder in our escape, so it isn't total guesswork. With that, Snake leaves the exploding base and radios back to home to tell them that the job has been done. No big deal. After the credits, we get a short message. Someone is looking for revenge. Someone wasn't dead after all. Metal Gear is actually a fantastic game and pretty great for the time. It has a lot of backtracking issues and certain things that make it way too dated to recommend to your average gamer in today's age, but there is a lot here that will become incredibly present throughout the rest of the series. All of the hallmarks of the later Metal Gear games are actually found here in the first. This is the bare bones prototype, and it's still worth something. It's a great game in its own right, but it's also specifically notable because this is where it all began. Metal Gear was pretty well received by critics, with most pointing out the intensity and stealth action as high points. The game sold well in Japan, peaking at number 3 on the highest selling MSX games in Japan for the month. The NES port ended up selling 1 million units in the United States, making the game an obvious success across the board. But Kojima wasn't eager to make another game in the series. Before we move on to the other entries in the Metal Gear canon, we need to take 2 quick detours. Snatcher was developed and published by Konami and was released originally for the PC-88. It was then ported to the MSX, the PC Engine, Sega CD, Sony PlayStation, and the Sega Saturn. You're probably saying to yourself right now that this is a video about Metal Gear Solid. Why are we talking about Snatcher? Well, first we have to set the scene. Before we can talk about Metal Gear Solid, we have to see how things have progressed. There are a lot of things in Metal Gear Solid that began here, ideas and concepts that would start out as a seed and then blossom into the full tree that is MGS. Even though Kojima wasn't the only person that worked on the game, it is also important to see how he progressed as a developer, because at the end of the day, we need to explain how this turned into this. Just as a lot of structural and gameplay elements would transfer from Metal Gear to Metal Gear Solid, a lot of story and narrative elements would transfer from Snatcher to that game as well. During the development of Metal Gear, Kojima had felt somewhat stifled. He wasn't very knowledgeable at programming, and being Kojima, he wanted complete and total creative control over the project. To this end, he had the team create a simplified programming language that would allow him to control music cues, fade-ins, virtually everything he wanted to adjust. Kojima was also famously quoted as having said, "When I saw Jesus, I was convinced that I had to develop Snatcher for the PC-88 or it wouldn't be good." Of course, he is referencing Jesus, the Japanese adventure game developed by Enix for the PC-88, and not Christ himself. The idea for Snatcher also rose out of Kojima's love for the Portopia serial murder case. Portopia Serial Murder Case is an adventure game written by Yuji Horii, developed by Chunsoft, and published by Enix. The story follows a murder case as we try to investigate the details and find the killer. And of course, my desire to make movies was part of it too. So I wanted to create a game with cinematic nuances, something with a more developed world, story, and dialogue. And Snatcher surely takes its influence from movies, namely Blade Runner. If you see a screenshot of Snatcher or its main character, you're automatically going to assume that the game is a Blade Runner ripoff, and in many ways, it kind of is. Our main character, Gillian Seed, has lost his memories. A woman that seems to have been his wife also doesn't remember anything of their life. The two are now living apart as she doesn't feel the same things for him that he remembers feeling for her. It's this very tragic relationship that's always existing at the back of this game. The few optional occurrences that allow you to make video phone calls to her will leave you feeling incredibly bad for Gillian as he tries to bring his wife back to him, but she only pulls further and further away. But Gillian has a new job. He has just become a junker. Junkers are a part of a small organization that is tasked with taking down Snatchers. Snatchers are some type of robot. Not much is known about them other than the fact that they can change their appearance to fit any person. Their designs invoke images of Terminator, and their behaviors invoke memories of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, once again feeding off of that cinematic influence. Kojima described Snatcher as a giant homage by a bunch of science fiction geeks. There's a ton of references in the game that sort of skirt copyright laws. I never worried about that back then because doing what I liked in games, an interactive form of media, was in itself a new thing for me. But the Blade Runner references and comparisons generally end pretty quickly into Snatcher's story. It soon becomes its own tale about corruption, deceit, betrayal, love, and perception. The way we interact with the game is very simple. It's a classic adventure game. In any given scene, we can move to another, look at specific people or items in the scene, investigate those items further, or talk to the people we see. Gillian's first assignment is to help out another junker, Jean Jack Gibson. We do this with the assistance of a small metal robot who is, funnily enough, named Metal Gear.
Metal, introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Pleased to meet you, Gillian. I am Metal Gear Mach 2. I am programmed to be your personal assistant.
Metal Gear?
Kojima's other games are all filled with a ton of references to the Metal Gear series, but at the end of the day, these are just references. These universes technically are not connected. When Gillian arrives to the place Gibson was investigating, he finds the man dead, assumingly killed by Snatchers. The investigation then leads back to his home, where we find valuable information on his computer about the Snatcher threat. They have a weakness to ultraviolet rays, which causes them to need excessive amounts of sunscreen. They emit a foul odor, and Snow 9 is usually present nearby them. It's a snow-like substance that is actually pollen and causes people to sneeze when around it. We eventually track down a Snatcher and are saved by a bounty hunter named Random Hajil, who takes out the androids for money. We then find a Snatcher hospital after solving many puzzles and questioning a few individuals. We are confronted by one of the big guys behind the whole ordeal. Gillian is luckily able to escape due to the help of Random. The final act comes to a head when Jamie, Gillian's wife, is captured by the Snatchers. The Junker HQ themselves has been infiltrated by a Snatcher impersonating the chief. Harry, the engineer, is killed. Everything is going very poorly, and the end of the game kind of comes in fast. There's a lot of cutscenes right towards the finale just to wrap everything up and explain the whole thing. This was a massive complaint with the game because control was wrested from the player before they could get answers themselves, and I will agree that this does remove an element of interactivity. Up until this point, Snatcher did a great job at developing a beautiful atmosphere. Neo Kobe City is this noir-inspired, kind of dark and morbid, gloomy place. It's a poppy 80s version of a seedy underbelly with shady individuals dwelling in the shadows. We never know who the enemy truly is. Even Gillian himself could be a Snatcher, but uncovering the story thus far has required us to solve many puzzles, note lots of information, and think our way through things. That was frankly one of the things that I loved about the game. I kept a small little notepad beside me throughout playing most of these games, just to write down codec numbers, information I might need later for puzzles, trying to ultimately emulate what it would have been like for someone playing this game on release. Obviously, this can't be achieved fully because I have played some of these games before, and I did know the solutions. I mean, who doesn't know at this point that you have to switch the controller to port 2 for the Psycho Mantis fight? But at certain points, particularly when I had to remember what a suspect looked like to develop a profile of him back at the station, I genuinely felt like a detective. I had my notepad, I was questioning suspects. I felt like Gillian. I kept video phone numbers in my book. I worked out puzzles here. It was a really good level of interactivity. It felt like Kojima had a playground here with little details he would give for the player to juggle. But the third act just kind of takes that all away. Outside of basically 2 short gunfights that we have to complete, we're just watching cutscenes. And listen, I don't mind that. We'll get to later games in the series where I think that actually adds to things, but Kojima did intend for the third act to feel this way. The story was so complex, and we had so much that we wanted to convey to the players that we took the chance of making it less interactive. The story required that we restrict the player's freedom to a certain degree, and I wanted to create a final scene, a tragic conclusion, where the player couldn't participate. Each character was beholden to a fate they could not change. And to a certain extent, I agree with that choice. Gillian's hands feel tied here. It feels like the world is forcing itself upon him and pulling the controls away from the player after they've had so much of it for the length of the game feels powerful. It furthers the point as well that the forces behind things have been orchestrating events far beyond our control for a while now. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The third act itself ends with Gillian saving Jamie from Elijah Modnar. Modnar was a part of a Soviet program to create Snatchers about 50 years ago. Gillian was also a part of this project, but he was actually spying for the CIA at the time. Jamie and Gillian had a son together named Harry, the same Harry that became the engineer at Junker HQ. The two were put into cryosleep and woke up decades later, their memories absent. Modnar's plan is to try and replace all of humanity, including the world leaders, with Snatchers. He thinks that they are some form of new evolution for the species. He ends up revealing that Random Hajil was a part of this whole thing as well, but Random turns on him and allows the group to get away before an orbital blast destroys the place. Gillian is then seen off by Jamie as he decides to head to Moscow to follow this thing all the way down. There's another version of Snatcher that wasn't released as a straight-up port called SD Snatcher. This was a sort of chibi-styled RPG remake of the game. I unfortunately could not get this to run on any emulator for some reason, and trust me, I tried. It does look quite interesting though, but I can't speak on it too much without having actually played it. Snatcher as a whole, though, does a lot right. Its sound design is fantastic. This would be a trend for almost every game that we'll talk about here, and there's a reason for that. But every sound effect, from the intense explosions during a car chase to the subtle whooshes of an automatic door, all feel genuine and in-world. They work incredibly hard to create the background foundation for Neo Kobe City. They're so important that we almost don't even think about them. They get lost just because they feel like noises. What's so interesting about noises? The soundtrack is something that doesn't get lost, though. The original was composed by Masahiro Ikariko and apparently Akira Yamaoka of Silent Hill fame. Apparently he just worked on the Sega CD version, which happened to be the one I played for this video. Ikariko would go on to compose the soundtrack for the two other very relevant games in this video, Metal Gear 2 and Policenauts. But the OST just oozes gallons of the exact same feeling that they wanted it to. It's jazzy, it's funky, it's sad and ambient, it's smooth. The intro theme, One Night in Neo Kobe City, goes incredibly hard. It feels like you can see slow motion footage of Gillian just repeatedly pulling his gun over and over, pointing it just past the lens of the camera. A montage of "get down or I'll shoot," but with style. The creeping silence track is also one of my favorites, as it really evokes an unsettling inchworm of a vibe. It's almost like they compiled all of the grittiest and most zigzag-shaped sounds on a synth into one song. Tear-Stained Eyes, the credits theme, is also a personal favorite. It's just such a smooth and somber track. It feels like an early 90s R&B jam, and it's wonderful. All of these things mesh together into one big wad of gum. It creates an atmosphere for Snatcher that just sticks to you. Because it's gum, but also because the world feels like a special place. Quickly into its short runtime, it sets itself apart from the things it references and pays homage to. It becomes its own new poppy version of those things, an amalgamation of all the things that someone loves. And that is truly felt here. You can tell the entire team wanted to make a great sci-fi product, something that was for all the cyberpunks. The game did not do very well in sales, in Japan or in the West. It obviously now has a pretty large cult following due to Kojima's involvement and the overall quality of the product for the time. It was also critically favored on release, mostly praised for its themes and raising the bar for action games. But the biggest thing that Snatcher tells us about Metal Gear is not that there is a bar called Outer Heaven. It inevitably becomes a stepping stone in our story, because it was Kojima's first foray into telling a story like this, something with so many moving parts, characters, dialogue, and detail, and a lot of the hallmarks of later Metal Gear games are here. Even the villain explaining the plot at the end of the game, the massive conspiracy, the political commentary. Where Metal Gear was the prototype for what Kojima would do with gameplay, Snatcher was the prototype for story. But during all of this, Konami was going another direction. Metal Gear had been a massive success for them. Why let sleeping dogs lie? They should make a sequel. Listen, I'm not going to talk about this game for a while, so for all those people that are complaining right now because you think I'm spending too much time talking about games that aren't Metal Gear Solid in a video called I Talk for Far Too Long About Metal Gear Solid, this one's going to make you happy. Snake's Revenge, or Snake's Revenge Metal Gear 2, was developed by Konami without the involvement of Hideo Kojima. It would be the first of many times that they would try to take the series into their own hands, and it would be the first of many times that this decision would turn out poorly. Kojima didn't even know the game was happening until he stumbled upon another Konami employee on the train one day. He told Kojima, "By the way, I'm developing this game called Snake's Revenge, but I know it's not the authentic Snake, so please create a new Snake game of your own." Notably, one of the programmers on the game was Hitoshi Akamatsu, the one that is assumed to have created the Castlevania series, as the original creator was listed under a pseudonym at the time. Snake's Revenge is kind of abysmal. It doesn't have any of the subtlety, tact, or intrigue that the first game had. It looks alright apart from the blown out colors, which seem to have been replicated from the Famicom version of the original Metal Gear, but it's just insane how you can play a game like Metal Gear that came out in 1987 and reach the conclusion that, well, it's not that outdated. I mean, sure, it has its weak points, and it definitely doesn't feel like it was released today, but you can see what they were going for. You can see the detail, the effort, the purpose with which it was made. And then you can play a game like Snake's Revenge, which came out 3 years later and feels incredibly dated by comparison. Most of the beginning sequence sort of mirrors the beginning of the NES version of Metal Gear. Snake is in a forest and must sneak into a base. The main mechanic of this entry, though, is avoiding these spotlights. If we get caught in them, the guards are alerted and we're chased around the forest. The only way to get rid of the alert is to kill all the guards on screen. It's odd because both Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge come from a similar place. They are both about sneaking. They are both about the tension created by hiding. But Snake's Revenge takes this into another realm, one of action and shooting, rather than the genius or ingenuity of not being found. It's really rough, it's difficult, it's clunky, and it definitely isn't Metal Gear. The game itself has been disavowed by the creator of the original series. It's definitely not even considered canon anymore. It's just bad overall. But the game did give us one thing. It convinced Kojima to come back to the series. The NES port of the original at the time was not living up to his standards either, so he decided to create another game in the series to really try and push this idea forward. Metal Gear 2 was released in 1990 for the MSX2 in Japan. It never really got an English release, that is, until Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence came out. This version included the MSX versions of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. This is how I played the game since it was the first official English release that the game actually saw. It seems like the main difference between these versions is that the images used for characters in the MSX versions are a little more like real people. They have almost an FMV look to them, where the English version just has the classic versions of the characters from later entries in the series. As I said before, Kojima was inspired by the developer that he met working on Snake's Revenge. This is initially why he decided to make Metal Gear 2. Konami had also trusted him more at this point since the first game was a success. They gave him more funds to create a sequel. I couldn't exactly find sales numbers on Snake's Revenge, but it doesn't seem like it did very well. If it did, I think Konami would have just kept making games with that team. Kojima even says in an interview with The Guardian that Konami was paying for the team to go into the woods in some nearby mountains so that they could dress up like military. This was in the interest of making the game more authentic and giving the team a realistic sense of what the characters were going through. The first Metal Gear was a step above in terms of gameplay. It had the bones of a story and did what it could, but it was incredibly impressive for the time. Snatcher was then a showcase of story. It illustrated that Kojima could make an intriguing tale. Metal Gear 2 takes both of those elements, jacks them up to 10, and presses play. This game is fantastic, and the fact that many people may not revisit it because it looks from the outset like an old, dated 90s game is a true shame. The opening crawl for the game sets the stage. In the near future of the late 90s, the world has entered an age of peace. This game is set about 4 years after the first game. The idea of nuclear war being a looming threat is now in the past, but the Middle East has become home to brewing tensions. A political group in Zanzibar has just come into power. That's Zanzibar land, by the way, not Zanzibar. This is different. Zanzibar land has begun attacking powers nearby and taking their intact nukes from nuclear disposal sites. It has become the last remaining nation with nuclear capabilities, and this threat allows them to invade those countries with little to no resistance. At the same time, the world is facing a massive energy crisis, as the world's last remaining oil supply has dried up. Dr. Keo Marv has luckily developed Oilix as a way to synthesize petroleum, seemingly solving this crisis. But to make matters worse, Marv has been kidnapped by Zanzibar land themselves. They now have control over both the world's nukes and its solutions to the energy problem. A tiny microbe, only a few microns wide, is about to change the world forever. Oh yeah, and the nukes, because they also have nukes. But that's Snake's goal in this entry, to infiltrate Zanzibar land and rescue Dr. Keo Marv. Metal Gear 2 makes many upgrades to the formula that it had set in the first entry. Like a pot, the clay had only begun to take shape before an attempt at perfection was made. As you can see, the characters in our codec calls will now appear on screen, putting a face to the names that we may have seen before. Most of the new cast will be first-time appearances though. Roy Campbell, a recurring character in the series, is our point of contact for this mission, seeing as Big Boss was, a bad guy and all. Most of these static things that the Metal Gear series is known for are actually present here, first, in Metal Gear 2. This entry introduces the radar system, allowing us to see one screen in any direction and 9 screens total. We can track enemy movements on the radar, even if they aren't currently on our screen. This was a massive jump forward in terms of design. The fact that enemy placements seem to persist after we've left the screen is really cool. The enemies themselves have also been massively upgraded in this entry. Before, enemies could just see in a straight line. The guards and soldiers of Outer Heaven were basically pretty dumb. It was difficult to get seen by them, but now they actually have a field of vision in front of them. They can also turn their heads to change that field of vision, which they will do often. Getting seen is just something to get used to. They are also alerted when we make certain noises, if we step on a particularly textured piece of floor, if we use a non-silenced weapon, or if we make a knock on the wall, they will investigate. Alerts are a bit more punishing here as well, as we genuinely have to hide from the enemies because they will chase us across screens. We have to evade their detection for long enough to get the alert meter to go down. The puzzles in this entry are also more in-depth. We don't receive health and ammo capacity upgrades on increasing our rank, but on defeating bosses. The whole thing is starting to feel a lot more like Metal Gear Solid. While the first game felt like a stepping stone to something greater, this game feels like a genuinely good project on its own. I probably wouldn't recommend Metal Gear to everyone that loves this series, because I just know that some won't take to it, but Metal Gear 2 is one that I would recommend to anyone that genuinely has enjoyed the later games. The largest upgrade though, as you can already tell, is the story. Most of the story comes through codec calls, but we do have a lot of in-person conversations as well, and the themes that Metal Gear would become known for all start here. Rather than just a few lines of dialogue, we get a cast of characters, interesting plot lines, and a satisfying conclusion. As Snake makes his way into the Zanzibar land facility, he meets another new character, Holly White. We can call Holly with the codec to get help in different parts of the game. She was a journalist and went on a gonzo mission inside the facility, so she knows a lot about it. When Snake finds Dr. Marv, he thinks the mission is about to be over, but just as in Metal Gear, this doctor is an imposter, and our first boss battle begins, Black Ninja. After defeating him, we find out that he's actually Schneider from the last game, someone who helped us infiltrate the Outer Heaven base. He sets up the intrigue in this story though because he tells Snake that the members of Outer Heaven were bombed by NATO. The innocents involved, children, and Kyle himself were just cast aside. Many died horrifically. Someone else is behind this new resistance. Ninja ends up helping us in the end though. What bad guy doesn't turn good before he dies? He tells us to follow a man in a green beret. He knows where the doctor is being kept. Snake finds this man in the bottom of the facility, and we have to actually follow him through the jungle without being spotted. He's very paranoid, and if he thinks someone is following him, he just heads back to the base. Eventually, though, we can track him to where Dr. Marv is being kept. We have a problem, though. The doctor isn't here. What is here, though, is a sound. A knocking on the walls will be our clue to the puzzle we must solve here. The knocks actually correspond with a table in the manual. This then turns into a codec number we need to call. Oh, what? You don't have this manual? Well, you're screwed. Better look it up online, loser. Oh wait, it's 1990 and the internet doesn't exist like that yet. This is one of my favorite parts about the entire Metal Gear series as a whole. These ingenious puzzles are both neat on the surface and incredibly intricate. Getting the player to interact with the physical world has always been a problem. The question of how to reach the player beyond the screen, to bring the game world and meld it with the physical, is a question that continues even to this day. Solutions like speakers on the controller have been developed, or adaptive triggers that make you feel like you're pushing a box, but this element is so undersold. Obviously, Metal Gear Solid would do this to great success, and you already know about some of those little tricks. But Metal Gear 2 did this as well. Forcing the player to grab a manual and look for a knocking code table is just great. It brings us back to the thing that I loved so much about Snatcher. When I had the notebook in my hands, and when I was writing down little pieces of information, solving puzzles on paper, I felt like a detective. Here, as Snake, I feel like a spy, or at the very least, I feel like someone that's caught up in this massive plot. I have to refer to the code table because the code has to be complex enough that people can't figure it out on their own, but too complex to remember. It's great. When we get the codec number, we realize that this isn't Marv. He's already been moved. But Dr. Modnar is on the other side of the wall in another cell. The same Dr. Modnar that we saved from Outer Heaven. Modnar gives us a ton of information, big reveals, so to speak. First, the people here have created another Metal Gear, of course. I mean, the game is called Metal Gear 2. It's stronger and more powerful than the simple prototype that we faced before. It's what Zanzibar Land has been using to attack nuclear disposal sites. Also, an even bigger reveal, Big Boss is back. He didn't die in Outer Heaven. He's here and he's behind everything. We still need to find Marv though, because we can't let these people get their hands on Oilix. Marv has been moved to the Northern Tower building. He has a microtransmitter implanted in him, and we need to find the STB agent that gave it to him. Marv also tries to set Snake up with his daughter here, and gives us a seemingly random codec number for his friend Jacob Jacobson, who will tell us anything we need to know about animals. Our next step is to head through the tower building. Instead of getting information from POWs like we did in the first game, we get information from children that are being kept in Zanzibar Land. The message these children deliver us is kind of chilling, and we can see what the team was trying to do here. This will become a lot more clear in the end of the game, but it goes back to something that Schneider said. The children of Outer Heaven were originally orphans and refugees from all over the world. They were a liability, and NATO didn't want to deal with them. They are representations of the casual walking bystanders of war, the innocents, the ones who have no skin in this game, living life and waiting for death. We can head through an invisible platform through the swamp, which is kind of a pain in the ass, and I had to do this twice on my initial playthrough because I forgot to get the mines, which you need for the next boss fight, which is Running Man. Running Man basically just runs around the room and tries to get away from Snake, but we can stop him with our mines that we've collected. This is another big feature that was introduced, grabbing mines by crawling over them. The mine detector now shows the mines on our radar as well, rather than big red dots in front of us. After this, we fight the Hind D again, a returning boss, but we can't just lob grenades at it. We have to actually use a rocket launcher and try to predict its movements. We must infiltrate the tower building by pretending to be cargo shipped inside. Things take a turn for the worse, though, when Holly is captured. Around this time, Campbell also changes his frequency to one that's listed in the manual, another attempt to combine the game world with the real. We find Holly pretty quickly, and she tells us how to find Marv by using a carrier pigeon. It's how he's been sending messages. We head up to the tower, and the codec number for the animal expert actually has some use. He knows what type of food lures in pigeons, and equipping a ration with the correct food in it will allow us to get its message. The message is coded though, so we have to solve this one as well to get Marv's codec frequency. Of course, it couldn't be that easy though, because he doesn't speak English. Modnar tells us to find a woman named Gustava, the STB agent. She speaks his language. She's disguised as an enemy on one of the other floors, and we have to track her down and wait for her to enter the woman's bathroom. She translates his message to send us in the right direction to his location. We find him pretty quickly, but when we head to make an escape, we're stopped by a familiar face. It's Gray Fox, and he's manning the new Metal Gear. He kills Gustava when he blows up the bridge. He tells Snake to leave before he gets hurt and heads off with Modnar. Gray Fox has turned against us, even though we saved his life, but his motives are still a mystery. Holly then directs us to get a hang glider to cross the gap. We have to jump off the tower, ensuring that the wind is blowing in the right direction first by using a gas grenade. One of my favorite sequences in the game is after we get Gustava's brooch. She gives this to Snake as her dying gift. We need to heat the brooch up though, and we can do this by hiding out in a sauna. The unfortunate part is that there are rooms full of guards nearby who are sleeping soundly. They're being monitored by a camera, so we have to be careful, but the floor also makes a noise. It's an intense way to get to the sauna, but getting out is even worse, because if Gustava's brooch cools down too much, it won't be in the shape of a key anymore. It's just a great section, using a ton of creativity to create game mechanics that make you think. Puzzles that force you to use your brain rather than just input a code. There are also really interesting ways to get around the system as well, doing really interesting things like changing the shape of a brooch within the system limitations of the MSX is really cool. And this game is full of so many little things like this. Right after this, we use the cassette tape, which is a national anthem that distracts some soldiers when we pass by them, or when we have to hatch a fucking egg to get an owl to appear so that we can convince a guard that it's become nighttime so that he'll turn the gate off and we can get inside. Remember when I said these guards are smart this time around? I lied. Eventually, we'll run into Gray Fox again, who sends a group of assassins at us in an elevator. Snake infiltrates the facility further and finds Dr. Modnar and Marv. They're being held in the same place, but Marv is dead. Modnar tells us that Marv has stored the information for Oilix in a locker nearby, but he needs the key for it. Marv is a massive fan of the MSX, ironically, and has stored the info on a cartridge. That's when Holly calls to tell Snake that Modnar has become a double agent after being shunned from the scientific community. He's working against us, and he actually killed Marv. He feels dejected because America turned away his ideas for Metal Gear. He feels tossed aside, and his life's work is now meaningless. He's been working against us the whole time, even calling Gray Fox to the bridge to fake capture him. He then tries to choke Snake out, and we have to use remote-controlled rockets to hit him in his back. This game is so cool. We knock him out, and there's one more thing to do. Change the key one more time by freezing it to get into the locker and retrieve the Oilix data. This takes forever, and I haven't really talked about it yet, but this section has a ton of backtracking. When we originally get here, we have to leave if we don't have enough rations to dispel the sinking pools in the hallway. We then have to backtrack to get the right key card from a boss we already killed. We then have to backtrack once more to freeze the key and get into the locker. It kind of makes up the entire third act of the game. During this whole time, someone is calling us and giving us information. He calls himself our #1 fan. When we finally get the cartridge, Modnar tells Snake that he can destroy the Metal Gear by attacking its legs. The dying doctor is helping us once again by telling us the secret to defeat Metal Gear. We then fall into a trap, and we have our final stretch of boss battles. Gray Fox is piloting Metal Gear, and we have to take him down. This fight surely wasn't as difficult as the last one because the Metal Gear can only move forward and backward, which is an improvement from the previous iteration, but it's easy to avoid its attacks. We just lob explosives at it until it's destroyed. But Gray Fox survives. The man desires one final duel. He considers Snake his greatest rival. Before we fight him, we're given a codec call with some background info. Gray Fox was a man named Hunter, a mercenary. He was with a woman from the Eastern Bloc. This woman turns out to be Gustava. She talked previously about a man that she used to love, that she tried to do everything for, but he was never there. We fistfight Gray Fox here as he makes circles around us. We can't head to the edge of the room because it's been armed with mines. After we defeat him, Gray Fox tells us exactly why he joined up with Big Boss in the first place. He was a man that he looked up to. Big Boss saved him twice, once when he was being persecuted as a half-white man living in Vietnam, and another time when he was captured in Mozambique. Big Boss saved children and brought them here to give them a place in this world, just like he gave Gray Fox a place on the battlefield. Gray Fox realized that war was the only home he knew. He could only understand the world from a perspective of conflict. He then reveals that he was the fan that was contacting Snake. Gray Fox is such an intricate character, and he's really a reflection of Snake himself, a sort of mirror image. Snake considers himself to be above Gray Fox, but Gray Fox has realized something. He's made peace with the fact that the battlefield is his home. Snake hasn't done this yet. He even tells Gray Fox, "I swear I won't turn out like you." Creating villains that aren't doing this for money or power, but are fighting out of a need for a purpose. They're fighting because without it, they have nothing. This is something interesting. This is special. Gray Fox dies as he tells Snake, "Thank you," one last time. Just before this battle, we are lit on fire by Gray Fox, and we have to rid ourselves of all of our belongings, otherwise we'll just burn. Forcing the player to disarm themselves at this stage of the game is great. It not only sets us up for the epic conflict with Gray Fox, but it also rids us of any reward that we've obtained so far. This is the battlefield. It is not rewarding. It takes, and it takes, and it takes. This furthers the next fight that we will have, the final fight with Big Boss himself. Snake reveals here that the real reason that he came to Zanzibar land was to rid himself of the nightmares that he's been having since the Outer Heaven incident. Big Boss argues that these should not go away. They are part of the exhilaration of battle, that the human mind yearns to return to war, to conflict, to the fight. He has not cursed Snake with nightmares, he has given him a reason to live. He goes on to say that the children living here are rescued so that they will be turned into soldiers, fueling the flames of war just as he did with Gray Fox. But this all ends now, right? The final battle between these two, it will all be decided here. But Big Boss even goes so far as to say that this battle itself does not matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter who wins here, our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. But we have no weapons with which to fight Big Boss, and that's why this fight is so great. The battle takes place in a square room with a bunch of doors in the center, leading to even smaller rooms. We have to find items around the room while avoiding Big Boss and enter these rooms, gaining key cards one by one, rations that we can use to get rid of the piss pools on the ground, and finally we can get a lighter and a canister of gas. We can equip both of these to make a flamethrower and take out Big Boss for good. The whole structure of the fight acts as a microcosm of the game itself. We ran around the facility getting different keycards and gaining access to different places just to get little items that will get us into different places. It's great, but this time we don't need pistols or grenades or mines. We just take Big Boss out with good old trusty flame. After we take him down, Big Boss still claims that this isn't over. Holly arrives and the two make their escape into the jungle where they are picked up by a helicopter. The final credits scene details Campbell, Holly, and Snake all looking at the MSX cartridge that Marv left. It has his signature on it, which when flipped upside down reads as his name, confirming that Oilix is inside. The whole ending sequence for Metal Gear 2 is just a masterwork. The boss battles themselves are all ingenious, especially the one against Big Boss, which forces us to use our wits, and is just as intense as any other because he chases us around the whole time shooting at Snake. But the themes that the game presents here just fit in so well with the series. The idea that war is never ending, just this thing that warriors and soldiers constantly wait for to restart. This echoes the theme of the world, the beginning text crawl. The world was entering a state of peace once again, but it just couldn't keep itself out of conflict because it needs it to survive. The battlefield matters more than any monetary or physical gift we could receive. This leaves the player asking the question, was what Big Boss said true? Does our hero really yearn for the battlefield like he said? Maybe this want is lying dormant inside of Snake and he just doesn't know it, waiting to pop out once again in another fight somewhere, another intrusion mission down the line. Metal Gear 2 was another success for Konami. It was received incredibly well by critics. The characterization, the storytelling, and the upgraded mechanics. The game sold well too, as it debuted as the highest-selling MSX game in October of 1990. It was certainly enough to warrant a sequel, but in just a few short years, another console would be entering the market, much more powerful and much more capable than the MSX. But even before that, Kojima wanted to make another adventure game. During the development of Snatcher, the team ran into some problems with the memory limitations of the MSX. During this short break that they had to take, Kojima came up with an idea for another adventure game, titled Policenauts. The idea for the game's story and themes came from two places. One, the public debate over organ transplantation at the time, and a rise in Japan bashing that had been popular specifically after the release of the movie Rising Sun. Japan bashing was a Western trend that resulted from fears that Japan's imports and production would overtake America's economy. In an opinion piece for the Washington Post written in 1992, Robert J. Samuelson wrote, "The loathing of Japan differs significantly from the loathing of the former Soviet Union. We despised communism, but not the peoples subjected to it. They were its victims as well as its defenders. They could redeem themselves, as they have, by rejecting it. By contrast, the Japanese are increasingly vilified as a people. From this, there is no redemption." Kojima saw both of these things and wanted to translate these ideas to the public the best way he knew how, through science fiction. He always figured that adventure games were the best way that he could convey the ideas that he wanted to. He wasn't necessarily trying to create a film, but a game that had the DNA of films inside of it. He knew that games at the time were not taking advantage of lighting and direction like movies did, so he took the opportunity to do it himself. And once again, at the time, Kojima was incredibly concerned with having complete and total control over the direction of the projects that he worked on, and Policenauts ended up similarly to Snatcher in that regard. Tomihado Kinoshita, who did a ton of design work on Snatcher, would also work on Policenauts as the main character designer. Yoji Shinkawa, who also worked on Policenauts, a man that would become a mainstay in the Metal Gear franchise after this, all the way up to Metal Gear Solid 5. Policenauts was first released in Japan in July of 1994 for the PC-98. It was then ported to the 3DO a year later. Less than a year after this, it was ported to the Sony PlayStation, and finally, in the same year, it was ported to the Sega Saturn. The Saturn version of the game is the one that I played for this video. This is mainly because Kojima himself has said that it's his favorite version. There's slight art differences in every version of the game, some have extra content, and I believe that not every version of the game includes the encyclopedia, which I think is an essential function of the final product. The game was also never released in the West, so this is a fan translation of the game. Many attempts were made to get Konami to port the game to the West, but it was suspected that due to poor sales of Snatcher, this was never on the table. The game itself sees us in control of a man named Jonathan Ingram. Ingram is a former Policenaut, a small squad formed to act as the official law and order in space. At the time, humanity had moved out into space, away from Earth, to create a colony called Beyond. During a test of a new type of armored spacesuit, Ingram was cast into the depths of space due to a malfunction in the gear. He He luckily saved himself by crawling into a cryopod and managed to stay alive for 25 years until he was discovered adrift. He's now back on Earth acting as a private eye, or a private negotiator, someone that takes on negotiation work with criminals. He's approached by his ex-girlfriend, the woman that he was dating before he went missing. While he was gone, she moved on and married a man named Hojo. He has now gone missing and left her with only 2 clues, a leaf that's been cut in half, and a set of mysterious capsules from the same company that he worked at, Tokugawa Pharmaceuticals. After his ex is killed, Ingram vows to track down who killed her and find the current location of Hojo. He slowly uncovers a massive conspiracy at hand that goes all the way to the top. It's very noir, it's very jazz, it's very cool. One of the best things that Policenauts has going for it is its world. Just like with Snatcher, Policenauts' world excels at making it feel lived in and real. This is due in no small part to the vast amount of terms, history, and characters that can all be looked at in the encyclopedia. This function is available to us at almost any time in the game. At certain points, we will even see little asterisks by terms in dialogue and can look those up later to find out exactly what they mean. This breadth of knowledge is available to us from the beginning of the game, and in the first scene, I found myself sifting through pages and pages of this digital tome. It's massively impressive just how much this world really has going for it, how fleshed out it really is on an atomic level. This is by no means mandatory either. You can never touch the encyclopedia and you will still understand the story just fine. But if you want more context or information about the things you've heard, it's always there, waiting to deliver its slews of information. And the world itself is interesting. Policenauts is technically split into 2 worlds, home and beyond. Home is what we would know as Earth, and beyond is a colony that has been built in space that a lot of people are currently living on. The place is full of crime. Narc, a popular street drug that's a mix between an opioid and LSD, has become incredibly popular. The police force is made up of augmented humans who undergo body modification to improve their performance. They use lift guns, an evolution of classic weaponry. People smoke bent cigarettes, which require no flame. In all of this, Ingram exists as a relic. Everything he does is against these sort of modern trends. He smokes real cigarettes, he uses a classic recoil gun, and he's afraid of space. He's eventually forced to go to Beyond, though, to track down the killer. I won't explain the entire plot here because I don't really think it's necessary, and the game is around 15 hours or so I think it would take too much time to really go through all of its intricacies, but Policenauts is a story that really deals with human relationships. There's sort of this background tension that always exists between the people of Beyond and the people of Home. Though they are all the same, there is a friction here. Kojima elaborated on this relationship, referring to the dynamic between the 2 colonies as one of a parent and a child. Beyond as a colony is still in its infancy, and the question is constantly asked throughout the entire game whether humans should really have ever gone to space in the first place. In addition to general frictions and tensions, humans suffer new diseases out here. They have to grow food from artificial sources and force themselves to consume massive amounts of calcium to make up for the deficiencies in their diet. There's a specific scene where Ingram is forced to eat a meal that his partner's daughter makes, and he chokes down each dish, realizing that it tastes nothing like the thing it's based off of. This is, again, Ingram's displacement in time working against him. He's someone who's out of time, a nowhere man. He doesn't belong here, and he doesn't belong on Earth. Beyond's setting allows the story to shine a light on the relationships between people and the inherent flaws that are brought out of them as a result of being so far away from home. The game deals a lot with this subject, while also telling an incredibly compelling detective/mystery story. The characters are all very well done, each distinct in both visual design and narrative. The story also deals with real issues that were going on with prescription drugs in Japan at the time. It references these systemic flaws in the story itself, making them a part of even the sci-fi world that Kojima had created. There, of course, is no shortage of Metal Gear references in the game itself. For example, Meryl Silverberg is a large side character in the game, and this is her first appearance in Kojima's games. She would obviously go on to become a large part of the Metal Gear saga. The game itself doesn't have a ton in the way of gameplay. There aren't nearly as many puzzles or freedom here as there was in Snatcher. We aren't really tasked with figuring out what to do next. It's a better description to say that we're sort of forced to go to certain areas, and then we just advance the plot by examining everything in said area. This is probably the weakest link in the entire chain. It just doesn't really live up to the immersive detective experience that we had in Snatcher, but in my opinion, its story is miles ahead. The tale has genuine moments of emotion, massive highlights that just stand out among the rest. Ingram and Ed, his partner, have a relationship that is both tragic and endearing. These two persist on the screen long after the TV has been turned off. Jonathan! 友達に忠告しとく。タバコはやめるんだぞ。考えとくよ。Kojima talks quite a lot in reference to Policenauts about wanting to leave players with something after the game is off. Whether you leave Policenauts thinking about the relationships between characters, the things that persist, the future of humanity, the reality of space exploration, or the inherent good and evil in man, I can guarantee that you will leave with something you didn't have before. Policenauts was generally well received among critics. Most pointed out its setting, characters, and writing as its best pieces. I can't seem to find any sales data on Policenauts, but we do know that Kojima was at least thinking about doing a sequel focused on Tony Redwood, the villain from the game. Again, I think this project was Kojima flexing his muscles a little here, trying out new ideas and working out a larger story. These themes of conspiracy and human relationships would all rear their heads again in the game that we originally came here to talk about. Kojima thought that doing adventure games would truly be the best way to experience the ideas that he wanted to get across, and in a way, I think that they were, at least for the time. Some of these ideas, specifically the ones focused on space, may not have exactly fit that well in Metal Gear Solid, but it doesn't really matter, because these ideas were expressed, and with the release of the PlayStation 1, Kojima had a new idea, through the path of returning to an old one. With the arrival of the PlayStation 1, gaming was entering a new era of fidelity, 3D. Now characters and worlds could be fully realized. A literal new level of depth was introduced. Buildings were now extruded upward from the ground as if God himself had pulled them from the earth. It was a new era. And with that era, Kojima felt that it was time to return to the Metal Gear Solid series. He felt that the technology had advanced enough to finally allow him to achieve the vision that he had originally set out to make clear. This would be his opportunity to make a true hide-and-seek game. Metal Gear Solid was sort of, kind of, not really supposed to be a remake of Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. We'll dive a bit deeper on that idea in a bit, but it was really another evolution of that game, with some of the same ideas. At this time, Kojima had been worried that what he thought of as his poor script writing would not translate to the PlayStation in a full game with a much more real world, but he also felt that creating 2 adventure games had prepared him for this situation. The team for Metal Gear Solid was about to grow considerably compared to the games that Kojima had worked on in the past, and the games that Konami had produced for the series. At this point, it wasn't really just Kojima anymore. A specific notable addition in the team was Yoji Shinkawa, who did the character designs for Metal Gear Solid. He would become a mainstay of the team throughout the entire series, eventually leaving Konami to go work at Kojima Productions on Death Stranding. He was originally selected for the team when his art stood out among the rest of the applicants because of the sheer amount of styles he displayed and the effort that he put into making clay models. This clay model work would become incredibly important in the development of Metal Gear Rex, the new Metal Gear introduced in Metal Gear Solid. Making a clay model of what he wanted the weapon to look like gave a much better framework for the CG artists to work from. It also seems like Kojima had much less of a focus on being completely in control on this entry, especially in regards to Shinkawa. He gave Shinkawa ideas on where to start and would guide him in directions if need be, but Shinkawa was making constant adjustments and changes, all in the interest of what would be the coolest to make. And Shinkawa wasn't the only member of the team that would come in here and stick around. Yuji Korekado did a lot of work of the programming on MGS. This work is something that Kojima has always sort of established as really important, noting in many interviews that the CG artists and coders are the ones that actually have to implement the ideas they come up with. Tomokazu Fukushima would assist on writing the extra codec calls for MGS. This is something I need to point out quickly because it was a theory floating around for a while. A lot of people seem to think that Fukushima was the real genius behind the Metal Gear series. This theory arose when people were disappointed with the quality of the story in Metal Gear Solid 4. They looked for some sort of reason that things could have changed, and they found out that Fukushima had left during the production of MGS4. This of course led to making a connection which just isn't really true. It's been debunked for a while now, but I just wanted to point out that most of the work Fukushima did was assisting in writing things and writing optional codec calls. Not to downplay the work that he did do, but he wasn't some creative mastermind that went unused in the fourth entry. Rika Muranaka would also join the team here, composing the final song for the game, The Best Is Yet to Come. There were a lot of people here working to create something special. Once again, I feel like I just need to make this point because I've placed a lot of focus on Kojima himself. I don't want to come off as some sort of Kojima-obsessed nerd. I do really like Kojima's style, and I think these games wouldn't be nearly the same without him, but they also wouldn't be the same without the likes of Shinkawa or any of the other people working on the game. Metal Gear Solid did have quite a long production, as it was a massive step up in terms of fidelity for the series. It lasted almost 3 years, and the reveals that had been done for the game had increased the hype around the project dramatically. Metal Gear Solid was initially released in Japan on September 3rd, 1998, in North America on October 20th, 1998, and in Europe on February 22nd, 1999 for the Sony PlayStation 1. There are a few different versions of the game: the original Western release of MGS, the Japanese release of MGS, and MGS Integral. The original version of MGS that released in the West was mostly the best version of the game. It included extra features like difficulty options and rewards for beating the game. The original Japanese release did not have these features, so on June 24th, 1999, a new version of MGS was released in Japan only called MGS Integral. This gave Japanese players access to the features that Western audiences already had, but it also included some extra bonus content like the third disc of challenging and interesting VR missions. Of course, this was eventually ported to PC in the West, but you don't really want to touch that, and it was re-released in the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, but you also really don't want to touch that, so I opted for a best of both worlds option. My initial playthrough, and a lot of the footage that you're going to see here, is from me emulating the Western version of MGS, the original release. I also got a copy of MGS Integral, the Japanese version, to play on my incredibly small CRT, because my larger one broke recently. This allowed me to play the game for a second time and also play the VR missions that were included with that game. And then, for good measure, I played the Master Collection versions of both, for fun, I guess. I don't really know. In the end, though, there really isn't a ton of differences. There was a full remake of MGS called The Twin Snakes that was released for GameCube. It was a full graphical overhaul and does change some of the gameplay to play closer to MGS 3 or 2. The translation is also supposedly closer to a literal translation of Kojima's vision for MGS because he wasn't very happy with Jeremy Blaustein's translation of the first game, but in my opinion, some of the animation and the translation removes a lot of the original atmosphere of the game. Metal Gear Solid actually begins before the initial game, with a briefing that you can access in the menus. This updates the player on the story of the previous 2 games in the series, assuming that most had never touched those. We then get a pretty long conversation between Campbell, the same Roy Campbell from MG2, and Solid Snake. Rather than updating players on the past, this focuses on the present, the mission we're about to embark on, and the situation at hand. Snake has since retired from Foxhound, but Campbell specifically wanted him for this mission. Snake is injected with nanomachines that will help him with the cold before being briefed on the mission he has only sort of agreed to. About 5 hours ago, Special Forces, led by Foxhound, have taken over Shadow Moses Island, a remote island off of Alaska. It is currently home to a nuclear disposal facility. Snake's mission is simple: to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and Arms Tech President Kenneth Baker. He also has another objective: to determine whether the terrorists currently holding the island are capable of launching a nuclear weapon. But the terrorists have a simple demand. They want the remains of Big Boss. Apparently, the government has been conducting genome experiments to take out genes that harm a person and splice in genes that make them resistant to things. They need Big Boss's genes for a currently unknown reason. They're even calling themselves the Sons of Big Boss. Snake currently has his work cut out for him, and on top of that, he's to infiltrate the base alone, using only on-site procurement to gather weaponry. Of course, he will be assisted by a team of analysts and specialists over codec, but no one physically. This is a top-secret black ops, so the less brains that are aware of it, the better. But who exactly are these Foxhound members still running around? Big Boss was killed in Zanzibar, so who carries on the squad that he left? Well, first is Psycho Mantis, described as having powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, a beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, a master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. Revolver Ocelot, a specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter, and the leader of them all, Liquid Snake. Now, I'd like to briefly analyze these characters on their face, on the surface, without any other knowledge of them, because personally, I think the way that they are briefly described here is breathtaking. Each short sentence and summary of their character gives a vague sense of who they are and what they might be about, but it also opens up 3,000 doors of possibility. A hallway bathed in light, orifices pouring in chants from every direction. It pushes the mind to wonder about who they could really be, what they could look like, what they are about. Psycho Mantis, first on the list. Someone with powerful psychic abilities. Now, up until this point, the series hasn't exactly had many elements of magic, occultism, or any sort of psychokinesis. This leaves us to wonder about the foundations of this world. Is he some sort of trickster, a con man who is pretending, or is he truly a master of all things psychic? It leaves the player to ponder on not only the origin of the character far before they've met them, but also the realities of the world we're currently existing in. Keep in mind as well that we will not formally be introduced to any of these characters for about an hour or so into the game. Ample time for the mind to wander. Next, Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Is she a femme fatale? Is she an infiltrator? Will she try to win Snake over with her charm and good looks, or will she stick to the shadows, ready to pounce at a moment's notice? She could be watching right now, and we could have no idea. A shadow stalking the Snake in the night. Decoy Octopus, a master of disguise. Another enigma. Is he currently a part of our team? Is he dressed up as a random soldier? Where is he? Who is he? Are his disguises practical, or is this some type of X-Men-like team that's been formed out of mutants who can shapeshift and cast spells? Perhaps my favorite, Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. Probably one of the best descriptions in the entire series, and possibly one of the best sentences ever uttered. Giant and shaman. What does that even mean?
Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman.
Giant possibly condones that he is a man of large stature, but apparently we're in a world that contains psychokinesis, so is he a literal giant? And a shaman? What type of shaman? One that will be using totems to buff himself in combat? Or does he draw more of an inward power from nature? Or is he just a practitioner of a sort of lost animism? Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. I mean, his name is Revolver. What more is there to say? I picture a Wild West sort of man, a gunslinger in the classic sense, one of the last of his kind, but one that's also brutal enough to know the power of words, of information. And their leader, Liquid Snake, the only one that we don't get a true description on, but his name is enough, because he shares the same code name, Snake, with our own protagonist. He speaks for himself. He may be similar, but in the sharing of the names is the transfer of information, the information that he is a formidable foe for our main character. All of these are difficult to think about removed from the modern day. These days, everyone knows who Ocelot is. He's a classic character in the series and a fan favorite. But my point here is the original intention of this scene. When it was released in 1999, this sequence generated suspense. It generated possibility in the mind of the player. It crafted a world in their head before they had even begun to fiddle with the controller. And then it allows the player to step into that world to see what it's like for themselves. This is also the first time that the series has done something like this. Tell us the villains before we've even started. Previous entries have left us to discover the bosses along the way. Random, mostly throwaway enemies that just popped up and died. But that's all changed now. The bosses are laid out. We know who we're to fight. Well, we sort of know. We'll know a lot more soon. The sequence also does a great job at informing us at what we're here for right off the bat. Even if we don't watch the full briefing before playing, we know a few things. We're here in Alaska to stop revolutionaries from launching a nuke, and we have to save a couple people along the way. That's about as simple as it gets. The rest of the story will not be as gentle or succinct as this, and I don't think that it needs to be. But right up front, getting players to understand the basics of what they're up against and answering the big, why am I sneaking into this place, is essential. When we arrive at the base, we have to reach an elevator on the other side. A simple task, but there are 2 guards patrolling. Someone is here as well, saying that he must go swat away some bothersome flies. We have to avoid the guards and wait for the elevator to come down. When Snake gets out, he's rid of his water suit and his iconic new design is on full display, as well as the title card. I would also like to note here that the intro at the docks is very simple and small, contained, but it very much reminds me of the design of the first 2 Metal Gear games. The map is almost the same with these blocky containers. There isn't much for us to do other than hide and wait before getting into an elevator. This is sort of furthered when Snake gets in the elevator, and for a few seconds, we watch through his point of view as we leave that behind. That's in the past now, and Metal Gear Solid is the future. We get a codec call here that mostly introduces us to the new features that we have at our disposal, what the upgrade to the PS1 has brought us, and to be honest, it isn't a ton. I don't mean that to say that this isn't an upgrade, it definitely is, but I was actually shocked at how much of MGS was already in Metal Gear 2. This game's control is mostly the same, although we now have the advantage of being able to run in circles and navigate in all directions. But the goal is the same. Get to where we need to go without being seen. If we alert the enemy forces, then our new fancy radar will be jammed, and we must evade it until they cool off. We can crawl under stuff again, but now we can actually see in first person. We also have a first person button. If we now hold down triangle, we will be able to see through the eyes of Snake, though all of our aiming and shooting is done from the top down. We can hold square to shoot a weapon at an enemy and use our analog stick to aim at a target. We can also crawl through ducts. The weapon and equipment screens have now been relegated to little dial wheels on either side of the screen instead of their own dedicated page. And key cards now combine into one, so we don't have to keep switching between cards at every door. There are a lot of upgrades, but the point I want to make clear is that the controls are mostly the same. We crouch and crawl with X, we initiate close quarters combat with circle, we can throw or choke enemies out with square, triangle allows us to look in first person, the shoulder buttons are reserved for equipment and weapon swapping, and the select button uses the codec. It's mostly the same. The real upgrades that Solid brings to the series is found through fidelity, environment design, mechanics, use of items. boss battles, and of course, the story. Our first task on Shadow Moses Island is to get inside the building in front of us. Campbell is our point of contact for the mission, but we also have the assistance from Naomi, who is an expert in genes, and Mei Ling, who will allow us to save our game and give us interesting facts from time to time. Also, if we bother her enough, she makes this face. We can get our pistol outside by entering this truck, but if we don't pick it up here, we'll automatically get it later. Heading inside can happen through either a duct on the second floor or the first floor. This will determine where we appear when we do enter the building, but also going into the top duct will provide an extra scene of some guards talking. They specifically reference where the DARPA chief is being held and some intruder that's been killing people, and it isn't Snake. Miller calls us as well during this little vent trip. Miller was our survival consultant during Metal Gear 2, and now he's been living in Alaska. Since he knows the wilds better than anyone, he will assist us on this mission as well. After exiting the duct, we end up in a tank room. Here, we need to get to the elevator, sneakily, but we can also grab a pair of thermal goggles, which help out greatly pretty soon. Heading into the elevator, we will find the DARPA chief in a cell. We once again must crawl through some ducts to get to him, and can find a woman working out in a cell next to him. But Donald Anderson is our real target. He gives us a lot of information. Firstly, that the terrorists are capable of launching a nuke. He was here because DARPA and ArmsTech were a part of a joint project to develop a new Metal Gear. They were testing its capabilities when they were taken over. It's called Metal Gear Rex. The system requires 2 codes to be able to effectively launch a weapon. Anderson has one and Baker has the other. Unfortunately, Anderson has already given his code up during interrogation. There is a way to override the system though, but it requires 3 keycards to be used. Looks like we need to find those keycards. Anderson gives us his ID card, which apparently transmits data using salts in your body or something. Crazy government tech, I guess. He then acts a little odd, asking Snake if his superiors told him of any other way to stop the nuclear launch. Of course, Snake has no idea what he's talking about. Then Anderson begins to convulse and dies right in front of us. Snake asks Campbell about this, if he knows anything, but Campbell claims his clearance isn't that high. He doesn't have all of the information. Outside, a guard is waiting for us, but Snake pretty quickly recognizes that the guard must be a rookie. He points out that the guard's indecisiveness and inability to fire a gun are telling, but this ends quickly when it seems that the guard is on our side. We're assisted by them in defending against a swarm of soldiers that come investigating. Snake then has a vision of 3 Foxhound members trying to get someone's code, and we see a mysterious figure for a brief moment before it disappears. Naomi says this must have been Psycho Mantis. Things are certainly getting strange, but it's time to go find Baker, the only other alive hostage in the place. Luckily, before Anderson died, he told us that he's downstairs in another level of the basement. He's being kept in a room that's entrances were filled with cement, but never painted over. We have to get inside using some of the C4 that we can find down in the armory. The armory is a place that we'll return to a few times throughout the course of the game. It holds a lot of doors that we can't really open right now because our keycard isn't a high enough level. We only have a level 1 keycard, and the doors here go all the way up to 6. For now though, we can grab a couple C4s and blow up the walls to find Baker inside. But he's been booby-trapped, rigged up with tripwires attached to C4. Ocelot doesn't say much here, and that kind of works to his benefit, adding to the mystique. But everything he does say is just a legendary banger one-liner.
This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt's Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
No explanations, no plans laid out, just a sheer aura of braggadociousness. A peacock flaunting its feathers, but unlike the peacock, this ocelot is about to do battle with a snake. This is our first boss battle of the game, and in my opinion, the boss battles are a massive step up from the previous games. Obviously, we could really only do so much in those games, so they couldn't be these epic ordeals. The capability of the technology has increased, so the scope of these battles has increased with it. But the most interesting part comes from the design of each battle. Each boss reflects the character behind the boss. Our first example, Ocelot, is a gunslinger. He uses a revolver, but he's incredibly skilled. The battle is laid out in a square room with Baker in the center. We can't go in the center because we'll touch one of the wires and Baker will explode. So that means we have to circle around the outside. Ocelot can shoot us while we're in the same outside lane as him. He can shoot across the middle, and if we stand behind a pillar too long, he'll ricochet a bullet off the wall and hit us. The basic strategy here is to circle around the room and chase him. He does eventually have to reload as well, so abusing this time to shoot him is incredibly useful. He's probably one of the easier bosses in the game, but is kind of annoying because he can be hard to hit. But this whole battle reflects Ocelot as a character. He likes to be close, he likes to use his shots to his advantage, but he has a weakness. The reflection is not only about the personality of the character, but also their basic design, aesthetic, and weapons. Every battle will be wildly different. There are not two boss battles here that are identical. This keeps the game much more fresh than before. Even though the characters from Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 had battles that provided variety, they didn't exactly have character behind them, and Ocelot doesn't yet either, but that will change quickly. After we defeat Ocelot, he doesn't actually die. He's still ready to go on, but something appears to stop this. A random ninja appears out of nowhere and slices off his hand, and also slices the C4 tripwires, setting some of them off. Ocelot survives and escapes, but the ninja tells Snake he is like him. He has no name. The ninja then seizes up and has to retreat, leaving the scene. We can then talk to Baker, who luckily didn't die in the blast. There's another info dump here, this time from Baker. This will become a pretty common occurrence moving forward in the series, and if you already know Metal Gear, then this type of scene will be familiar to you. This game is definitely the least offensive out of the mainline entries, but it's also part of Metal Gear's trademark style. It wouldn't be the same if we didn't have 10-minute long cutscenes explaining the plot. Regardless, Baker tells Snake that he and the DARPA chief both had implants to resist Psycho Mantis's torture, but Baker also gave in to the torture regardless. This means that the terrorists now have both codes they need to start a launch. He also tells us that the override keys are with some woman. He can't remember her frequency and says that it's on the back of the CD case. Shortly after this, he gives us a CD case. Must be on there, right? This little trick is pretty famous in the series, and what Baker actually meant was the back of the case for the game Metal Gear Solid, meaning that to get this woman's codec frequency and start the next part of the mission, we actually need to physically look at the game and find it. It definitely was a really neat introduction for the time, and if you remember, this whole thing originated in Metal Gear 2. The same little trick was used, it was just redone here. Again, I think it has the same effect as before. It pulls the player into the world, and it pulls the world into our reality both simultaneously. A sort of rubber band effect between worlds. A connection has been formed between us and the game. We now feel like a spy, like something from the strange world of Metal Gear. I mean, the place has shamans and mystics. It's not that strange to think that it could extend across realities, right? Regardless, Baker has more info. He tells us to seek out Hal Emmerich. He's the head engineer on the Metal Gear team. He's currently being held to the north in another building, the nuclear warhead storage facility. This discussion also turns a bit philosophical, with the two talking about nuclear war as a concept. Baker tells Snake that the threat of nuclear war is greater than it's ever been. Because countries have begun just leaving nuclear materials and plutonium around, a lot of it has gone unallocated. This has led to a massive black market. With this rise in materials, any small country can make their own nukes at this point. This led the West to the realization that they needed their own weapon as a deterrence. This is ultimately the reason for the resurgence of Metal Gear. It was a black project that was funded by the Pentagon's black budget, meaning everything was off the books and there was no red tape. Baker ends up revealing a couple ends that would go loose though. He tells us that the ninja we met before is Foxhound's little secret and that there is new tech in the Metal Gear, but before he can elaborate, he dies the same way that the DARPA chief did. He tries to tell Snake that he's being used, but suffers a heart attack. Campbell doesn't have any more information on this. Why would these two men, who are seemingly in the know, make references to the government knowing more than they let on? Maybe they do. Also, who is the mysterious ninja that helped us defeat Ocelot? What's the new tech in Metal Gear? There's only one place we're going to find answers, and that's by moving forward. Before we talk about heading to see Hal Emmerich, I'd like to talk about Metal Gear's tone. Playing Metal Gear Solid gives you a very specific feeling. It's one that I have quite a hard time putting into words. In past videos, I've tended to refer to this as soul, saying that the project itself has a soul almost as if it had life breathed into it by its creator, therefore becoming a sort of child of the ones that created it. This is true for Metal Gear Solid. It certainly feels like a labor of love from all sides. The design of environments, character design, the aesthetics, the sound design, the writing, the performances, the music, everything here is incredibly on point, but it's more about what all of those things combined work to create. Of course, we will talk about all of the individual aspects of the game as we progress, don't worry, but first, I find it necessary to talk about the sum rather than the parts. This is because when you first interface with Metal Gear Solid, you are confronted with the sum, rather than the parts individually, and the feeling that you get while playing Metal Gear Solid comes from that sum, rather than the parts isolated. If you were to listen to the soundtrack, never having played the game before, you wouldn't necessarily get that feeling. If you were to look at a picture of Snake, never having played the game before, you wouldn't get that feeling. If you were to read the game's script, never having played the game before, you wouldn't get that feeling. So that feeling is a result of the sum rather than the parts. But what is the feeling that I'm talking about exactly? Well, if you've played this game, then you probably know what I'm talking about. It's the feeling of sitting on the couch with nothing to do, no responsibilities to take care of for the day, nothing to really handle, but a job has to be completed. It's the feeling of intense pressure, but also intense relief. It's the push and pull. In some ways, it feels like playing a video game as a child in front of a lit TV screen, sitting cross-legged on the floor. The room is dark, the speakers are turned down just a bit because it's a school night and you shouldn't be doing this. You're worried about school because you aren't doing very well, but it doesn't really matter right now because, well, you want to keep playing. But it's even more than that. Don't mistake the feeling I'm describing for nostalgia, because it isn't nostalgia. You could play Metal Gear Solid today for the first time ever, and you'd probably have the same feeling. I took a vacation last year. I rented a cabin in the woods for a week, and the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection had just come out. I decided to boot up the game and give it a try, and listen, I know the collection isn't the best, but just to further my point, the game still gave me that feeling across all these years, across all this time, across no time. If you've never had an experience with this series, you'll get that feeling. It feels like vacation and purpose wrapped into one. The reason I used an example of childhood was that the feeling does inherently have some innocence to it. It makes you feel innocent for playing it. This is primarily because the game allows you to sink into its world so easily, even if just for a moment. The game fits like a glove, like one that was tailor-made for you, except it's tailor-made for everyone. It is willing to adapt for every person, to be able to give them that special feeling of playing Metal Gear Solid. But why does the world feel so easy? It's a combination of things. The sound design on MGS is incredible. Every single sound in this game is just excellent, from the more famous sounds like the alert to the lesser talked about ones like the incredibly satisfying SOCOM shot. It's all great, and these little noises contribute to a quiet but intense feeling. The soundtrack itself increases or decreases the intensity depending on the scene. The aesthetic of this sort of hidden Black Op military sci-fi world feels fresh but also familiar. Lots of grays, greens, blues, and whites, a seemingly drab color palette, but one that fits the world incredibly well and lets these standout ones shine when they present themselves. The story and writing are constantly leaving you wondering what's going on, while also developing some of the best characters that the series would ever see. And in some aspects, it's a product of its time. It can almost be related to one of the early Silent Hill games because it feels like one of those things that was just a perfect concurrence of events. It's astounding. Of course, MGS's story has a lot more to be said about it, but before we can really dissect it, let's go meet Hal Emmerich. We now have a CD full of Metal Gear test data on it, and Baker has also given us a new keycard that will give us access to some more areas. In the armory, we can get the FAMAS now, a sort of assault rifle that will rapid fire. And back in the tank room, we can get the silencer, the mine detector, and a cardboard box, which are all incredibly useful. The silencer will quiet our shots so we can now take out guards from afar, something that is much less useful in MGS than it was in the first two Metal Gear games. The mine detector mostly functions the same as previous. It allows us to spot mines and crawl over them to pick them up, and the cardboard box allows us to disguise ourselves from enemies or cameras on the wall. Before we get out though, we have to call that woman who Baker said has the keycards. This turns out to be Meryl, Campbell's niece. She is on the island disguised as a soldier. This was the same woman who was captured back in the cells and who helped us escape. She already knows who Snake is and honestly looks up to him a bit. She views him as a hero. Snake has also gained a bit of a reputation between games in the soldier sphere. Many people comment on this, referring to him as the famous Solid Snake.
Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You?
Meryl tells us more of what Baker basically already told us, that Arms Tech set this place up, and that they were here to witness a dummy warhead test. Foxhound was here to keep everything hushed, though. Snake thinks this sounds a bit fishy, but Meryl can help us move forward. She uses her keycard access to get us through a door so that we can get to the next building to find Hal. Before we leave, she begs Snake to join him on his mission. She has this dream of being a soldier, and always has. Since her uncle was a colonel, it makes sense she would be accustomed to hearing about these things. But she's grown to romanticize the battlefield.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action, and now...
So what now? You want to quit?
Snake tells her that things aren't exactly as they seem, and he even says,
Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it.
And this is true, even in Snake's case. Every boss that we defeat in the game increases the maximum of our health meter just a bit. Killing truly is easier each time that you do it. Snake also drops one of the hardest lines in the game here.
It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
When Meryl finally opens the door, we can head in and have to avoid lasers, or we are trapped and killed by gas. The lasers can either be avoided through the use of thermal goggles, or through the use of our signature SIGs, which Snake smuggled into the base through his stomach. When we get outside, though, the place is littered with mines, and someone calling themselves Deep Throat radios in to tell us this. Another mystery fan. Deep Throat is obviously the name that the informant from the Watergate scandal used. Yeah. We then meet Raven, the giant and shaman, in the open battlefield. He is the second boss battle of the game. He seems to have a particular distaste for Snake. It's not quite the flaunting, bragging demeanor that Ocelot held, something a bit more sinister. His dialogue almost feels angry.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass.
He also follows up on the animism that is put forth before in his name and description. The battle here can be a bit of a pain before we really know what we're doing. We're a long way away from the tank that Raven has placed himself in. His cannons will absolutely destroy us on the way to close in, but we can use a chaff grenade to disrupt his tracking systems. Chaff grenades are kind of like a small EMP. They take visual systems out around us and really help with disabling cameras, especially the ones with turrets. Here it disables Raven's ability to shoot us with the cannon, but a genome soldier will still shoot us with a turret. The only way we can damage the tank is by throwing grenades inside of where the gunner sits. If we time it right, we can take the tank out really quickly, but we also have to be careful about getting shot and getting straight up run over by the tank. After we destroy the tank, Raven doesn't die, but we can grab another ID card from the soldier, once again allowing us to get into the next building. Raven calls Liquid Snake and suddenly talks highly of Solid Snake. The man has now proven himself in battle, and Raven is ready to take him down for real now, but that will have to wait. In the next building, the nanomachines that are in Snake have been programmed to not allow him to fire his guns. This is because there are nuclear warheads everywhere. They're not armed, so they won't explode, but they will leak plutonium, and that's not good. This forces us, as the player, to make more efforts to avoid enemies rather than engage with them, which is the original point of the mission anyways. When we head to the floor that Hal's lab is on, our secret admirer calls Snake once again to let him know about the electrified floor ahead and the gas in the room. We need the gas mask, which is inside, and the Nikita launcher, which allows us to remote control missiles. We have to destroy the electric box, which disables the floor and allows us to continue on. Here we find a hallway full of dead guards, spooky music, and an ambiance that would make a grown man shit his pants. Not me, though. One of the soldiers is still alive and claims that this was all done by a ghost. Stepping into the lab, we find Hal, the engineer being walked down by the ninja from before. He slaughtered those men in the hall. Hal wets his pants out of fear, but the ninja only asks to see his friend.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
And our introduction to Hal is one of the wildest things ever.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
He eventually hides in the locker, and we have to fight this mysterious ninja who seems to know Snake. The fight itself is mostly comprised of hand-to-hand, which should be a massive hint at who exactly this character is. We have to run around this office and beat the ninja up with our punches. He will do a lot of really damaging attacks, and we must avoid them by just simply good character placement. We can use the walls quite a bit to our advantage. We'll have to use thermal goggles to locate him at a certain point, and eventually he goes sort of nuclear with some sort of cyborg ninja powers. Now, this whole fight is cool. This character is cool. Snake fighting him is cool. The idea of throwing the weapons aside and using only fists as a way to bring back honor to two warriors who have been in the fight for too long is just, well, cool.
Good. Now we can fight like warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat.
There's a certain quality that Metal Gear has. Some people would refer to this as the rule of cool, doing the coolest thing no matter what, even if it doesn't make sense in the world. As long as it's cool, it works. But this isn't exactly that, because Metal Gear as a series isn't just cool. It can be really cool, obviously. It has a very interesting style, massive action scenes, interesting characters, and a lot of sequences that make you really go, damn, that was really cool. But this is just one way that Metal Gear can be enjoyed, and I think its ability to be enjoyed both ways is what makes it really special. If you explained Metal Gear Solid to someone who had never experienced it or heard of it, they would just think it was an action series where people blow stuff up and have big battles. But obviously, Metal Gear gets a lot more emotional than that. As we'll see soon enough, characters go through pain in this world. They ponder the nature of their being, their basic existence in this place. The series always tries to say something about the world. It was incredibly important to Kojima to be able to convey his ideas to the players through the games that he made. When a player finishes a game I've made, I want my feeling to have reached them in one way or another. It's sort of like playing catch, but the ball is the themes I want the audience to receive. But at the same time, it was also important that the game be cool. In an interview with Kojima and Shinkawa, Kojima said that Cyborg Ninja was never originally planned for the game, and when Shinkawa was asked why he drew him, his answer was, because it's cool. Simple as that. These two things are the prime directives for the series. put cool things in the game to make the game feel, look, and act cool, but also further the themes that we want players to take away at the same time. But the way it's implemented in the actual game allows you to interface with the game in two entirely different ways. On one level, you can look at Metal Gear Solid as a really cool stealth action game, a game with sick characters that do awesome stuff. Snake is fighting all these bad guys and saving the world. Isn't that awesome? And it is awesome, and these guys are sick and cool and warriors and honorable. Or you can also look at Metal Gear Solid deeper. You can see its characters for the complex individuals that they are. You can realize that the game is both a romanticization of war and a demonization of that very romantic look at the same time, both propaganda and an open letter of criticism. A product of its time as a message about nuclear destruction and a story about passing down the torch to the next generation. These two ways to enjoy the series are both seemingly independent, one inherently emotional and the other very reserved and casual. But one is not better than the other. They are both important. And there's a secret third option here, one that allows the player to drift back and forth between both of these states of enjoyment, engaging with the game in whichever way they please on any given day. This is kind of the core of what really makes Metal Gear Solid special, and it really explains why people's favorite Metal Gear game says a lot about them. Once we defeat the cyborg ninja, Snake realizes who he truly is. It's Gray Fox. Someone had recovered his body, has done experiments on him, and created some sort of shell where Gray Fox once was. Something in Fox's system betrays him, and he's forced to escape once again. It seems that the man has come here to try and die by Snake's hand, to have a final glorious battle so that he can die in peace. Gray Fox is probably one of my favorite characters in the series, and his work in this entry isn't exactly done yet, but specifically here, I really enjoy him. He's this complete third party. He isn't working with Foxhound, if that wasn't clear yet. He's come here because he has unfinished business with Snake. He has a dying wish. He has almost nothing to do with the current conflict going on. He's a Gray existing in a battlefield of lights and darks. But for now, we need to deal with Hal. After the battle, the engineer will make his way out of the locker. He has a lot of information about Metal Gear for us, but at the same time, he doesn't know everything. He truly wasn't aware that Rex was going to be used for nuclear purposes. The weapon itself is equipped with a railgun, Vulcan cannon, and a laser. Hal then laments the fact that he was used as a pawn in this whole scheme. The Emmerich men have all been involved in nuclear war to some extent, with his grandfather a part of the Manhattan Project, and his father being born on the day the Hiroshima bomb was dropped.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA.
He tells Snake that Rex is located in an underground base north of the comms tower. We have to hurry because the launch should begin soon, and we might have to destroy Metal Gear if it can't be stopped. Hal also says some absolutely insane shit in this conversation. He goes on a rant about how Japanese anime and mechs inspired him to get into science.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. An otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes.
At the end of this conversation, he vows to help us from the sidelines. He's taken a stealth camouflage prototype from the lab and uses it to hide. We now have to find Meryl, who is still posing as a soldier. She's upstairs and we can follow her into the bathroom as she's the only soldier that runs away when alerted. We find out just how big of a fan of Snake she really is. She has a foxhound tattoo and used to idolize the group before all the gene therapy stuff was involved, back in the good old days. Meryl really wanted to be a soldier to better understand her father, who died in combat. It's all a part of this touching monologue where Meryl admits that she often can't look herself in the face. It's this honest conversation where she decides to make a change, to see herself for who she truly is, to take inventory of oneself. After this, Meryl and Snake have to head through the commander's office nearby to try and make their way north. She also gives us one of the key cards for dismantling the nuclear launch, but we still need the other two. Here, Meryl begins to act strange, and it seems like she's under some sort of control. She even tries to kill Snake, but this is the doing of Psycho Mantis. This is where we begin the Psycho Mantis boss fight. We first have to disable Meryl without killing her by using CQC. Psycho Mantis is probably one of the most well-known bosses in the entire franchise. Everyone who has heard about Metal Gear has heard about this boss fight. He's incredibly popular as a character, and he's probably the single most mentioned member of Foxhound in the game thus far. We were introduced to him like everyone else, but his psychic powers have been hinted at by Anderson, Baker, even Naomi. We've seen him physically in the hallway. He's very much teased this whole time. He's a specter that's haunting us throughout our playthrough. This goes back to his initial description. We have an expectation for what we're going to face here, and when we finally arrive, it's more than we could have thought. First, Psycho Mantis will read deeply into Snake's soul and provide a brief description of his character. This description is based on the things we've done up to this point. If we're a bit more reckless or the type to run and gun, Mantis might say we're careless. He might say we're methodical if we take a very measured approach to the game, the type to kick his tires before he leaves.
You are a highly skilled warrior, well suited to this stealth mission.
He might notice that we're careful with traps. There's a lot of options here, making each user's playstyle unique and making Psycho Mantis's powers effectively real. Mantis will also, of course, read the memory card that we have in the console and note the type of games that we like to play. This, at the time, felt shocking. It was almost an invasion of privacy, disgusting tendrils of the mind slinking into the system we're currently using to find a mirror and show us ourselves. What sort of spiritual warfare could this be? It truly isn't any sort of spiritual magic, it's just clever programming, but it's very easy to buy into the illusion. Mantis finally then shows off his powers of psychokinesis. He tells the player to put their controller down. He then moves the controller with his mind, which is really just the vibration of the controller working to shake the thing around on the floor. But honestly, this still works really well. Not physically, I mean the original intent. Obviously, if it was 1998 and you were a kid, your jaw would be on the floor because of what was happening. It would feel like a magic show. The illusion would be fully sold. You don't see the wires, you don't see the trap door, and frankly, you don't want to, because maybe that would ruin the illusion, but you don't really care at the end of the day. It can be easy to assume that as a grown adult, that this little trick of simple tech would be unimpressive. But this whole thing was never cool because it was impressive. It was cool because, once again, it's easy to slip into the world. Replaying Metal Gear for this review, I actually set my controller down. In my head, I did this because I just wanted to not really feel the constant vibration of the controller and get my hands all numb. But when Mantis moved it, I went, oh, hey, that's still cool. Why is it still cool? I'm an adult. I shouldn't think that's still cool. I know how this works. But it doesn't matter because it is. It's 2024 and Mantis moving my controller still kind of gave me butterflies. Some of the reasons that Metal Gear Solid still works today feel like they can't be answered, and maybe it's better that way. Maybe digging too deep into the illusion will finally actually ruin it. But I think that's because the illusion is in the mind, melding with the game design, rather than the tech of the system. This is partly because Psycho Mantis isn't really talking to Snake here. He's talking directly to the player. He can see past this whole system. The powers that he has are not only interesting for the world, they're interesting for our world, because he can see our world. This is furthered by the fact that the player must switch the controller to the second port so that Mantis can't read our minds, and how Mantis fake shuts off the console, revealing a screen that says Hideo, where a normal TV screen for the time would say video, a trick that definitely doesn't work today because I think a lot of kids wouldn't even understand this. But when we realize that Mantis is talking to the player, things become a little bit more clear. After we defeat Mantis, which mostly results in a battle of him throwing objects across the room and controlling Meryl some more, he actually helps us. Mantis is the first boss that we actually kill when fighting. His dying words lead us in the right direction for the story, but he also reflects on his own life. Reading into people's minds has led him to see the same thing on every brain. Most people's desire is just to pass on their genes, to continue their bloodline. He finds this disgusting, a basic need, a base urge. The first person whose mind Mantis read was his father's. His mother died during childbirth, and his own father held disgust and hatred for his own child because of it. Mantis ended up burning his own village down in response, and he and Snake share this trauma as Snake killed Big Boss in MG2. Mantis says that he never cared about world domination, that he just wanted to kill as many people as possible, and that Snake is just like him. Now, this doesn't exactly seem true because that's not Snake's goal. He even thinks that he's not as bad as Snake. Snake is just like Liquid, true evil. But I think this is a subtle hint at a theme, one that would have a much larger place in the next game in the series. I think Mantis is relating himself to the player here. Maybe he can't even really tell the difference between Snake and the player. This could be a subtle nod to the fact that people who play video games, especially at the time, played them for the purpose of killing rather than some larger purpose, a true evil. This also ties into the idea that Kojima had with the original Metal Gear games. He wanted the player to be the protagonist rather than to just play as another character. He related it to RPGs in a way. Obviously, the series wouldn't be the same if Snake couldn't speak, but I think Kojima found a middle ground somewhere, where Snake was fused with the player. The player and Snake become one in the end, furthering the idea that the veil between game and reality has been lifted. Mantis then asks for his mask back. He wants to be himself again before he dies, and he opens the path forward.
Other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world.
Meryl and Snake have a brief conversation where she tries to get to know him better. Snake, of course, answers in the coolest way possible every single time, as if it's effortless, like he was programmed this way.
What's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone. Just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Heading through the secret passage, we have to make our way through a series of caves. These caves contain a ton of wolves. These wolves are particularly aggressive, but don't react poorly to Meryl. We will have to come back through this area later, so it's actually really advantageous to use a little trick here. If we punch Meryl, the wolves get really mad because they're protective over her. But if we quickly switch to a cardboard box before they attack us, they will instead pee on the box. This box can then be worn in this area to prevent the wolves from attacking us because their scent is on it. Very useful for when we have to backtrack through here very soon. The next area we enter is full of mines, but our radar isn't working so we can't see them. Meryl somehow got the location of the mines from Mantis, and we have to follow her footsteps through the explosives. On the other side, though, we're attacked by Sniper Wolf. Meryl is shot and used to try and lure Snake out. Meryl quickly realizes that war is not what she thought it was. It's ugly and messy. Her romantic view of the battlefield has been whisked away in a second.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it.
But Snake needs to save her, not necessarily because the Colonel is her uncle, but just because it's the right thing to do. Naomi even states that Snake doesn't have the genes of a savior, but a soldier. Snake rejects this idea.
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
This comes directly after the Mantis fight, where Mantis told Snake that they were one and the same. They have no past and no future. They act here and now. Maybe we are more like Mantis than we thought. Snake has to backtrack to get the PSG-1, a sniper rifle that will allow him to fight Sniper Wolf. This is a big pain because it's all the way back in the armory, which means heading back through the caves, through the nuclear storage facility, through the tank area where we fought Raven, back through the tank hangar, and down into the armory. I don't hate the backtracking in Metal Gear Solid. It definitely isn't as egregious as Metal Gear 2. It also serves a purpose. It shows us where we've been, what we've accomplished, and how much stronger we've gotten. A lot of progress in MGS doesn't actually come from the things we get. I mean, obviously getting more health does make the game easier, and having body armor or better weapons makes getting into gunfights a simpler experience, but a lot of it has to do with just generally figuring out how the game works. This is a natural progression rather than one that is forced upon the player through the use of items. Figuring out how cameras work, how to disable them, how to maneuver around enemies, exactly where the boundaries of their sights are, all of this contributes to getting better at the game. And that is shown by heading back through the areas that we've already entered, not to mention the fact that some of the areas have upgraded security, like new turret cameras that shoot at us if we're spotted. Once we get the sniper and hopefully some diazepam, we can start the Sniper Wolf fight, but Meryl's body has been moved. She's been taken away. To defeat Sniper Wolf, we have to use the PSG-1, which is a task in and of itself. Taking some diazepam, an anxiety medication, will stabilize our aiming a bit to make things a lot easier, but we have to shoot Wolf before she shoots us. She moves around a lot and hides behind pillars, but we can see her breath in the cold. Eventually, we take her down and head forward, where Snake gets captured and taken in by the terrorists. Wolf has now marked Snake, which means she won't be satisfied until she kills him. She's got a grudge. Snake wakes up in a torture room, and we hear a lot of the conversation between Liquid, Ocelot, and Wolf. Liquid doesn't want Snake dead, not just yet. He blames Snake for stealing his birthright and calls him his brother. They still need a sample of Snake's DNA to correct the mutations in their genome soldiers. Combining this with Big Boss's DNA will allow them to hopefully fix the problems with their soldiers. Liquid plans to launch the nuke in 10 hours, but he thinks the Western government must have something up their sleeve because they haven't given in to the terrorists' demands yet. He then heads off, along with Wolf, who is going to feed her dogs. Ocelot reveals something interesting, that Campbell knows a lot more about Metal Gear than he's letting on. We then go through a torture sequence. Here we must press a button repeatedly to try and endure the torture that Ocelot puts us through. Whether we do this successfully or not actually determines which ending we get, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Snake is then sent back to his cell. Snake calls Campbell and confronts him about what he knows. Apparently the government doesn't plan to give Foxhound the remains of Big Boss because it would be a massive scandal. They want to keep this whole thing hush because America and Russia are about to sign the START 3 Accord, which was a real thing developed to reduce the nuclear arms of both nations. Turns out the whole thing is about public opinion, which Snake is definitely not happy with. Snake doesn't have much to do in his cell, so he makes some conversation with Naomi, who says that she never really had any family. This is why she started researching genes and DNA, because she wanted to find out who she was. She also claims that DNA can determine a person's fate. Their genes will determine where they go. After some more torture, Snake calls Otacon to help him escape. Otacon does show up with some items for us, namely some ketchup we can use to stage our own death, but he gets really whiny when we ask him to assist us because he doesn't think he can do much. This is in Otacon's character. He's a cowardly engineer, and being scarred by what he's created, making something that could be responsible for the deaths of millions without even knowing it, he wants nothing to do with any more killing. Otacon also gives us Sniper Wolf's handkerchief. Apparently the two have sort of a fling going on. Otacon was taking care of the wolves in the caves, and Foxhound almost killed them when they took over, but Wolf stopped them. He begs Snake to grant her mercy when he crosses her path again, but Snake does not agree with this. When we get out of the cell, we can get our stuff back. Unfortunately, the CD has been taken, but we still have the keycard that we need to disable the launch. Only one, though. The other two are still missing. The terrorists have also planted a bomb on our stuff, so we have to make sure to throw it before it blows, another holdover from MG2. We're now all the way back in Building 1 and can get some extra stuff in the armory and some other areas, but we have to head all the way back to where we got captured. Here, Snake has a flashback to Meryl getting shot. His team has to lift him up, telling him not to doubt himself or blame himself for what happened. Campbell then notes something about Naomi's grandfather, and Snake points out that she said she didn't have any family. She gets oddly cagey here, and the call ends. We then head up one of the communications towers. We have to make it all the way to the top, defeating guards the entire way up. This is clearly, again, another holdover from MG2, which had a very similar sequence before we had to bait the carrier pigeon. This time, though, we get to the roof and try to cross to the other communications tower when Liquid arrives in the Hind D. He destroys the bridge, crossing the two roofs, and rains a hail of gunfire from above, causing us to have to rappel down the building. This is just such a cool sequence, having to avoid the gunfire and the steam from the broken pipes, but it also perfectly represents the two sides here. Snake is rappelling down the building in a very controlled but quick manner, while Liquid is wildly firing shots off, trying to hit anything that he can. It's a very classic example of an order versus chaos type of dynamic. When we finally get away from Liquid, we can head to the other side and have to get the elevator working. Otacon is here and helps us out, but asks Snake a question, clearly in reference to Sniper Wolf, the woman he's become enamored with.
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other.
He then agrees to work on the elevator, but Snake has to go swat a noisy fly, calling back to what Liquid said in the beginning of the game. We then have to fight Liquid in his Hind D. It's not a particularly difficult battle, and as you can probably guess, we don't take down the leader of Foxhound here. We have to use the Stinger missile launcher to shoot at him. It's pretty easy to lock on, and we just stay behind cover. The helicopter itself will try to sneak around the building, hiding out of our field of vision, but it peeps out to attack every once in a while, and that's when we shoot. Snake delivers a beautiful, cheesy action movie one-liner after defeating the Hind D.
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Once the elevator gets working, we are attacked by 4 camouflaged men. They apparently stole the same type of suits that Otacon is using to hide around the base. This again calls back to MG2, where Snake was attacked by the 4 assassins in the elevator. Remember when I said the game is kind of sort of a remake? Yeah. There's a ton of stuff that carries over. It's not really a remake, just sort of a redo of the same little tricks and ideas. And it's worth noting that I think every single one of the ideas is probably better implemented here rather than on the MSX titles. Not that they aren't good there, but they definitely fit with the overall aesthetic and story much better in this medium. When we get outside, we are immediately shot by Sniper Wolf. Otacon then begs Snake not to kill her, but she's a bad guy. She shot Meryl, she's trying to kill Snake, and even worse, she's with them. Otacon has clearly lost his head in the pursuit of love. There's a really easy way to do this fight without going the traditional sniper route. We can just use remote-controlled missiles to slowly take her out, and she doesn't shoot at them, so it's pretty easy. When Sniper Wolf is finally down, she's injured. Her lung has been punctured, and she isn't going to make it. I guess one of the explosions from our rockets finally caught her. She uses her dying breath to tell us why she was here, why she was fighting in the first place. She was born in a battlefield, a Kurd that was saved by Big Boss. He put a rifle in her hand, and from there, she could see the battlefield from the outside, rather than the inside. She wanted to take revenge on the world, but she's failed. She no longer feels like a wolf, but a dog. We then realize she never wanted to kill Meryl. She spared her on purpose because she was an innocent. She realizes herself that she never really wanted to kill at all, but was just waiting for someone to kill her. This scene is one of the most emotional in the entire game. It really changes our opinion about Wolf as a character. She is completely flipped on her own head. She's not like these other people. She never wanted any of this, and this is kind of a constant with every character that we've met so far. Even Mantis wasn't here for the same reason as Liquid. He was consumed by his power and by hatred and a lust for killing. Wolf was looking to survive, looking for some sort of purpose. These people were manipulated, products of their environments. They were used, just like Big Boss had planned in Zanzibar. Snake returns Wolf's handkerchief. He doesn't have any more tears to cry, but Otacon does. He wasn't made for this. He wasn't built or bred for this environment. He has a breakdown, wondering why they even do all of this.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
With that, it's time to finish this damn thing. Heading into the underground actually begins Disc 2 of the game. We enter a furnace room and destroy a crane to move forward, before finding an elevator that will eventually lead us to Metal Gear. But first, we see crows flying all around us. Miller then calls. He has some information about Naomi. He says he found holes in her story about her grandfather and thinks she might be lying. At worst, she's working with the opposition. He promises to report back on this, but before we get that call, we run into Raven. He tells us that ravens are not scavengers. They are just returning things to the earth which are not being used anymore. The battle before was just a test. This is the real fight. He's put the mark of death on Snake.
The judgment is decided. The ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating? I can't move.
The raven has put the mark of death upon you.
This battle can be a real pain. Raven runs around the room with a Gatling gun, and if he sees us, we get blasted full of holes. We have to sneak around him, set traps for him like C4 and claymores. Using the remote-controlled Nikita launcher actually works pretty well too, but it can be difficult to get the rocket to find purchase because he normally shoots it before it reaches him. Once we take him out, he takes his own death in stride. He means to return to the world that he came from, back to nature. He doesn't even want to be a part of this anymore. Snake and Liquid are from another world, one that he has no interest in seeing, as it's so far from nature. He also notes that he couldn't really ever see Snake because he does not come from nature. He finally gives Snake a clue, one that's part of a much bigger puzzle. Decoy Octopus was disguised as the DARPA chief. He was the one that died in the cell. The DARPA chief was already dead, which is why we saw his body in the other cell, which is why Octopus asked us about the government's knowledge on other plans to take down the launch, which is why Liquid said that they had to figure out why Baker and Octopus died, not Baker and Anderson. But what was the purpose of this? Again, this is just a piece of the puzzle, not the complete image. Raven then leaves us with some chilling words before we head off to the end of the game.
In the natural world, there's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There's always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
On the way down, Miller calls again to update us on Naomi. Apparently she's been a fake this entire time. The real Naomi Hunter is in the Middle East. He requests that she be arrested, and Campbell promises to look into it. Then we finally arrive. We see Metal Gear Rex in its full form. It's a massive machine, much larger in scope than the first two iterations of the weapon. It's impressive, but it almost has a human quality to it. It's designed very well and is just iconic at this point. We can climb upstairs, and all the while Otacon checks in. He's trying to get access to Baker's files to try and figure out how to get the other two keycards, and how the system works overall. Before he finds anything, we see Liquid and Ocelot talking. They've decided to launch a nuke on another nuclear disposal site in China. This is because things will be covered up. The governments won't want word of their nuclear disposal techniques getting out into the public. The US will then be forced to disclose their weapons programs to the other countries. They can then use the money and Big Boss's remains from their demands to cure their soldiers. Their morale has been low since Mantis died. His psychoactive powers were keeping them in line. They also mention Foxdie here a couple times as the reason for Baker and Octopus's deaths. Otacon then finally figures out the secret to the key. Apparently the key we already have is all 3 keys in one. It's shape memory alloy, so it can be changed into the other keys by warming and heating it. Otacon then shoots the key out of Snake's hand and we have to run downstairs to grab it. There's a neat little trick here where it can actually get eaten by a rat and we have to hunt the rat down. Regardless, when we get the key, we have to use it, but using it once isn't enough. The whole 3 key thing, remember? We have to first use cold to freeze the key and change its shape. I promise this is the last time that I'll say this in this video, but Metal Gear 2 did it first. Okay, I'm done, I swear. This means we head back to the place where we killed Raven. We have to return quickly though and ensure that we don't have the key equipped because our body heat will warm it. If we're not quick enough, the key gets too warm and goes back to its original shape. Once this is done, we have to do it one more time, head all the way back to the furnace room, warm the key, keep it equipped this time so our body heat keeps it hot, and use it one final time. Now, I would say that this is way too much backtracking, but I think the game does a really good job at using codec calls and story to break this whole section up. During the many elevator rides we have to take, Miller calls us and tells us about Foxdie. Apparently it's some type of virus, an assassination weapon. This was probably what killed Baker and Octopus. It's possible that the nanomachines that Naomi injected Snake with before the mission even began also had Foxdie in it. Snake could also be infected. Later, we talk to Naomi herself, who, even after being arrested, has managed to make a codec call. She tells us that her brother was Frank Yeager, Gray Fox. He wasn't her real brother, they met in Mozambique. Big Boss found both of them, orphans of war, and took them in. Gray Fox went to help Big Boss and obviously died fighting Snake. She then vowed to get back at him and Foxhound. She confirms that Snake was infected with Foxdie before the operation began. She tries to tell him something else, but is taken off comms. These codec calls work to break up the section with bits of story, the things that are going on in the background. Of course, those things have real and static effects on what's happening here on Shadow Moses Island, but they aren't happening here. They're happening while Miller is looking into information, while Naomi is arrested, while Campbell is doing whatever the fuck he does. In an 80s action movie, these would normally be scenes that would cut back to home base to see the hacking team working on enhancing the image or breaking down the Netscape security protocol IP address Zoom box or something. But obviously we can't just cut to a new animated scene every single time that something happens outside of our vision. Plus, it's not really what the game was going for. It would break that connection that the player creates with Snake that begins when we take control of him back on the docks. We know what Snake knows. We get information from other people, and we're on the same page as him. All that being said, though, there is a ton of backtracking, and it's slightly out of proportion. It does take quite a bit of time to get to the furnace and back after we just did half of that run. Certainly not as bad as MG2, though. When we finally use the third key, something strange happens. The system says that the launch has been activated, not deactivated. Miller gives us a call, but it isn't Miller. Apparently Miller was killed 3 days ago, and this has been an impersonator the entire time, in the form of Liquid Snake himself. He tells us that Foxhound never had the launch codes. Anderson died before we even got here. He died while they were trying to get his code. Octopus impersonated him to make Snake think that they already had launch capabilities. It was all a part of his plan. Outside, Liquid is crawling into the Metal Gear. He says that Snake was a pawn, manipulated by the Pentagon, by the government. They used Snake, injected him with a virus that he would spread to the members of Foxhound so that they could retrieve their weapon unharmed. Liquid then makes the big reveal, probably the one that we already knew, and the one that Kojima said everyone probably knew before the game even released. Liquid is Snake's brother. They are genetic twins, linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles.
Les enfants terribles.
The terrible children. They were made from Big Boss's DNA, clones of the famed soldier. But Liquid got all of the worst genes. He was only there to make Snake stronger. Snake is the proverbial chosen one, the favorite son, if you will.
I was the favorite, huh?
And Liquid is the one left to rot. Liquid is proud of this, though, and wants to overcome it. He is determined to finish their father's work, to create Outer Heaven. We then have to fight Metal Gear Rex. This battle is a pain when you don't really know what you're doing. If we get too far away from Liquid, then he shoots us with homing missiles, but if we get too close, he stomps us or uses his laser. He always shoots at us no matter what, but we can get into sort of a middle ground where the missiles can't hit us, and once you get the hang of the timing, avoiding the laser becomes pretty easy. We have to attack the radome mounted on Metal Gear Rex to damage it. We do this with the Stinger, which is aimed in first person, so we have to be quick with it. This is probably one of my favorite fights in the game, mainly because we've done this fight to some extent before, and honestly, we'll do it again, just in different ways. But going from the small, non-moving Metal Gear in the first game, to the one that could move back and forth and shoot at us, to one that can move in 3D, has 3 different weapons equipped, and requires us to fire rockets at it to blow it up, is a massive reflection of the series' progression. The Metal Gear fights reflect exactly where the series is and how far it's come in a short period of time. It's impressive, it's fun, and damn it, it's cool. Once we get Metal Gear's health bar down, Gray Fox shows up. He talks to us for a moment, saying that he originally came here to fight Snake because he was the only one that could give him the release of death. He has one last request, to tell Naomi that he was the one who actually killed her parents. She never realized this, and he wants her to know. He then sacrifices himself to slice the radome off the Metal Gear and reveal its cockpit. Liquid kills him, and he has some final words.
Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
This whole thing is incredibly telling. Fox tells Snake that they are alike, once again, but this time it's actually true. Fox was never a tool of the government. He never let an organization control him. He was this strange middle party in this whole conflict, doing what he wanted and looking for his own purpose, trying to die the way he wanted to. Nothing else mattered. But on the other side of that, Snake kind of has been a tool this entire time. He's been used by the government, and maybe that's about to change. We then fight Metal Gear once more, but the fight is mostly the same. Snake is knocked unconscious by the blast, and Liquid approaches him. At this point, Rex has been destroyed. It's no longer about world domination. It's just about brother versus brother. Liquid explains more here about how they were created. They originally had 6 other brothers, but these were aborted to make them stronger. Because the soldiers were also created from the Genome Projects, they are also their brothers. We've been killing and dismantling family this entire time. Liquid feels like a guinea pig, and this has made him resent the world, but he plans to honor their father's memory. He wants to restore chaos and honor to the world, a place for warriors, a place where soldiers are still needed. He ultimately arrives at the conclusion that the only reason people are born is to pass on their genes. We get a Kodak call at this point. The Secretary of Defense is about to bomb the whole island. Surface-piercing missiles will destroy the place and every piece of evidence inside. The Colonel wants to buy some time with a distraction, but the Secretary takes him off comms. He says that Snake and Liquid are just the government's embarrassment from the 70s, and they're about to be destroyed. With no time left, with death approaching quickly, Snake and Liquid decide to fight it out, hand to hand, to decide this thing once and for all. We fight Liquid on top of the destroyed Metal Gear. We have to use simple CQC here to damage him, and once his health is low, we throw him off the side. It's not a hard fight, but the timer makes it a pain. We have to beat him before the timer reaches 0. I know I just said that the Metal Gear fight is my favorite, but this one is also certainly a contender. 2 dudes just duking it out, using only their fists. I mean, how can you not love this? It's just awesome. They've resigned themselves to their fate. Well, kind of. After Snake defeats Liquid, he decides he still has time to escape. At this point, we escape with either Otacon or Meryl, depending on which ending we got. Back in the torture chamber, if we resisted Ocelot, then we get the ending where Meryl lives. And if we gave up, we get the ending where Otacon lives. In the Meryl ending, which is the canon one, Meryl is alive after the fight with Liquid. She says that she never gave in to the torture that Foxhound put her through. The idea of being able to see Snake again kept her alive. Otacon calls and gives the two a way out, an escape route before the base is bombed, but he decides to stay inside himself to ensure that they can get away. This is a full development of his character. Throughout the entire game, Otacon has strayed away from conflict. When we first meet him, he's pissing himself at the idea of being killed by Grey Fox. He uses a camouflage suit to stay in the shadows and hide from the guards. He refuses to get Snake out of the cell. He begs for mercy and that of Sniper Wolf. He cries and cries. His tears are a reflection of his way of thinking. He feels as if things are happening to him, but in this moment, this allows Otacon to take back control, to change something, to help someone. We escape the building in a jeep that Meryl is driving. In this final sequence, we have to shoot enemies out of our way and even defeat Liquid one final time while he pursues us. Liquid finally dies for good once we get outside. The Colonel calls telling Snake that he contacted the President, who wasn't aware of the Metal Gear program. The Secretary of Defense was acting alone and was thus arrested. The bombing run has been called off. Campbell tells Snake the location of a nearby snowmobile so he and Meryl can get out of here. He's got Data as a backup in case anyone decides to go after them, and Meryl and Snake are officially dead on the record. Clean slate. Naomi then calls Snake to talk about Foxdie. Snake is obviously curious about whether he's going to, die or not. Naomi says that it doesn't matter. Everyone dies when their time is up. It's all about how Snake decides to use the time he has left. This effectively means that there is no difference in Foxdie and just normal life. Anyone could die at any moment, so Snake is just living normally. We then get one final monologue from Naomi while we watch Meryl and Snake leave the base. She changes the way she thinks here. Historically, throughout the game, she has constantly referenced genes. She's put a ton of stake into genes. It's her life's research, but she always refers back to genes to explain people's behavior, to explain Snake's behavior. But now she goes back on that point. She's realized that genes don't determine how you will live life. It only determines a potential. Life is exactly about what you make of it. Genes exist to pass the torch to the next generation, to live through the future. Snake has given her a reason to live. Meryl finds a bandana for Snake, and Snake finally tells Meryl his name.
So, where to, Snake?
David. My name's David.
Okay. So where to, Dave?
Snake determines that he's found a new purpose, a new path. They ride off into the sunset with hope on the horizon. After the credits, we hear Ocelot talking to someone. He was working for someone else this entire time. He says that Foxdie is a part of their plans. He also recovered the Rex data from the base. The two biggest reveals, though, here are first, that Snake was actually the inferior twin, and that there was a third twin. And that's who Ocelot is talking to right now, the President, Solidus. Now, let's go back a little bit, because this ending really wraps up all of the themes in the game. It's incredibly important to what the game is trying to say. The first part that I'd like to examine is Liquid. Liquid himself had lived a life in the shadow. He says this many times and paints himself as Snake's shadow. He thinks he is the lesser, and this is because of what he's been told. He believes that he was part of a genetic experiment and that he came out with all of the recessive bad genes. Therefore, he has to fight to be better. He uses this as motivation, as fuel to further himself and his goals. He's behind, he started late, so he must try even harder than anyone else to get to where he wants to be. When we defeat Liquid, this serves as further confirmation of what he already knew, that he is the loser brother. But this isn't true at all. Snake was the inferior twin. He was the one with the recessive genes. This furthers the point that your genes don't determine who you are, but it also goes a bit deeper than that. Snake's direct opposition to this idea throughout the game leads to his success in the end. He puts no weight in this. He decides it doesn't even matter, at one point saying to hell with genes.
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Liquid put all of his weight into this idea. He uses it as a way to curse the world. He uses it as a way to explain away his failings and to prop up his successes, effectively saying, look at what I have done, despite the world being totally against me. But the irony in this is that this focus on fate, destiny, predetermination is what led to his downfall in the first place. But this game doesn't only represent genes as a literal form of determination. It's not just saying that your family or your birth doesn't make you what you are. It's also saying that the people around you don't make you what you are. Mantis and Raven, when they are dying, both liken Snake to Liquid. They both carry disdain for the men. Mantis's disdain comes from how he views the two, as evil, even worse than him. Raven's disdain comes from a separation of the natural world. Because the twins are clones, he finds no nature in them whatsoever. Mantis even says that Snake is just like them because he has no past, no future. Snake's name is referenced a lot throughout the game. When Gray Fox says that Snake is like him, he has no name.
I like you. I have no name.
Meryl asks Snake his name twice, and both times he says that they aren't important.
So, tell me, Snake, what's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
But this all changes at the end of the game when Snake does tell Meryl his name, David. He is choosing something different. He is going against destiny. This even goes all the way back to MG2 when Snake tells Gray Fox that he doesn't want to ever be like him. Snake's first meeting with Gray Fox has the man once again saying that he is like Snake. And in the last game, that meant something. Not being like Gray Fox meant that he wasn't living for war. But here, maybe Snake does want to be like Gray Fox. Maybe Gray Fox taught him something, because Gray Fox became something that existed outside of the two sides. Not something in the middle, but something completely removed from the system. He fought for what he thought was right. He did what he wanted. He didn't allow himself to be controlled. And to this end, Snake reveals his name. To this end, he overcomes his genes, his adversity. To this end, he saves people, despite it meaning a worse position for himself and the mission. Snake cares, and that is what matters in the end. The whole game is a very good commentary on not only the things that you pass on through your lineage, the things you get from your lineage, but also the way the world looks at you, the way that people determine who you are before you're even allowed to decide what you are, before you can even act. The Otacon ending is a little different, and not the canon one, because Meryl dies. Because we gave up in the torture room, we were more like Otacon, and Meryl didn't have the will to survive. But this ending does carry a bit of a different theme. Snake initially blames himself for Meryl's death, but Otacon is here to lift him out of this. He says that it's selfish to blame himself, to die here, and blaming himself is just a way to distance Snake from the pain. Otacon has moved on from Wolf's death. He's learned from it, and he's trying to get Snake out of here before the place explodes. Liquid dies just the same, and the Colonel stops the stealth bombers. Otacon decides to change his focus to psychology. He wants to understand people better. Before, he didn't like people because he didn't understand them, and now he wants to. It's still very much a hopeful message, but one of learning from death. This ending also has much more of a bromance than the previous one. But the ending to Metal Gear Solid wraps everything up very neatly. It ties it off in a bow. The themes that the game hints at the entire time aren't really fully realized until its very last moments. Even its end credit scene is a massive part of that, but you don't get that until the last seconds of the game. but the messages here are so powerful, so ready to be dissected, so ready to have massive effects on its players. The first game that we actually need to talk about, though, is technically not even canon to the Metal Gear Solid storyline. It's not directed by Hideo Kojima, and it was on a mobile platform. But don't let any of that dissuade you, because Ghost Babel is a heavily overlooked entry in the series. While Kojima didn't direct Ghost Babel, he was involved as the producer of the game. Ghost Babel was developed for the Game Boy Color as a sort of version of MGS that people could play on the go. The idea originated when Konami was made aware of the European popularity of Metal Gear Solid. The release of that PS1 title had caused a lot of buzz, and fans were clamoring for a way to play MGS with a handheld console. Shinta Nojiri would head the game's direction. He worked on Policenauts originally, but this time around he was given a much larger role. Because of this task, though, he would join the MGS2 team a bit late. He was heavily focused on creating an effective way to bring the same systems and style that the Metal Gear franchise had become known for to a handheld system. This created some issues, though, as the team also had to deal with the fact that players would only be interacting with the game in mostly short bursts, on the train, during breaks, etc. This was solved by breaking the game up into stages rather than one cohesive narrative. Ikuya Nakamura was in charge of the pixel and screen design for the game. He had already worked on Metal Gear Solid in character modeling and as a texture artist. He was also incredibly focused on keeping the same style as MGS, but with the Game Boy Color. They only had so much power to work with. This meant that every pixel had to be placed with care. One small change would create a different tone for an environment or a different emotion for a character. Tomokazu Fukushima wrote Ghost Babel. If you remember from the first video I did on MGS, Fukushima worked with Kojima on that game, providing a lot of dialogue for the optional codec calls. But just because Kojima wasn't directing Ghost Babel doesn't mean that he wasn't involved. He's credited with the original planning of the game and the story. He was responsible for a lot of the heavier elements that the game introduces, and it sure does have those in spades. At the time, the PS2 was about to hit the market, and fidelity in video games was about to take another jump forward. Because of that, Kojima thought it would be fun to develop for a system that was kind of in the opposite direction, to take a bit of a step backwards rather than forwards. He also was really focused on having people ask themselves one question while playing Ghost Babel: what is a game? I'll be happy if many people after playing this game will ask themselves, what is a game? I won't go incredibly deep on Ghost Babel because it technically is non-canon, but it is a pretty big bridge in the development of MGS1 and MGS2. The game itself was technically released in the US as Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy Color. This was a marketing tactic to get people to purchase the game, believing it to be a straight mobile remake of the PS1 title, but this isn't really true. The reason that Ghost Babel technically isn't canon is because it's set in an alternate world where Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake never happened. In this timeline, Snake has been living in Alaska for 3 years. He quit Foxhound and retired, but of course, Campbell needs him for another job. A transport plane was carrying a Metal Gear to South America, but it was intercepted by terrorists. Apparently, the US government had taken the data from the Metal Gear in Outer Heaven and used it to start producing new prototypes. South America was meant to be the site of the first field test for the new machine. The weapon was taken to a small country called Gindra, which currently has a civil war going on. The Gindra Liberation Front, or the GLF, are the ones responsible for the hijacking, led by a man named General Augustine Iguaban. The fortress where Metal Gear is being kept is called Galuad. Snake doesn't really want any part of this mission at first, but once Campbell reveals that the fortress is also being referred to as Outer Heaven, he's a little bit more interested. This version of Snake has turned out a bit differently than the Snake that we see in MGS and MGS2. He's more reserved, prefers the quiet life that he's found in Alaska, and doesn't really want to get involved in this conflict. If the past is at your heels, turn around and face it. Our goal, obviously, is to infiltrate the fortress, take out the Metal Gear, and rescue the hostages. The usual stuff. The Army's Delta Force has already breached the fortress, and our job is to assist them. We have 4 people backing us up on the codec here. Mei Ling, a PhD candidate at MIT who is our contact for saving the game. Brian McBride, Director of Operations at the CIA who planned the mission. If we call him, we get knowledge on Gindra, the mission, GLF, and the surrounding environments. The third member is Ronard Lensenbrink, codename Weasel, a mercenary who's mostly untrustworthy, but his skills match Snake's. If we call him, we can get info on the mercs that work for the GLF. Campbell is our 4th point of contact, and he was really only called in because he worked with Snake before. He apparently also has some personal business with the job as well. This is our whole team, and just as with the other entries in the series, we can generally call these people freely over the codec. They'll provide us valuable information or just context for the current situation. Snake eventually parachutes into Galuad in an opening scene that's quite reminiscent of the NES version of Metal Gear. In a lot of ways, the statements before about backwards progression are pretty true for this game. It plays quite a lot like the MSX Metal Gear 2. It's a very similar feeling, though there are quite a few differences in gameplay. We don't just follow the same path, taking care of the same obstacles. Ghost Babel manages to set itself apart in a lot of ways. General structure, objectives, and story all make it stand out from those original Metal Gear titles. But the general gist is mostly the same. We're sneaking around a fortress, looking to complete specific objectives that change with each stage. We have a silenced weapon, which will be our main method of attack. We can take enemies out from up close, sneak around in a cardboard box. The DNA of the series is still very much here. Though the style is a bit different and some of the pixel art is a little more subdued because of the system that it was on, it feels like another genuine attempt at a straightforward Metal Gear title. The biggest feature of Ghost Babel that was so impressive for the time was the multiplayer function. This could be set up by connecting 2 Game Boys with link cables. You could then battle your friends in one-on-one matches. This was absolutely insane for the time and was actually the first example of multiplayer that the series ever had. I couldn't actually play that versus mode for this review because I emulated this game and I don't have a Game Boy Color just laying around. But it was a pretty large feature to throw in the game, adding a whole mode for people to toy around with. That's sort of the general theme of Ghost Babel, is that there's just so much here that wasn't really necessary. This could have just been a small, easy throwaway port. But just as with the titles we've already talked about in the series, everyone on the team genuinely cared about the project and wanted to make it the best that it could be. At the start of the game, our goal is to head to the fortress, but things start to get pretty sticky when we're told that the Delta Force we're supposed to rendezvous with have been wiped out. One person has managed to survive, Chris Jenner, a woman who is now a part of our team on the inside. She gives us some pretty good information in the form of mostly bad news. Metal Gear is almost fully assembled, the leader of the mercs we're about to face is named Black Arts Viper, and that we're going to have to enter a drainage system to get inside. When we enter the system, we need to get inside Galuad and find Chris, who has disguised herself as an enemy soldier. I mean, we know the drill at this point. We've done this in MG2, we've done this in MGS, and we're about to do it again in Ghost Babel. Once we meet up with her, she tells us that the lead engineer on the Metal Gear team is named James Harks, or Jimmy the Wizard. He happens to be located in the barracks to the north of this building. At the same time, Chris gives us our introduction to the mercs, almost in the same way that Campbell does at the beginning of MGS. A full cast of characters on display here, our villains laid out before us in a clear path. Slasher Hawk, who uses a boomerang as his signature weapon, Marionette Owl, an expert assassin and master of nocturnal combat, Pyro Bison, who reminds me quite a lot of the cryptic nature of Vulcan Raven with the descriptor, practices his own scorched earth tactics with a massive flamethrower, and finally, their leader, Black Arts Viper. The group themselves are former US forces, and they appeared about 2 years ago. From here, we have to follow Chris through the facility to find our way out. She decides to head to the power plant, and we head to the barracks to find Jimmy. On the way, we meet the first of our villains in this entry, Slasher Hawk. We have to dodge his quick and long-range boomerang attacks. He even sends his hawk after us. After we defeat him, in true Metal Gear Solid fashion, he tells us about himself. In this way, Ghost Babel is very similar to MGS. Each villain we defeat gives us their final words, and in this way, we piece together the story, but we also gain empathy for the villains. But Ghost Babel sets itself apart by being a bit darker and a bit more emotional than MGS. And these are subtle differences, but it works to make the game feel like its own. Easily the most memorable part of this game for me was its characters. Slasher Hawk's story is that he grew up in Australia, living with the Aborigines. He was eventually abandoned by his parents, and his new adopted parents took him in. His entire life was just trying to fit in with people around him, trying hard to learn their customs and culture, but he was never accepted. This state of mind left fertile ground for him to be swept up by Viper. The man actually took him in and accepted him, something that he had never felt before, but had always wanted. Before Hawk dies, he tells Snake that Viper will get revenge for his death. His bird carries his spirit away, and he's gone. With Hawk out of our way, we find Jimmy in the barracks. He actually turns out to be a young kid, a genius prodigy of engineering. We have to blow the wall into his cell to get him out. With this, he gives us a lot more information on the new Metal Gear. The weapon has been assembled, which means that they are closer and closer to launching a nuke. Metal Gear was originally brought to South America to do nuclear tests. Parker, the chief of army staff, is a big fan of the project, and so it didn't matter what happened, they got all the funding that was needed. There's also something behind Metal Gear as well, something called Project Babel, but Jimmy doesn't know what it is. Jimmy plays the role of Otacon here. He's the nerdy engineer that knows a lot about Metal Gear and helps us with it, but he definitely isn't the same character as Otacon. He's very vocal, annoying, and kind of bratty, but this is to be expected. He's a young kid that's somehow stumbled into developing incredibly powerful weapons for nations to use. Unlike Otacon, he knows about their use, but he doesn't really seem to care. He's far too young to understand the consequences of his actions. While Snake and Jimmy chat, the power is cut. We learn that the team is trying to draw power from the facility to start up Metal Gear, and this has caused a massive outage. We have to navigate the facility in the dark, and we leave Jimmy in the care of Chris. This leads to some particularly funny calls where Chris basically says that she hates taking care of him. This leads us into a massive level where we have to navigate these conveyors to get to different rooms. This takes the incredibly small idea from the first two Metal Gear games where we would get in a box and convince the guards that we were just a piece of cargo to get inside a building or move around, and wraps that idea into an entire level. We have to collect colored boxes to hide in, and switching to different colors will determine which paths the machines send us on. I really like this level because there's just so much hidden here, so many different areas to search. It does require a ton of experimenting and finding different paths, but it's really well done. At the end of this sequence, we come across our second boss battle, Marionette Owl. Owl has two dolls that support him, Kohal and Osan, figures that are endowed with spirits. This fight is done in the dark because Owl is a master of nocturnal combat, but we can use thermal goggles to offset this a bit. It doesn't really matter because we get blasted by flash grenades, so we just have to spray and pray for the most part. Once Owl is defeated, he tells us that when he was 12, his friend Laura was murdered by a serial killer. Finding her body eventually caused him to snap and become a killer himself. He got lost in the madness, but this once again created fertile soil for Viper to implant his ideals. He took Owl in and gave him a way to satiate his madness. Owl says that Black Chamber, the group that these mercs are a part of, were betrayed by Foxhound 2 years ago, something Snake knows nothing about. Viper lost his arm, and he's vowed revenge on them ever since. Metal Gear has now entered its launch phase. We try to head to the facility where it's being kept, but Viper blasts Snake back with helicopter and artillery fire. They've already launched a nuke. Apparently they targeted the US at a nuclear testing facility, so no casualties, but the US still needs a cover story. At this point, we intercept a transmission that was sent to the US from the General, the head of this whole resistance. He wants the US to withdraw their troops from Gindra, but the US doesn't plan on negotiating with terrorists. Our only option now is to destroy the power plant. If Snake can remove the power source from Metal Gear, it won't be able to function. At this point, Chris and Jimmy are captured, but we're forced to go after the power plant anyways because it's the more important objective. We have to target different structural beams throughout the power plant, destroying them with C4. Snake ends up having to escape the burning and exploding facility. Before we do all this though, we have to fight Pyro Bison, our third boss. There is a big change made to the character of Snake here that I just want to quickly point out. It's been pretty clear for the whole game that Snake doesn't want or really even like the name Legend. This game carries the idea that Snake has now become an idea that's bigger than himself. Because of his heroic actions, he's recognized as an icon, but he doesn't view it this way. He constantly makes points that push down that notoriety. He's almost ashamed of what he's done. This is no clearer than in the Pyro Bison fight, when the man affirms this feeling to Snake, referring to him not as a legend, but a sinner. This change is interesting, because Snake was never fond of his hero status, but in this entry it almost feels like shame or regret, as if what he's actively doing is something that he can't face. His head is turned away from the action to separate himself from it. Bison is one of the more difficult fights in the game as he attacks us with all manner of flame shots, pillars of fire, pools of heat, etc. When we defeat him, he gives us a lot more background on Black Chamber. They were created out of the shadow of Foxhound. Since Foxhound had become legends in the wake of Outer Heaven, the government needed a group of mercenaries that were truly in the dark. They were doing the dirty work, so to speak. Bison once again chastises Snake, specifically referencing how many people Snake has killed in this specific game. He also drops the little golden nugget that one of the Black Chamber has already infiltrated their ranks. Bison then dies exactly the way that he wants to, engulfed in flame. Once the power plant is destroyed, so is the artillery, preventing us from heading north. The General then sends another message, ensuring the US that Metal Gear can still be launched without power to its railgun. They've already prepared for this. We end up finding Jimmy. He's facing a crisis of conscience. He was saved by a soldier who survived from Delta Force. He told Jimmy that Chris wasn't there when the team was ambushed, but Jimmy is starting to be faced with what he's done, and he hates himself for it. The fact that he's created a weapon that will kill a lot of people is too much burden to carry. Snake tries to bring him out of this, telling him that he can always start over, and it almost feels like Snake is talking to himself here. Unfortunately, this tender moment is cut short as Jimmy's handcuffs explode and he's killed. Viper did this on purpose, right in front of Snake. At this point, the team has fully begun to suspect that Chris is the traitor in their ranks. She hasn't answered her codec, and a woman is flying the next helicopter that we have to fight, and she looks quite similar to Chris. When we take the helicopter down, we realize it's actually a woman named Sophie Nadram, the second in command to the General. She was sort of born to be a rebel. She was born to a Gindran mother and a British father, but her dad left immediately and wanted nothing to do with her. Her mother ended up dying to government soldiers, so she joined the GLF. She went to school in Britain and brought back skills with her that could help her country. She sided with the General because she felt he was a future for her people. In the end, Snake spares her, and we can finally get to Metal Gear, what this has all been about. When we get inside the base, we're face to face with Black Viper. He has Chris captured. He decides to give us his cliché villain, explain everything before we fight speech. Black Chamber was sent in to recover a Metal Gear 2 years ago. They destroyed it, but pretty soon the government became worried about them. They didn't want Metal Gear's existence to go public, so they sent Foxhound in to take them out. An anonymous individual ordered the destruction of the group and the surviving members, most of which are dead at this point, vowed to get vengeance. We fight Viper in a field of lasers that we have to navigate, and when we win, he escapes. Chris admits that she was here to destroy evidence of Project Babel and to take out the General. She believed that she was doing good, but because of her honesty, Snake gives her a pass. When we head below, Metal Gear is revealed, and the General is piloting the weapon. We fight him twice, once while avoiding and trying to destroy its legs, and then dealing with its weapons one by one. After the fight, the General tells Snake that Outer Heaven was backed by the US. Big Boss had become a loose cannon, and they sent Snake in to deal with him. The US was also backing the GLF the whole time. They were trying to orchestrate events to create hostility between nations and alliances. With this climate of dissent, they were allowed to keep their forces there to force control. Project Babel was really about establishing the US as the only superpower in the world. The proof of all this deception is on a disc that the General gives to Snake. After this, Viper returns, revealing that actually he was behind everything, and the General was just a means to an end. Viper reveals that the Colonel was in charge of Foxhound when they attacked Black Chamber, and once again Roy Campbell plays dumb. McBride, the CIA man, is the mole in our camp. But at the end of the day, it's a Metal Gear game, and there's really only one way that this can end. We fist fight Viper to finish things off. After he's defeated, Sophie decides to stay here to rebuild Gindra properly. Snake escapes with Chris, and McBride is taken down for being a mole. Weasel also reveals he's a mole, but that he likes the team too much to kill them, and Campbell wasn't really the bad guy because he was being blackmailed into taking out Black Chamber. The story ends with Snake heading off to return to the US. He wants answers, and he wants truth from the people that did this, and Chris will wait for him in the meantime. Obviously, we would never see that story because this was a one-off entry in the series, but Ghost Babel for the most part succeeds at what it set out to do. It's a very good mobile version of Metal Gear, one that appeals to the traveling man, the busy man, the man on the go. But it also manages to create an identity of its own, moving past just being a port of a larger title, and becoming its own entry in the series. I do think it suffers just slightly from some of the hiccups of being more lumped into the Metal Gear entries rather than Metal Gear Solid. It just felt like there was sort of a natural progression of increased technology for the series, and don't get me wrong, I love the idea of going back in a way, but it also leaves a little bit to be desired. The attention to detail is there though, and the team even created a little radio play that's hidden in the game's codec, only accessible during the second playthrough. Ghost Babel was a critical success and would go down as one of the best games released on the Game Boy Color. It certainly was a fun detour, a powerful what-if scenario. But like I said before, the PlayStation 2 was now on the horizon, and now that Metal Gear Solid had become a smash hit for players everywhere, they were begging for another entry in the series. With the arrival of the Sony PlayStation 2, games were once again lurching forward into a new generation. Fidelity was increased, processing power was at an all-time high. We could finally realize worlds, but not just worlds where we could do tiny little things, like get in boxes again and sneak around secret military facilities. The idea of a sequel to Metal Gear Solid was a no-brainer. The first game in this new official series was a giant success. It was one of the most successful games on the PlayStation, so it only made sense that Konami, Kojima, and the team go back for some more. And this time, just about everyone was back. Kojima returned as the director, obviously, making it a true Hideo Kojima game. Yoshikazu Matsuhana, who was the assistant director on the first game, returned in the same role. Motoyuki Yoshioka was returning as producer. Tomokazu Fukushima returned as assistant writer. Yoji Shinkawa was back to character design and art directing. Even Motosada Mori was back as the military advisor. They were even, once again, constructing environments with Legos to plan little things out. The gang was back, and they were ready to go. There actually was an idea originally to create Metal Gear Solid 3 instead of MGS2. This was outlined in the Metal Gear Solid 2 Grand Game Plan document that Kojima created. And this document honestly gives us a ton of insight into the original ideas that were had for Metal Gear Solid 2. One of the biggest things that I took from this document was that the team wanted to introduce new ideas to the game without getting rid of the things that worked the first time around. We will try to implement a multi-layered content structure that entices both players who have played MGS1 and those who have not. However, we will not blatantly ignore the core players we acquired with MGS1 just to try to increase our player base and sales. This is incredibly refreshing, and I've talked about this before when looking at older video games. This design philosophy seems to be completely removed from the modern AAA gaming landscape, where now the idea seems to be to cast as wide of a net as possible to try and increase sales above all else, rather than maintaining the original fan base. And the document actually goes to great lengths to explain how the team would go about doing this, the difference in approach between appealing to new players and appealing to old ones. Large emphasis was also put on not shooting for realistic or cinematic visuals, but deliberately lowering the quality of the visuals and using the extra processing power to create mechanics that would impress instead. This was a way to set the game apart from what Kojima imagined other studios would be doing. With other teams chasing incredible realism, they could stick to solid graphics that would instill increased fidelity from the last generation, but also make new mechanics that made the world feel more real, feeling over fidelity. Reveals were done at E3, but the team really wanted to keep a lot of MGS2 hidden from the public because they had a lot of big reveals in plan for this entry in the series. In some ways, it was meant to be the same as MGS1, but also in every way, it was meant to be wildly different. Because of those big spoilers and reveals, I'd like to get into talking about the game a bit first before we talk about development. Just like with MGS and almost every other game in the series, there are a bunch of different versions of MGS2. The game itself was actually released on November 13th, 2001 in North America, 2 weeks before its release in Japan. This was actually pretty big for the series, and this was done because the game was such a large hit in America. In 2002, the game was then re-released with a version called Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. I should note that the Substance name comes from the singles compilation album of the same name by Joy Division. Joy Division is one of Kojima's favorite bands. This version of the game added the VR missions, the Snake Tales side stories, and a skateboarding minigame, among a few other small changes to the main game. The Substance version was then re-released under the Metal Gear Solid HD collection on the PlayStation 3, and this is probably the easiest and best way to play the game in my opinion. This was also the way that I played the game for this review, though I did also emulate the original version of the game, and the Legacy Collection version was my preferred way to play it. Metal Gear Solid 2 begins with Snake's voiceover, narrating and setting the scene. 2 years ago, they found intel on where a new Metal Gear was being transported. We then see a man walking along a bridge in the rain. This scene is a long, drawn-out reveal that eventually shows us Snake jumping down onto a transport barge in the rain. It's excessive, it's dramatic, it's kind of moody, and it's exactly the return to Metal Gear that anyone would want. Kojima himself stated that this sequence was meant to be an intense reveal. It was meant to sort of toy with the fans and keep them wondering whether the man in the raincoat is really Snake or not. And it works in that respect. I mean, it's sort of difficult to remove yourself at this point and wonder whether it is Snake when you already know that it is, but it does just work as a great intro action sequence. It very much parallels a lot of action movies from the 80s and 90s, especially the sequels that reintroduced their characters. Bringing that familiar face back for a second time should bring people out of their seats. From here, we see Ocelot watching Snake through binoculars. Otacon calls Snake over the codec, and we get our first appearance of the famous
Kept you waiting, huh?
Unfortunately, Snake's stealth camo is busted, so this is just turned into a good old-fashioned stealth mission. Otacon will be our only codec assistant throughout this mission. Mei Ling is working for the Army SSCEN and was actually stealing equipment from them for Snake and Otacon, but Otacon told her to quit. Naomi also obviously isn't involved because she was arrested for treason. At this point, things have moved a lot since we saw Snake and Otacon in MGS. Ocelot ended up selling the technical specs of Metal Gear on the black market. This created a world where every state now has its own Metal Gear, a sort of cold war between all countries, leading them to need a weapon to protect themselves from other ones. If everyone has it, why don't we? The data on the new Metal Gear that Snake and Otacon are tracking is an amphibious anti-Metal Gear. It happens to be under the jurisdiction of the Marines. The mission here isn't to destroy the Metal Gear, but to get photographic evidence of its existence. Since Snake and Otacon have almost no information on this prototype, they need to figure out exactly what it's capable of and how close to completion it is. Snake and Otacon are also not working with the government anymore, which is why Campbell isn't here. They've created their own organization called Philanthropy. Though they're still on the fringe, they are recognized by the UN. This puts them in sort of a weird spot because they are technically legal, but not exactly. They're sort of a gray operation, somewhere in the in-between. Otacon has received the information that we're using by hacking into the CIA. Snake is still wary of all of this because it could be a trap in the end, and things are certainly fishy as Russians begin to arrive and kill the Marines on board, and Kasatka helicopters are flying above. As you can see, this is a far cry from where we began in MGS. There, Snake was officially working with the US government. Sure, in the end, he was a pawn, but he was part of an officially recognized team. Now he's sort of moved off the grid. He's only working with Otacon, the man that he met during the Shadow Moses incident. The Colonel is nowhere to be found, and their information isn't even necessarily certain, though we trust that we're in good hands. We're in Snake's hands and Otacon's hands. These are the good guys. They were the good guys when we met them in the first game, and they're still the good guys now, right? Snake's first goal is to move into the tanker and attempt to find the bridge. The crew is dead when we arrive, but the ship's location tells us that it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and we find out that the Marine Corps was working on this project alone. Snake sees a Russian woman on the deck. She's speaking over the radio to someone. The man tells her that Shalashaska has landed. The Russians have taken over the ship and placed explosives. We find out that she's talking to her father, Sergei Gorlukovich. The Russians plan to scuttle the tanker once they find out what they're looking for. This woman, Olga, wants to stay on the mission, and her father wants her to leave because she's pregnant. Of course, Snake confronts her after the call. She says that they are nomads and wanderers. Snake says that he is a nomad as well. This is once again an example of Snake relating to the enemy, a theme that will be even more present in this entry than it was in the last. Olga tries to use a trick knife to shoot Snake, and we have to do battle with her.
Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
This is our first boss battle of the game, but we actually don't have a real pistol yet. We start the mission equipped with an M9, tranquilizer bullets only. We can shoot Olga once she pops out from cover, and eventually once she's full of enough tranq, she'll pass out. There's a lot of little things we can do here in this battle though, like targeting the hooks on the tarp to get her out of cover, or shooting out the light that she tries to point in our face. This is a massive step up for MGS2. It's general attention to detail. Most of the little tricks and secrets in MGS2 are pretty well known at this point, so I won't be going over every single one in this video, and I don't even really think that's within the scope of what I'm trying to do here, but there's a lot that can be done, and you can tell that the team was aiming for a game and a system that allowed you to find neat little tricks that either decreased the difficulty of dealing with enemies, or just rewarded the player with a funny little piece of content. There was no shortage of secrets in MGS, but MGS2 just bumps all of these things up to 11. And the examples I've used from the Olga fight aren't even really secrets, they're just part of the battle, but they feel like secrets. A lot of the appeal of this generation of Metal Gear games is the experience of playing the game, having an idea, trying it out, and being surprised when it actually works. This encourages creative approach, and while I think other games in the series would lean much farther into this sandbox style of design, MGS2 feels like a great balance of a linear narrative with a breadth of possibilities and variables in how you approach, or are forced to approach, situations. In the end, it's creative design that forces creative solutions from the player. Creativity from the developer encourages that same creativity from the user. Like I said though, a lot of the gameplay hasn't really changed. One of the biggest changes was actually the introduction of the first-person aiming mode. This revolutionized the series and would become a staple of how people play MGS games. MGS did not have this, the Twin Snakes version of the game did, but that was released post MGS2. This game introduced that style, and it can't be undersold. It changes so much in how you approach situations, how you take on enemies, how you manage your way through a ship full of guards and cameras. And honestly, this is probably a good time to talk about the tanker overall. Now, if you know anything about MGS2, you'll know that the game is split into two parts, the tanker and the plant. The tanker is the first part, and it's admittedly very short. There are a ton of little secrets to be found in just this chapter, but it can basically be completed in about an hour or two. The things we actually have to do are pretty straightforward, but there's a whole world here by itself. The upper levels, the outer deck, the below levels, there's so much here crammed into one little area. The tanker creates a really good ambiance. The fog that permeates the level creates an almost eerie feeling. Stalking the narrow, claustrophobic halls of the ship feels like something is waiting for you around the corner. The weather, the levels, the time of day, all of this affects the feeling that you get when you actually walk the tanker as Snake. Once we defeat Olga, we take her pistol, and now we actually have something lethal but unsuppressed. Snake gets a call from Otacon, who has identified Gurlukovich, Olga's father. He was the man that Otacon meant to meet with after the Shadow Moses incident. Snake is then seen by an army cipher, a small aerial machine that seems to be watching our main character. This really complicates things, as Snake already notes. We initially infiltrated a marine vessel, then the Russians showed up, and now we see an army presence. Snake even notes this himself, that things are getting convoluted, because it isn't just us against the bad guys anymore. To be honest, we don't even know who the bad guys are right now. Maybe the Russians are probably the worst party involved, but we don't really know what's going on right now, and that all furthers the mystery of MGS2. This is something that will become the main blood flow of the entire game, the mystery behind what's going on. And a lot of that mystery comes from the lack of information, but also the diverse parties that are involved in the conflicts ahead. We almost never have any idea of who's actually involved, who the actual bad guys or good guys are, or even who we're working for. The game purposefully muddies the waters so that the mystery it presents is stronger. Otacon then drops a massive bomb on us that the information he received was not originally from hacking into the CIA. It came from an anonymous tip, someone named EE. This is the nickname that Hal used to refer to his stepsister, one that he doesn't speak to anymore, but only they knew about this, so the information had to have some credence. He ended up hacking into the Pentagon to confirm the information. Once again, the situation has gotten even muddier, and we can't even be sure if we're here for a reason, or who sent us here in the first place. Snake is then sent down into the hold. We have to make our way into the lower decks, where we find a figure of Vulcan Raven and a body in a locker nearby. When we eventually arrive at a place that's armed with lasers and explosives, we have to shoot out the little control units that make the explosives work. We have to use the pistol that we got from Olga, and if we get here before we get that pistol, we won't be able to shoot out the units with our wimpy little tranquilizer gun. We then see some soldiers sealing a hatch and calling Gurlukovich. They must complete the preparations for their mystery plan before the speech ends, and they're also directed to keep Olga safe. We're then tasked with fighting these soldiers off, destroying them wave by wave, and Snake heads in through the hatch. Ocelot then arrives and kills a soldier that saw us go inside. Ocelot is the one they call Shalashaska. The revolver-wielding Enigma is back, one of the only members of the terrorist team to survive the Shadow Moses incident. When we get inside, we see the Marines being given a presentation by Dolph, the sergeant of this whole unit. Our goal is to get pictures of the Metal Gear in the next room, but Otacon tells us that someone has been listening in on our communications, but they haven't been interfering. We have 7 minutes to make our way around these rooms, avoiding the soldiers that are watching the screens ahead, but also avoiding the projectors. This, in some ways, feels like a throwback to MG2, avoiding the soldiers by distracting them with music or weaving through large amounts of enemy dummies. It's also incredibly intense. If we're spotted, then it's game over. In most cases, if we get spotted by an enemy, we at least have the opportunity to get away. When we finally get to see the new Metal Gear Ray, we have to get 4 shots of it. 3 from various angles on the front, and 1 specifically of the Marines logo on the weapon. When we get these pictures and transmit them to Otacon, Ocelot shows up, interrupting the presentation. Gurlukovich shows up pretty soon after. He claims to want the resurgence of Russia, the rise of his motherland. That's what he plans to use the weapon for. Ocelot then decides to reveal that he's been double-crossing the Russian. He actually wants to return the Metal Gear to a mysterious group called the Patriots. Dolph refers to them under a different name.
The Lale Lule Lo.
The Lale Lule Lo. Ocelot then kills both the commander and Sergei. He holds off the onslaught of soldiers trying to stop him and blows the explosives located on the ship. Before he can get into Metal Gear, Snake steps in, ready to stop this old foe that he's crossed paths with before. Snake's appearance causes something to change in Ocelot, though. If you notice, Ocelot has a new arm, a replacement for the one that Gray Fox severed in the first game. This arm, though, seems to take over him, and it causes the consciousness of Liquid Snake to come out. That's because it's Liquid's arm, and somehow his mind or state of being is still in there. Ocelot gets past this, though, piloting the Ray and destroying the tanker in the process. He then talks to the president once again, the same man that he was speaking to in the post-credits scene of MGS. Now, Metal Gear Solid had some pretty wacky moments. It wasn't exactly the most grounded game in the world, but Metal Gear Solid 2 is where things really start to go off the deep end. And honestly, I love it. The over-the-top narrative and insane story elements are really one of the best parts of the series. Most of the series is known for this style. It's become a meme at this point. The fact that people don't really understand the story of Metal Gear is just kind of accepted. And that isn't because it's convoluted beyond all belief. Well, actually, it kind of is. But it's also because the story is more about the effect and the meaning of this big, grand idea rather than the consequences or origins of those ideas alone. For example, Liquid surviving through his own arm isn't necessarily about the implications of consciousness in the Metal Gear world, and it definitely isn't about asking the question, how does that happen? But it's more about what happens when that thing does happen. It's about the opportunities for the story and the characters involved. Liquid has now managed to survive past his half-life, live through the Fox die, through the Shadow Moses incident, come out the other side and persevere, maybe to take revenge on his brother, maybe to finally overcome what he thinks are the genes holding him back, maybe some other mystery motivation that we're unaware of. In the last video, I talked a lot about how Metal Gear Solid's story rides the line between fun and substance. The game freely allows you to sink into its world and enjoy it in whichever way that you wish. This mostly applies to the entire series, but Metal Gear Solid 2 puts interest at the forefront. It consistently chooses both the most interesting option, but also the coolest option. Sometimes those two things don't overlap, but it manages to make the game cool in the way that a big blockbuster action movie is. while also being so over the top you can't really ever believe your eyes. Also, the idea that things might be so crazy and so unrealistic that we might start to mistrust the world around us is an idea that will come back towards the end of the game. But with that, we should probably talk about the next and longest section of the game, the plant. This chapter begins with a quote, one from the Smithsonian Museum, a specific exhibition titled Information Age: People, Information, and Technology. Scientists had to make thousands of calculations to create the atomic bomb and determine its effects. Computers and atomic bombs, both products of World War II, grew up together. This clearly sets the tone for the game, its story, and foreshadows a lot of the heavy themes that it will be dealing with. The Colonel is now telling Snake about the tanker sinking that we just saw, but it's 2 years later. This person is being called Snake, but they clearly aren't, as the voice sounds a lot different, but we'll get to that in a second.
What are their demands? $30 billion. $30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
The cover story for the tanker sinking was that terrorists blew a hole in an oil tanker, and that a massive cleanup facility had to be put in its place. This was meant to reduce the environmental impact on the spilled oil. Obviously, we, as the player, know that this is partly bullshit. The Big Shell has been taken over by a group called Dead Cell. They were formerly an anti-terrorist training squad. They've demanded a ransom of $30 billion, which is just a comically large amount of money. They currently have 2 high-profile hostages, a VIP from a conservation group, and James Johnson, the President of the United States. If the terrorists blow up the Big Shell, this will ignite the oil in the water, blow up the Manhattan harbor, and release tons of incredibly harmful toxins that will effectively destroy the ecosystem in the bay. Our 2 main objectives are to rescue the hostages and to ensure that the terrorists don't have the means to blow up the Big Shell. This new Snake character is part of Foxhound, but SEAL Team 10 is also present here. We can't make them aware of our mission or presence. Snake's name is quickly changed to Raiden for this mission because, well, he really isn't Snake, and it would get pretty confusing pretty quickly. This man is named Jack, and he's sort of Snake's replacement in this entry, as Snake was assumingly on the tanker when it went down. At this point, he's been presumed dead, and officially on the record, they found his body. So instead of playing Snake, we'll be playing Raiden. Now, this was a pretty massive controversy at the time. A lot of fans absolutely did not like having to play Raiden instead of the fan favorite Solid Snake. There were many reasons for this, but it's a deep issue, so let's get to the root of it. First was the idea of a bait and switch. When MGS2 was shown off at E3, they really only showed the tanker section. Raiden was completely kept hidden from the public. This was honestly probably a smart idea on the part of the team, because if most people knew you wouldn't be playing Snake for a majority of the game, they probably wouldn't have had the same sales as Metal Gear Solid. Snake himself had not only become a hero in the world of Metal Gear for his legendary actions in Outer Heaven, Zanzibar, and Shadow Moses, but in the real world. Fans viewed Snake as the cool, stylish, and brooding protagonist that they wanted. He was gaming's biggest action hero, and playing as him was a big draw. When players got their hands on MGS2 and then played him for a couple of hours before being swapped to playing some random dude, it's safe to say they were a little mad. A lot of this just comes from feeling like they were misled, and honestly, they kind of were, but there was a reason they were being misled. Playing as Raiden, removing the ability to play as Snake from the player, these are things that tie into the overall narrative and themes of the game. This is again something we'll get to towards the end of this video, but if you just started playing the game or maybe never finished it, it would be understandable that you'd be upset. The second reason was how people perceived Raiden. At the time, there was definitely the perception that Raiden was kind of girly. This is even referenced by Shinkawa in the behind-the-scenes documentary that was made for MGS2. This is in due part to the design of his face, his long white hair, and the juxtaposition between him and Snake. When you look at Snake, You see a man's man. He's rugged, cool, mostly silent, doesn't talk about his problems, just charges headfirst in and tries to help. He even smokes cigarettes. He's the archetype of an action hero, characters that were mostly created out of the pure form and idea of rugged manliness. Raiden is kind of the opposite. He's clean-shaven, has long white hair, kind of has a high-pitched voice. The immediate comparison that enters your mind when you begin playing as him is that of Snake, because you can't help but compare him to the only other main character in this series so far. This makes him seem a lot more girly in comparison. And the final reason that people seem to hate Raiden so much at the time was his personality. Raiden is a soldier that has been trained using VR simulations. He's never actually seen the field before. Many people will confront him about this through the course of our mission, often with worry in their voice at the thought that this is technically his first real mission.
Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
He will argue, though, that VR is very lifelike and that there's no difference between that and real combat. And this comes off as naive. Sometimes he can even be a little whiny. And all of these things, the bait and switch, the comparison with Snake's design, and even his personality all have reasons for being here. They are valid in the context of MGS2, its themes, its messages. It's all important, and those themes wouldn't hit nearly as hard if we were playing as Snake. It's just the nature of the story that Kojima designed. Kojima himself says the reason Raiden was included was so that they could distance the player from Snake. Getting away from Snake allows the game to deal with different things, tell different stories, and provoke new emotions. I personally really like Raiden as a character. He plays the role that he was meant to play in this story, and he's something we'll come back to a lot as we progress through this game. And public discourse around his character and MGS2 as a whole has changed a lot throughout the years. He's definitely not hated as much now as he was back then. As Raiden enters the facility, he can see that someone else has already taken this method of approach. Raiden's been outfitted with something called the Skull Suit, a piece of sneaking equipment with biofeedback, blood loss data, and sensor smart skin. We need to head up top in the big shell to get this intrusion mission going. Before we do that though, we're introduced to a new feature called nodes.
A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd, node.
Oh.
Since we don't naturally have access to the map data of the areas that we'll be traveling through, we need to collect that data from pieces of machinery called nodes. These are located in each of the areas throughout the big shell. Once we get the data from the node, it'll become much easier to get around guards and traverse the area. Some specific areas are a massive pain in the ass to get around without being seen when you don't have the radar yet. I'm looking at you, Strut F Warehouse. Before we move on, we should quickly talk about the big shell itself. The whole base is made up of two large platforms called shells. We begin on shell 1. Each shell is made up of multiple rooms connected by bridges that form a large hexagon. In turn, both shells are connected by one long bridge. Each room on the outside is referred to as a strut, and they all have names: strut A, B, C, so on and so forth. So at any given time, if a character tells us to rush to strut H or C, we can immediately know where we're going as we now have access to a larger map. Each of the struts also have cores located at the center with multiple floors and levels. The whole thing has a very cold design, its main color being this orange-yellow, kind of feels like rust or hazard warnings. It's chemical in aesthetic, but also in feeling. It's the same aura as a yellow mop bucket with a slip sign or a reflective vest on a construction worker. Industrial. This is by design, and I think the shell was meant to be sort of icy in a way. It feels very foreign to the environments that we saw before, and that doesn't mean that some environments through the plant will not vary, because they will change along with certain story elements. But for the most part, it's a stark contrast to invading Shadow Moses at night. The dark light, the snowfall, the gray and green color palette, The island felt kind of homey in a particular way. It almost didn't feel real. The plant feels a lot more like real life, like something you might see in the world rather than in an action film. As Raiden advances through the plant, he quickly learns that there are Gurlukovich soldiers here. If you recognize that name, it's because Sergei Gurlukovich and his daughter were part of the Tanker chapter. Since Sergei's death, they have become soldiers without a home. We're then introduced to really the only other support member of our team, who is named Rose. Rose happens to be Jack's girlfriend, and she's here to assist us with saves.
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden does not want her to be here at all. He thinks the conflict is incredibly inappropriate and that she doesn't have a place here. But the original analyst was in an accident, so she was the only one available. Rose is also here to make sure Raiden is safe and is keeping a record of every codec conversation that Raiden has. Rose also makes a point to ask Raiden if he knows what day it is tomorrow. He doesn't think it's anything important, but obviously she does, and she won't tell him until he figures it out. To get to the upper levels of the Big Shell, we have to head up an elevator. We're forced to hide from guards until the elevator arrives, which is almost eerily like the first sequence in MGS. This is the moment at which Raiden takes his mask off and he is fully revealed to the player. The moment at which the player also realizes that they are not playing Snake, at least officially. As we reach the roof of Strut A, we are updated on the situation at hand. The terrorists on board the Big Shell have taken to calling themselves the Sons of Liberty, and they are being led by Solid Snake himself. The Colonel doesn't believe it could be the same Solid Snake, as he died during the Tanker incident. The President, the most important hostage we need to rescue, has been spotted at Strut B. We patch into SEAL Team 10's comms to hear that they do have the President in tow, but they are ambushed and killed. We then have to head to Strut B ourselves. Raiden arrives to find the bodies of dead SEALs everywhere. We see a man here named Vamp. Vamp is, well, he's a vampire. I know that sounds a bit crazy, like we just took things up about 5 notches all at once, and we kind of did, but just strap in because it gets wilder. Vamp is currently killing the SEAL team, but Vamp is pulled away by a woman. Raiden ends up meeting one of the SEALs. His name is Iroquois Pliskin, and he looks a bit familiar, doesn't he? I'm not sure if this was exactly a reveal at the time. I couldn't find many people's reaction to this scene. I'm not sure whether people knew this was Snake right away, but I mean, obviously this is Snake. I guess maybe if you were playing MGS2 for the first time, you might be questioning it a little bit, thinking that it's possibly some sort of clone twin or something, but this is in fact Solid Snake. I'll just reveal it here, but he did survive the Tanker incident, and he's snuck into the Big Shell, working with his own motives and reasons for being here. Obviously, this probably fueled the Raiden hatred a little more as well, because Snake is right here. People most likely felt that they could have reasonably played Snake within this story because, well, he's already in it. But again, there are reasons for this that we'll get to in due time. Pliskin asks Raiden if he's in Foxhound and is surprised that the unit isn't abandoned yet. We get a bit more of Raiden's background here as well, as he defends his VR training and its realism.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden then checks in with the Colonel. He tells him about the President and the fate of SEAL Team 10. Pliskin is going to have to stay back to recover, but he can still give us some vital information, especially on the vampire that we just saw. He's Romanian, and Snake describes him as a wizard with knives. He says that the group he's a part of, Dead Cell, was an anti-terrorist unit, but their leader died in prison and the group began to unravel. They started going after allies to the US and civilians. 6 months ago, they were obliterated, and now there's only 3 of them left. One large contrast that MGS2 has on the first game is that it doesn't introduce us to the cast of villains right from the get-go. In MGS, we're introduced to Foxhound right away. Each member is basically laid out for us. We have the intel on these characters, and we're allowed to sort of build them up in our mind before we can meet them. Here, that's not the case. We're slowly introduced to the villains over the course of the story. We'll see Vamp many more times before we actually face him. This definitely fits the story of Metal Gear Solid 2 much better. It adds to the mystery of MGS2 a lot, and again, it makes us question just about everything with the narrative. Kojima stated that he wanted to introduce a lot of different parties in the game to make the player question who was actually good and who was bad. This works for the most part because we don't really know who is who. It also makes Raiden feel more clueless. He doesn't know what's going on, which is even more important. Throughout the story, he'll receive critical information from people that aren't the Colonel or his support team. This sows more distrust with Raiden's superiors, which will be very important as the story reaches its final chapters. As we head outside, we see a woman called Fortune, another one of the Dead Cell members. She's begging to be shot, but none of the shots fired at her actually hit. Vamp ends up taking the president away, and she blows up the bridge to the Shell 1 core.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
We now have a new objective. There's C4 all over the big shell, and it seems like the terrorists are planning to take the whole thing out. We have to disable the explosives with the help of an explosives professional located on Strut C. The professional's name is Peter Stillman, and he's a legend in the bomb disposal world. He ended up retiring after a failed bomb disposal in a church, but he's back to help us out here. Primarily because the man that placed the bombs and the third member of Dead Cell is his student, Fat Man. He's referred to as the Emperor of Explosives. They had a really deep relationship, and Stillman felt like he was training his own son.
I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one.
Stillman knows what Fat Man's signature is, though. He leaves a cologne scent on each of the bombs that he places. It's like a calling card. We have a sensor that will let us detect where the bombs are placed. Pliskin decides to head over to Shell 2, while we take care of Shell 1. There are 6 bombs on each shell, 1 on each of the struts. Stillman is going to stay back and give out instructions, even though he wants to get out there and help. He's missing a leg and will be too slow to move out there. As Pliskin leaves, Stillman notes that the things he says don't necessarily line up. He said 2 things, Semper Fi and Who Dares Win. One is a SEAL motto, and the other is something that the British Special Air Service state. He doesn't quite think he's an enemy, but he certainly isn't who he says he is. It's Snake, guys. He's Solid Snake. It's a solid snake. Stillman has some pretty great quotes here about bomb disposal and not just viewing it as an ideology.
Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
When we find the first bomb in the women's bathroom of the same strut, Stillman notes that the bomb placements are unexpected. They're not on any place with structural importance. This starts to become a trend as we find each of the bombs. With all of the explosive devices, we must aim the coolant spray at them and freeze them until they turn off. As we go to each of the struts, we get a call from Rose, who chooses the worst time possible to work through her relationship problems with Raiden, and an anonymous benefactor who tells us about the mines ahead of us. They first call themselves Deep Throat, but Raiden recognizes this name from the Shadow Moses incident, so they go by Mr. X. In another similarity to the first event, they refer to themselves as one of our fans. Raiden then runs into Olga on the roof of Strut E. It seems that she survived the tanker incident, and she's talking to someone on the radio. Apparently, she saw someone dressed as a cyborg ninja. Maybe it's our Mr. X. She also saw Pliskin running around in a cardboard box. We confront her and she claims that she isn't a part of Dead Cell before she gets away. When we get to the last bomb, Pliskin calls us to tell us that he found a ton of C4 hidden under Strut 2, and it didn't have the cologne scent, so it wouldn't have showed up on the sensors. Stillman decides to go to Shell 2 to try and find the hidden bombs, but he'll never make it. He's only got one leg, but apparently this isn't true. Stillman reveals that he's been living a lie. He never lost his leg in the explosion at the church, but there were victims. He felt like a failure for not doing his job. This led him to seek out victimhood so that he would be removed of blame. He wore this tragedy like a shell, hoping that no one could penetrate the thick exterior he had created for himself. His shame was formed into an armor, and now he's decided to let that armor go. Stillman is a really interesting character because he's not exactly a good guy. In the context of the mission, he's trying to save lives by helping us disabling bombs. So at first appearance, he's on the good guy team, the blue team, not the red. But when this reveal comes up, he admits to kind of doing one of the worst things you can do. I mean, he's been faking being disabled for sympathy. That's definitely wrong. But because we got to know him first, and because of his efforts to help people here, we are allowed to have sympathy for him. We understand why he did this, why he's lived this lie, and we can see that it's weighed on him just as much. Making an irredeemable character look good in the eyes of the player is pretty difficult, but MGS2 manages to do this well, with a character that really doesn't have the largest significance in the grand scheme of things. Once we get the final C4, Stillman says that he found a bunch more in Shell 2. He believes that the same thing is in Shell 1. Also, apparently, if one strut from each shell gets blown up, then the whole thing will collapse under its weight. I'm not exactly a structural engineer, so I'm just going to trust that Kojima knew what he was talking about here. At this point, we have to get to the second sensor, Sensor B, that we can use to find the non-cologne smelling bombs. Stillman is still trying to figure out what the other bombs are about, but then Pliskin freezes the last bomb he had to find on this strut. This confirms Stillman's suspicions that the distraction bombs were hooked to a detonator, and the real bombs would be armed when they were all deactivated. We have 300 seconds to get to the bottom of Strut A and deactivate the C4 there. Now, we'll spend a lot of the first half of the plant chapter running back and forth around Shell 1. Some of this will be backtracking, and some of it will be discovering new struts or areas of old struts. One massive complaint that most people had with the first MGS game was that there was far too much backtracking, and that the game felt a bit long in its second half because of it. I didn't feel like the backtracking was that bad, mostly because it had its reasons for being there, but the second game mostly does away with this feeling entirely. At least from my perspective, the game doesn't ever really make you feel like you're backtracking. Technically, at certain points, you are, maybe to run back to Strut A to find the hidden bomb, to run back to Strut F to get the sniper, etc., etc. But it really isn't that often, and sometimes the environments change. The game also, again, generally uses it as a way to deliver more story in the meantime. This is similar to Metal Gear Solid, but what also really makes Metal Gear Solid 2 different. One big contrast is the obvious, that there's not two giant elevators that we have to ride during that backtracking segment, but it's mostly just that the game has removed the tedium from backtracking. There's purpose, there's a reason to go back, and adding intensity in the form of a bomb timer helps as well. This feels like drive. This feels like reason. You're not thinking of the fact that you're seeing these same areas again because there's a fucking timer counting down that's going to explode the entire place if we don't hurry. There's no time to think. In this way, the game does sort of obscure the backtracking beneath little things. It's hidden, so it isn't as prevalent. Also, the design of the big shell feels more like an open world rather than a linear layout of levels. Shadow Moses was mostly rooms in front of each other, continuing in a long line. The big shell is laid out in 2 circles. This feels more like an open area that we're allowed to traverse in any way we please, rather than a straight line of rooms that we're forced to go back through. This is probably the biggest factor in removing the feeling of backtracking, and goes a long way in making the game's story feel natural as it progresses. On our way to grab the bomb in Strut A, Stillman calls to reveal that the bombs he was inspecting were a trap. They're about to be set off and he only has 30 seconds, no time left. The central section of Shell 2 has now begun to flood as a result of the explosion. We finally reach the bomb in Strut A and disable it. Hostages are now being killed, 1 every hour. Pliskin has gone dark and the Colonel wants us to just leave him and go out on our own. Before we head back up above ground, Fortune is waiting for us. She once again says that she wants death. She seemingly can't die, can't be hit by bullets, or really anything. Someone is responsible for killing her father, but it isn't Raiden. She's looking for Snake. We have a boss battle with Fortune here, but shooting at her won't do anything, so we have to just avoid her attacks until it's all over. At this point, Fortune says that Fat Man is requesting Raiden's presence. There's 400 seconds left until he sets off the final bomb. Vamp arrives telling Fortune that Fat Man has gone rogue, no longer aligning himself with Dead Cell's motives. Raiden shoots at Fortune, but the bullet misses her and hits Vamp. Fortune has Lady Luck on her side. Her character is based around the fact that she can't die because she is so lucky. Nothing will ever hit her, no bullet will pierce her skin, but this causes a truly painful existence, immortality as a curse rather than a blessing. She sees everyone around her die, everyone around her goes away while she stays. She begs for death because it's the only solace that she has left. The only luck that can never smile upon her is the peace of death. Vamp dies here in her stead, and Fortune's mourning allows Raiden to get out, but Vamp can't die either. Why? Because he's a fucking vampire. Duh.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
When we arrive at the heliport and defuse Fat Man's actual final bomb, he arrives. He shares a lot of Stillman's beliefs, the bomb disposal as an ideology, but this is rather applied to bomb planting and explosions than the tinkering and disabling of them. And if my reverence for Kojima is ever too much, just know that I generally save it for things like this, where the art of bombs is talked about with such romance, such admiration, enough acclaim to make one actually believe it.
Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare.
Fat Man says that he doesn't really care about the money or ransom. We then have what is our really first true boss battle of the plant chapter. Fat Man is determined to beat Raiden after he disposed of all of his bombs. He will skate around the heliport. A large man in heavy armor on roller skates is truly a sight to behold. Our only way to damage him is to shoot him multiple times and then aim for his head when he's on the ground. But he will also plant bombs around the place. We have to disable these because if any of them goes off, it's game over. It's not too much to manage, and it feels incredibly satisfying to catch Fat Man from afar, to stun him and then take a chunk of his life. When he's down, we aren't exactly done. He says that he's placed one more bomb, one actual, real, final explosive left. The last bomb is actually under Fat Man's body. We have to move him to get it, and when we do move him, Stillman's dog tags are dropped, showing that he truly did kill his mentor. Once this is over, the Colonel claims that Fat Man must have been kept in the dark about the ransom. Our new mission is to head to the Shell 1 core and rescue the President. We then get an update from Pliskin. He was out cold, and somebody that he calls friend helped him out. The bomb has now destroyed Strut H on Shell 2. Something strange happens here, though. When asked, Pliskin doesn't know anything about the toxins that could be released upon a bomb explosion. This is in direct contrast to what the Colonel told us, so who is wrong here? The two start to develop a plan to get the hostages out of the big shell through the use of a helicopter, but they'll have to make multiple trips. When Raiden leaves the heliport, we're met with a cyborg ninja, one that looks almost identical to Gray Fox from Metal Gear Solid. The ninja even says,
Unlike you, I have no name.
Something that Gray Fox said.
Unlike you, I have no name.
This is the mysterious benefactor, Mr. X. He claims to be a messenger from the Lali Lule Lo. The only place we've heard that was in the Tanker chapter from Dolph. Mr. X was ordered to give Raiden backup. He tells us to go to the Shell 1 core to find Agent Ames, the only person that knows where the president is being held. The only way we can tell which hostage he is by the sound of his heartbeat. He has a pacemaker, so we'll be able to tell the difference. We're given an enemy uniform so that we can sneak inside as one of them. Apparently, the terrorists already have a nuke and the code to launch said nuke. Mr. X also tells us that there is a Metal Gear housed in the Big Shell, of course, because why wouldn't there be? And on top of all of that, he says that Dead Cell are not what they seem, and that the Big Shell is not a cleanup facility. Mr. X has virtually just broken Raiden's entire world and brain. Most everything he's been told is a lie. No toxins that will destroy the ecosystem of the bay. No cleanup facility. Dead Cell or something else. It's all beginning to break down around him. Of course, Raiden would want answers from the Colonel, but he doesn't know anything. This is standard fare for most Metal Gear games. Snake hears something that contradicts what he's heard, he contacts the Colonel, and the Colonel is dumbfounded. He doesn't know who Mr. X is, and he's never heard of a Metal Gear being housed here. The only thing Raiden can do at this point is to head to Shell 1 and try to find Ames, to try and get answers, and possibly save the most important man in the country. We have to head back to Strut F to get the AK, and we have to get the directional mic from the core of Shell 1. Once we have all of these things, we can head down to where the hostages are being held. Using the directional mic, we can find the heartbeat that stands out among the rest, and we can contact Ames. Ames was also sent by the Lali Lule Lo, another member of this mysterious group that we have no idea about. While they have this conversation, Ocelot is watching from above. Ames says that the case and code that they have for the nuclear launch is also for the new Metal Gear. They need the president to authorize this code though, and if he's dead, it won't work, so they won't touch him now. He's on the first floor of the Shell 2 core. Ames then breaks some more of the information that we've received so far. The tanker, the oil spill, and even the Big Shell were all in service of developing an entirely new Metal Gear. At this point, we can listen into the conversation between Ocelot and the terrorist leader, who supposedly goes by the name Solid Snake. These two are talking about Fat Man's betrayal, and they really just think that Dead Cell are a bunch of psychos. The two are using them as a tool rather than working with them. Snake thinks that the Patriots are behind whoever is sneaking around on the Big Shell, which is Raiden and the real Snake, who's called Pliskin. Okay, it might be a little confusing, but just stick with me here. Their plan seems to be to restore Outer Heaven, the idea that Big Boss had all those years ago. Olga then shows up. She also says that they are not aware of the ninja running around. Once again, like Gray Fox, the ninja is a middle party outside of this whole thing. Olga and Ocelot are not really working well together, as Olga harbors resentment against Revolver since he was there in the tanker when her father died. Ocelot's arm then begins to take over, the one with Liquid's consciousness inside of it. He has a way to deal with it now, though, by shocking the thing. Snake then heads off to take care of the intruder, and Ames tells Raiden that the whole story about the ransom money was a fake. The real goal was a nuclear strike the entire time. The terrorists want to set off a nuke in the atmosphere above Manhattan, taking out all of the electrical equipment in the city. This will then allow them to liberate the city, taking it for themselves. At this point, he gives us a key that will give us access to Shell 2. Ocelot then becomes aware of Raiden's presence. Ocelot believes that Ames was sent here on purpose, and Ames dies of what seems like a heart attack. Ocelot unmasks Raiden, and Mr. X steps in, almost cutting off Ocelot's arm, but he sees it coming this time. Mr. X helps Raiden get out unharmed. The Colonel is once again naive to all of the information that we have just learned. He's starting to think that this might have been a cover-up. Our goal is now to get to the president. At this point, he might be working with the terrorists, but it's the only lead we have. We head to the connecting bridge between Shell 1 and Shell 2, and we're contacted by Pliskin. He's grabbed one of the enemy helicopters, and Otacon is with him. Rose then tells Raiden who Otacon is, but Raiden refuses to believe that Snake and Otacon were terrorists that blew up the tanker. It seems like that's the official story that circulated after the incident. Raiden realizes some sort of higher purpose here, though. He realizes that to complete a mission like that, you have to have some strength of will. The Colonel steps in to refute this. Snake's body was recovered at the tanker site, exact DNA match. If that's true, then who is Pliskin and who is Snake? Well, we're going to find out pretty soon. We have to snipe out the control boxes for a ton of explosives that are on the bridge. Some of them are hidden behind waving flags or placed on ciphers. When we do this, we finally meet Solid Snake. It's not really Solid Snake though, it's Solidus Snake. Solidus is the same person that Ocelot was talking to at the end of Metal Gear Solid. He's the third genetic clone of Big Boss, technically Snake and Liquid's brother. He plans to surpass Big Boss himself, and the real Snake, who at this point I'll just call Snake because fuck it, is upset that Solidus is impersonating him. Solidus avoids all of the explosions tossed his way and jumps into a Harrier jet that Vamp is piloting. We're armed with a Stinger as a gift from Snake, and we have our second real boss fight of the plant chapter. Before we get to that, I just want to do a bit of a recap to get clear exactly where we're at on this whole situation. Like I said before, Kojima specifically stated that the parties involved in MGS2, the people at the heart of the situation, were purposefully obscured so that the player could not tell who was good and who was bad. This was mostly true for Metal Gear Solid as well, but it was a lot more clear there. We were against Foxhound, and we were working with our support team. Sure, you had outliers like Liquid being the mole, Naomi being an odd third party, and Gray Fox being, well, Gray Fox. But for the most part, it was us against the bad guys. Here, it's way more complicated. So first of all, we have Raiden, our main character, who is working with the Colonel and Rose. These are effectively what I'll call the good guys for now. Raiden is our protagonist. He's basically an avatar for the player. He isn't bad, and we know that almost for a fact. The Colonel seems to be hiding something, or at worst, completely ignorant of a lot of really important information. Campbell has shown in past entries that he doesn't know everything, or sometimes lies because he has to, but he's rarely deliberately obscuring information to work for the other side. It's usually the greater good overall, so we most likely know that he isn't lying. And Rose is Jack's girlfriend, so of course she's on our side, and she hasn't really said anything to make us think otherwise. Then we have Dead Cell. Dead Cell so far is made up of Fortune, Vamp, and Fat Man, who is now dead. Dead Cell are mostly the bad guys from what we've seen. Vamp was literally killing people in front of us, and Fat Man was trying to explode the entire big shell. Fortune is a little different. She did try to kill us, but she hasn't done anything particularly bad so far. Okay, maybe she did kill some seals, so she's a bad guy too. Then we have the in-between. We have Snake or Pliskin and Otacon. They seem to be working together. Snake has helped us so far, but we're being told that he was a terrorist. Now, as a player, we know what really happened on the tanker, for the most part, so we know that Snake isn't a bad guy definitively, and he's given us mostly the truth so far. So these guys are somewhere in the gray middle area. Mr. X is also here, in the same place that Gray Fox would have gone in the first game, some sort of odd third party that has their own motives, or at least the motives of some other mysterious party. Solidus and Ocelot are effectively on the bad guy side, as Ocelot was stealing Metal Gear, sunk the tanker, killed Sergei and Dolph, and is now trying to seemingly take over Manhattan. Solidus is doing the same and seems to be taking on a similar role to Liquid in the first game. Olga also seems to be on the bad guy side, or at least that's how the game has framed her so far. I mean, she can't exactly be a good guy if she's working with Solidus. But the real question is, who are all these people working for? Ocelot and Solidus seem to be working together. Dead Cell seems to be on their own, used by Ocelot and Solidus. Olga is working with Solidus and Ocelot. Raiden is working with the Colonel and Rose. But that leaves all the people in the middle as a mystery. They aren't working with us, but they aren't working with the opposition. Now, this is not the blurriest that things will get. Reveals will be made, people will change sides, and things will be a lot more complicated in the end. But I think this is a good visual, because as I was stating where these people end up, a lot of them are still up for interpretation. We don't fully trust the Colonel, we don't fully trust Snake, and some of the bad guys don't seem entirely terrible. It's complicated, it's messy, it's convoluted, but it's done on purpose, to obscure the truth, to keep the mystery of Metal Gear Solid 2 going for as long as it can. The Harrier fight then takes place on the connecting bridge between Shell 1 and Shell 2. We're armed with the Stinger, which uses lock-on missiles. We have to shoot the Harrier until it goes down. It will rain fire on us from above, launching missiles at the bridge and even destroying parts of it during our battle. Snake and Otacon are assisting us from the Kasatka as well. Metal Gear, up until this point, has always been about pushing and shifting the technology that it could. The last few games have always felt like a leap forward in what could be achieved with games. Whether those achievements were felt through narrative or whether they were felt through fidelity doesn't really matter because they were always pushing. MGS2 certainly pushes in terms of fidelity and narrative as well, but the Hind D fights in the series have always been the best example of this. Looking at the Hind D fight in MG1 to MG2, and then finally Metal Gear Solid, you see drastic changes each time. But here, we're not even fighting a Hind D anymore. We're so far off the map. We're now fighting a jet that's lightning fast and equipped with powerful weapons. And of course, this battle just oozes the action movie style that these games have always tried to achieve. Launching rockets at a jet with a helicopter assisting us, it doesn't get much cooler than this. Once we take the jet down, Solidus has lost an eye and the jet begins to crash into the water before a Metal Gear Ray jumps out of the water and catches it. Vamp then gets out of the wreckage and heads into Shell 2. We then finally get to talk to Snake now that Raiden has realized he isn't really named Iroquois Pliskin, but Snake doesn't exactly adopt his old moniker willingly.
Legend. A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers, everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
Snake explains that the body they found in the tanker wreckage was Liquid's body. They used it to fool the authorities into thinking it was Snake's body because they share the same genetic makeup. So the Colonel was wrong. Otacon and Snake got information on a new Metal Gear prototype and showed up here to stop the terrorists from hijacking it. They also got information that Otacon's sister was captured here, making things a bit more personal. The Colonel says that our goal is now to find the President and stop him from giving the password to the terrorists. The Colonel then starts to lash out at Raiden. It seems that Campbell is a bit more temperamental in this entry than he was before. He never really talked to Snake like this. Is it just because he has less respect for Raiden, or is it something more? When we reach the Shell 2 core, we find Olga talking to Ocelot over the phone. Olga's motives are revealed here. She is planning on using the ransom money for Russia when this is all over. She also wants to take out Snake because she thinks he killed her father on the tanker. The floor in front of the room where the President is being kept is electrocuted. We must get the Nikita missile launcher from the flooded hallways below and use it to guide a missile inside the room, turning off the floor. If you think this feels a lot like past entries, you're right, and that's something we'll get to in a bit. When we find President Johnson, The President admits that he was working with the terrorists at first. He was trying to get more power, but they wanted too much destruction for his tastes. At the end of the day, he's a figurehead, and figureheads don't have power. The real people in power are the Patriots. The Patriots are a shadow organization that has been controlling things from behind the scenes. They put George Sears into office before Johnson. George Sears is Solidus himself, but Solidus had orchestrated the Shadow Moses incident, and the Patriots removed him in response. The formal story was that he resigned, but the formal stories are rarely the whole truth. Johnson says that presidential races are well-scripted dramas, staged for the benefit of the public. Very few even know of the Patriots' existence, but they control everything. Even Johnson doesn't know who the members are, but there are 12 people, called the Wise Men's Committee. Solidus had a goal, to challenge the Patriots. After that, he was pulled out of office. He went off-grid and began working with Ocelot. He's trying to take the new Metal Gear to take the Patriots head-on. The Metal Gear we saw in the water earlier was Metal Gear Ray. That is not the new Metal Gear, something larger. The whole big shell itself is the new Metal Gear, called Arsenal Gear. It's protected by mass-produced Metal Gear Rays. Arsenal is more of an idea than a weapon. It's supposed to be the core of the country, as the Patriots feel very threatened by the arrival of the digital age. Arsenal was developed as a method to control the flood of new information. GW is a system within Metal Gear, the key to the entire program, but not much is known about it specifically. Emma Emmerich, Otacon's sister, was a key engineer on Arsenal Gear. Our goal is now to find her. Johnson gives us a disc that has a virus on it. This virus should disrupt GW and Arsenal. It's been modeled after Foxdie, but we have to get to Emma first. At this point, the president wants us to take his life, as it's the only way stopping the terrorists from getting the code to Arsenal. Ocelot comes in and kills him anyways.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
We get a new directive from the Colonel to put an end to Arsenal Gear at all costs. The Colonel already knew about the project, but he couldn't tell us, so he confirms that he was hiding information, as usual. We're going to talk about this much more at the end of the video, but one of my favorite parts about this game is how it increases the threat from Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid was more about the nuclear threat overall, the idea of an incredibly powerful and destructive weapon. That's what's been at the core of the series this whole time, and it's still about that, but it's twisted in a new way that modernizes the idea a little bit. It's not just a weapon that's launching nukes, it's a weapon that controls a much more abstract concept than human life. It controls information. Before we head to find Emma, we get to talk to Snake and Otacon. Snake tells us that they were framed for the tanker incident 2 years ago. The pictures that we took in that mission were put online, but the press spun the story, making Snake look like the villain. The Patriots wanted to bring Snake's image down. They were afraid of a loose cannon. The Patriots also wanted to get rid of Metal Gear Ray because it was a Navy project, and they were behind Arsenal Gear. Otacon also tells us a bit about his sister Emma. She was a computer whiz and specialized in neural AI. He isn't quite sure how she got wrapped up in this weapons development thing, but he does warn us that she's afraid of water, which is terrible because she's in a flooded area of the facility. She got this fear when she was a child. She was swimming and almost drowned. Otacon wasn't around, but she was shouting for him and he couldn't hear her. Otacon hasn't seen her since that day. When we swim through the underwater hallways, we eventually run into Vamp, who is ready to fight Raiden because he sees a worthy opponent in the Operative. He tells Raiden that Arsenal Gear is armed with a hydrogen bomb, a secret project that Solidus doesn't know about. We have to defeat Vamp in a square room. There's a small pool of water that he'll dive into in the middle. We can't go into this water because it's microbial or something, and we'll sink to the bottom, fitting the theme of drowning that we just talked about. We can shoot Vamp while he jumps around the room, shoot him while he's in the water, or while he's attacking. Using explosives here is incredibly effective and useful. Once Vamp is dead, we can go find Emma, but Rose chooses, once again, the worst time in the world to go over her and Jack's relationship issues. Rose is worried that Jack doesn't feel close to her, that he closes himself off to keep her at a distance. Raiden just says that he's scared of the night and has things that pick at him. We then find Emma hiding in a locker. Raiden gains her trust, and we can see quickly how much she reveres her older brother. She even wears glasses she doesn't need because she thinks they look cool. We then have a sequence where we have to swim with Emma on our back. If we aren't in the water, then we lead her by the hand. It really isn't bad as far as escort missions of this era go. Swimming with Emma just requires hitting the right pockets of air in the water so she doesn't drown, and leading her along really just requires making sure that the way is clear first. Halfway through, Emma reflects on her time with her brother. They were best friends and felt like real siblings, even though they were only siblings through marriage. The relationship was clearly very influential on both people, Emma remembering her older brother very fondly, and Otacon remembering Emma as a very close sister. We eventually lead Emma to Strut L. She needs to get the virus into the system so that it can work on Arsenal gear. The only way there, because of the previous explosions to Strut H, is below, on the oil fence. She eventually tells us that she was the one that created GW. The whole system, Arsenal included, is about controlling and deleting specific information. She says that they have already begun to alter public perception of verified information. This will be incredibly important moving forward, but for now, it's the goal of the Patriots. GW is actually more important than Arsenal gear itself. Arsenal is just a way to protect the GW system. GW is the thing that's actually meant to control the information. Emma says that the Patriots installed a program on everyone's computers during the Y2K event, a countermeasure that people willingly accepted. GW needed all this complex data to be completed, and the people behind it were planning something else as a final test to get it ready. Emma then finally gives us a level 5 card to get us through the final doors, and tells us that she has a parrot in the Shell 1 core, the place that she has to install the virus. Our goal here is to guard Emma while she crosses over the oil fence. While she walks on narrow pathways above the water, we have to snipe out C4 before she reaches it, destroy ciphers and snipers that are above her. Before she can reach the other side where Snake is waiting for her, Vamp jumps out of the water and grabs her. We have to shoot Vamp before he does something drastic, but it's too late. Emma has already been stabbed. Snake takes her to Shell 1, and when we arrive, she's already bleeding heavily. They've installed the virus, but it isn't working. It's been stopped at 90%. The virus must have been altered at some point. We now have to take drastic measures, last-ditch plans. We either destroy Arsenal gear or take out Solidus. Emma then tells Otacon with her dying breath that she wanted to be like him. That's why she got into weapons development. She passes away, blood staining Otacon's shirt and her older brother holding her. And then Otacon drops an absolute bomb that makes everything a lot muddier. With Emma already dead, he lays it out all in the open. When Emma drowned, Otacon was actually having an affair with her mother. His father had found out about this and decided to take his own life. Feeling responsible for Emma's drowning as well had just piled on the shame and guilt that he felt. He couldn't deal with any of it, and this was why he left. Now he's lost Emma again in all of this. The cruel universe decided to give her back for one more moment, to give Otacon some form of peace, before cruelly taking it away once again. And the cherry on top of it all is that Emma's parrot is still saying his name, Hal.
Hal!
E.E.? Damn!
Otacon.
Emma clearly hadn't forgotten about him. She was thinking about him every day. Otacon then remembers Sniper Wolf, thinking that he always has to be the survivor. Snake realizes that Otacon can't continue on with them. He needs to go. He sends him off to take care of the hostages, and they do a sick-ass bro handshake. Snake then reveals that he's been working with Mr. X, and the ninja has been Olga this entire time. Raiden is then knocked out, and at this point, we really have no idea who is on our side and who isn't. The big shell then falls into the water as Otacon escapes with the hostages. Raiden awakens in the captivity of Solidus. Solidus taught Jack everything he knows. In the 80s, Raiden was actually a child soldier. He was so good that he became the leader of a unit and was given the nicknames White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Solidus then found him and named him Jack. After the war ended, he disappeared. Solidus decides to use Raiden to further his final goals. Apparently, the three are actually inside of Arsenal gear. Ocelot takes the virus from Raiden. It didn't work because GW is still working as planned. After they leave, Olga arrives. She tells us her true intentions all along. She wasn't leading the Russian troops, that was just a distraction. She's been working for the Patriots against her will. After the tanker incident, she started working with the Russian mafia, but they were working with the Patriots, and the group took her child as soon as it was born. She never even got to see it. They will kill her kid if she doesn't do what they say. She's now working with Snake as well because she knows he didn't kill her father. Olga's job is now to assist Raiden because the Patriots can't let Solidus get away with Arsenal gear. They're all pawns for something called the S3 plan. Destroying Arsenal gear is a fool's errand. The only way to win this thing is to stop Solidus. Raiden is then freed and able to escape. We have to meet up with Snake so he can give us our stuff, but we have a crazy sequence where Raiden is just straight up naked, barely covering himself with his hands. This is clearly to make the player feel powerless and to make Raiden seem powerless. We have literally nothing, not even the clothes on our back. No weapons, no ways to defend ourselves or assist in stealth, just our brains. Something they can never touch, right? Raiden gets to have his resolution with Rose. He now realizes why he was so distant this whole time. His memories from his childhood have begun to flood back to him. He was trained as a child soldier. They used image training with Hollywood movies to turn him into a killer. They even put gunpowder into their food to make them more controllable. And then the Colonel calls, and things start to get really weird.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
The Colonel is saying things that don't really make sense. He keeps spamming codec calls, and he almost sounds like he's malfunctioning or something.
Turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Now, I know that I just gave you a ton of story information, and that's because MGS2 is kind of backloaded. A lot happens, and a ton is revealed in the finale of MGS2. So honestly, a lot of my analysis has to wait for the end. But one of the biggest points that I want to hammer home with this video is the concept of horror in MGS2. I actually toyed with talking about this in the video for Metal Gear Solid, but it feels like it fits perfectly into this game. I think that Metal Gear Solid has an inherent horror to it. It's a tone, an atmosphere, and a style. Now, of course, I don't mean that zombies are jumping out at us or that terrifying monsters are transforming around the corner. It's more of a subtle, permeating thing. The entire concept of stealth has a bit of horror ingrained into its veins. A lot of horror games over the years have even employed stealth as a mechanic because the two just fit so well. Horror and stealth as genres are just fated to be intertwined. This is because it is sort of terrifying to sneak, to feel that you're about to get caught, to slowly move through an area while an enemy pursues you. It's a different type of fear, a different type of horror, but it's certainly there. When you're trying to evade a group of enemies or hide from a few that are chasing you or just not get seen by the cameras, there's a little something in the back of your head that's saying, don't get caught. Metal Gear Solid pushes this even further with its sound design. The alert sound is a punishment for being found, a shrill upward noise that almost feels like scratching a record. It makes you jump when you realize you've been spotted. The intense music that follows increases that anxiety, the fear of the chase. These emotions are inherent within stealth. Stealth increases the feeling of the horror genre, the fear, and horror increases the feeling of the stealth genre. It goes both ways. So towards the end of Metal Gear Solid 2's runtime, when it takes a turn and it starts to feel more like a horror movie than an action movie, when the Colonel is throwing gibberish lines in a distorted voice through your codec, it just fits. It's like a glove for the series, but this really sets the tone for the finale. The things we're about to find out aren't just jokes. They aren't just hokey. They're kind of serious. They're terrifying, and we can trust no one. The Colonel also once again breaks the fourth wall, telling us to turn off the console, aware of the fact that we're playing a video game. Rose then speaks to us and she drops a bomb on Raiden. He was a target from the beginning. She was sent to watch him by the Patriots. She constructed a personality and a look that would suit him. She says that she really did fall in love with him. Her voice then becomes distorted as she tells Jack that she's pregnant with his child.
I'm carrying. I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
Who is there left to trust at this point? The Colonel is doing something. Our guiding source of information seems to be corrupted, and Rose was an agent of someone else all along. There's only one person Raiden can trust in all of this. He's a legend more than a man, and he's just brought our stuff back to us. Snake tells Raiden that he was using him as bait to be able to get into Arsenal gear. The giant structure is now headed toward Manhattan. There's 25 Metal Gear Rays working with it, and there's no signs that the virus they installed is working. Snake then gives us Olga's sword. She wanted Raiden to have it. This is a new weapon that we obtain only near the end of the game. We control it by using the thumbstick. Up and down does upward and downward slashes, right and left does horizontal slashes, and circling the thumbstick allows us to do a large circular move. Snake doesn't need any ammo because he has the bandana, which gives him infinite ammo, a callback to getting the Merrill ending in MGS, which gives you the bandana item, providing the player with infinite ammo. At this point, we have to push forward and fight waves and waves of soldiers, outfitted with completely different gear. They are actually called Tengu soldiers, but fighting alongside Snake would have you thinking they're incredibly weak because he wipes the floor with them. Raiden starts to talk to Snake about what's real and what's fake. He's having a hard time telling the difference, mainly because of the things that the Colonel started saying. Snake thinks it's because of the VR training that he went through, but he has a bigger piece of advice to impart onto Raiden.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future.
Snake then tells Raiden that if he wants to fix this whole thing, he needs to find something to believe in and find it for himself, to pass it on. Raiden, of course, then asks this question.
Believe in what?
He clearly doesn't even know where to begin. He's so incredibly green compared to Snake. Otacon then calls in and tells Raiden that he found out where the Colonel is broadcasting from, and it's directly inside of Arsenal. The Colonel actually was not Campbell all along. He was a creation of GW, an assembly of expectations and ideas that Raiden had of the Colonel. Technically, it was an artificial intelligence used to manipulate him. The virus inside of GW is messing this AI up now, causing it to malfunction. This is furthered when the Colonel calls to tell Raiden that Rose was taken hostage, but it's clearly a trap. The game even tries to convince us that we've gotten game overs, that we haven't. It's not just an AI, it's the game manipulating us. We'll get back to that idea shortly. Before we enter the true endgame, Fortune arrives. She wants revenge for the death of her father, Commander Dolph, and she still thinks Snake was responsible. Snake decides to stay back and deal with her while Raiden continues on. Raiden pops out of the hatch on top of Arsenal gear. Solidus is speaking to him. Ocelot found data on the S3 plan inside of GW. It details a plan to reproduce Solid Snake. Raiden was created by VR simulations to be another Solid Snake. Solidus used Raiden as bait for the Patriots to bring them out. He plans to kill Jack now that he's done with him by sicking an army of Rays on him. We now have to fight this army in probably one of my favorite boss fights in the Metal Gear series. We have to kill 5 of these things in total, and it can be kind of a pain. The Rays will stand on the edge of the arena for the most part, while one will jump in to fight Raiden directly. Our goal is to shoot their legs with the stinger, which opens their mouth. We can then shoot the mouth, which does more damage. But the Rays on the outside of the arena will launch missiles at us, and the one in the middle will shoot bullets and lasers at Raiden. It's a lot to manage all at once, and the best thing it does is put forth the strategy of picking the perfect moment to attack. When there's a ton of firepower being launched your way, you have to keep moving, but to attack, you have to stop. The time you pick to do this is up to you, but there are only small little windows where this is possible. The whole fight is just so epic as well. There's a horde of rays coming at us and they don't stop. In the past, we've only faced 1 Metal Gear at a time, and now we're facing 3 at a time, taking down 5 in total. It does a great job at upping the stakes overall. Even after we defeat a certain amount of these rays, Raiden is still defeated. He can't stand fully against the oncoming horde of Metal Gears. The tide is just too heavy. Olga ends up stepping in to save him, but she saved him only for her child. If Raiden dies, so does her kid, so she begs him to live. Solidus kills her, and she now has to trust in Raiden that he will stay alive. Suddenly, the rays turn on Solidus. It seems the virus has actually begun to work. Solidus makes quick work of them, though. Solidus decides to spare Raiden, and Fortune enters with Snake captured. Raiden passes out and wakes up to find that GW has been fully corrupted by the virus. Fortune wants to take the Arsenal gear for herself. Solidus plans to give it to her because he never truly wanted it. Arsenal gear is far too difficult to protect. What he really wanted was the names of the Patriots. Since they control all of the information, the stuff that's been deleted and filtered out must be inside. Even though GW is corrupted, Solidus maintains that there must be a way to find out who is behind the Patriots. Ocelot then arrives, claiming that everything so far has been going to plan. This is because Ocelot has gone rogue. He's working with the Patriots. The S3 plan was meant to make soldiers like Snake, and this entire thing so far has been meant to train Raiden. The entire Big Shell was just a recreation of Shadow Moses. Everything that we've seen so far has been planned. Aim's pacemaker was shut down on purpose. Olga was sent here by the Patriots. Fat Man was the only thing that wasn't like Shadow Moses. He was meant to be a test for Raiden to see if he could continue on. Dead Cell, Olga, even Solidus, they were all used to create the perfect training simulation, the perfect soldier.
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience.
Solidus himself was selected because their relationship resembles Big Boss and Snake. Everything was planned even before the tanker incident. Solidus was purposefully pitted against the Patriots. His anger and hatred were used and planned. The only thing that wasn't planned so far was Snake's involvement. Even Fortune was used. Ocelot proves this as he shoots her and the bullet hits. She never really had luck. She was wearing electromagnetic weapons technology provided by the Patriots. This is what caused bullets to avoid her. Ocelot now has the same gear and no one can hit him. Ocelot then rains down missiles and Fortune somehow actually uses luck to deflect them, bringing into question whether it was actually real or not. Fortune then dies and the Liquid arm takes over Ocelot. All 3 brothers have been reunited as Liquid is in full control. Liquid then reveals that he was behind the leak that brought Snake and Otacon to the tanker. He wants to take down the Patriots, but before he does that, he aims to be the sole remaining genetic clone of Big Boss. To that end, he wants to take out his brothers. Snake manages to get out of his cuffs and he jumps off Arsenal, diving after Liquid. Arsenal then begins to plow its way through Manhattan, and Raiden and Solidus are on top of Federal Hall, ready to set up the final confrontation, the final battle of this story. Okay, I just spilled a lot of information all at once, so let's backtrack. The biggest reveal that we just got was basically that everything was planned. Ocelot had been working with the Patriots and they had organized everything from the get-go. This entire thing, the whole mission that we've been working on so far, has just been a training exercise. Now, I just want to make it clear that this doesn't mean it was a simulation. All of this actually happened, but it was orchestrated to recreate the events of Shadow Moses, to create a new version of Solid Snake, one that could be controlled, unlike Snake himself. Now, this explains a lot. First of all, it explains exactly why Raiden is the way he is, and honestly, we haven't really talked about Raiden too much at all in this video. This is because a lot of his character and even his reason for existing doesn't really make sense until this moment. The reason that we play Raiden in this entry and not Snake is because we're being used. In Metal Gear Solid, Snake was a pawn. He was used by Foxhound to inadvertently launch Metal Gear. He was even used and thrown away by the US government. Raiden finds himself in a similar place in Metal Gear Solid 2, though it's much more overt. He's controlled by the Patriots into doing exactly what they want. They plan to use him as a new super soldier. Now, this also isn't exactly true. We'll get into another piece of information here shortly that will actually take this even further, but the reason doesn't really matter. All that matters here is that Raiden was used. This explains why Raiden is made to be this naive, kind of whiny character. He's not Snake. He's meant to be the exact contrast of Snake, to show that even the most green of soldiers can be melded into a legend like Solid Snake. But how did the Patriots do this? Well, they recreated Metal Gear Solid 1. This is why we see so many shocking similarities to the first game in the plant chapter. Looking back, Raiden enters the plant through the water, just like Snake did in the first game. Raiden waits for the elevator to arrive, just like Snake. Raiden is even warned about the mines as he approaches the bridge by a mysterious figure who then turns out to be a cyborg ninja. That same ninja saves him later and tries to slice off Ocelot's arm. Both hostages that we interact with in the game end up dying, one of them a president. We're even taken hostage and forced to endure a torture sequence. There are many other similarities, but perhaps the most important is the relationship between Solidus and Raiden. Solidus is revealed to be Jack's father, sort of. He took him in and trained him. He made him what he is, effectively passing down his knowledge to the next generation. This is pretty similar to Big Boss passing his genes onto Solid Snake. This isn't the same as Shadow Moses, it's more like when Snake fights Big Boss in Metal Gear 2, but the relationship is still there. Father and son forced to fight not only because of a mission, but because they disagree fundamentally. And when Snake heads to Zanzibar, why does he go? Because he's having nightmares, because he can't leave the battlefield behind. It haunts him. Raiden's child soldier memories haunt him as well. They prevent him from having a successful relationship with Rose. Snake and Raiden are similar, but Snake and Raiden are also very different. The two handle things in almost the exact opposite way. When Snake is told that he's a pawn in Metal Gear Solid, he doesn't lash out. Sure, he's surprised, who wouldn't be, but he doesn't get angry. He finds a solution to the problem and decides to try and fix it. Raiden is constantly in need of control. He needs to be pushed in the right direction, otherwise he'll break down. He constantly asks himself and the Colonel throughout the game whether this is a dream or a simulation. He questions his reality. He never truly knows what's going on, and he gets angry when he doesn't get the answers that he wants. Snake tries to teach him this lesson as they invade Arsenal Gear because he can tell that Raiden is not living for himself. He's living for others. He's created a persona that is based on simulations and ideas of individuals rather than finding why he wants to live his own life. He tells Raiden that he has to find his own reason to fight, for himself, rather than someone telling him what his reason is, and Raiden still doesn't get this.
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself, and when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem.
This is essential in trying to understand what Snake is saying here. No one can tell Raiden what to believe in. He needs to figure it out on his own. Raiden has already had everyone around him telling him what to believe in. The Colonel and Rose have been manipulating him from the beginning, telling him where to go and what to do and when to do it and how to do it. The only way to break this, to live free, is to find out what he believes in for himself. Raiden was created by VR simulations. His capabilities as a soldier come from VR training. This is talked about quite a lot throughout the game, especially when Raiden is talking to Snake. He constantly questions the effectiveness of this training and whether it actually works compared to in-field experience. This leads me to my final point about the whole training exercise reveal. The things that Raiden has gone through are similar to what Snake has gone through, but Snake and Raiden are not similar. And this is the point that the game is trying to make, because Raiden is not Snake. He is the player. He is you. He is me. He is all of us. The VR training that Raiden has gone through is very similar to playing Metal Gear Solid 1, or literally doing VR missions in Metal Gear Solid 1. As the player, we have gone through that with Raiden. We have played through the Shadow Moses simulation. We have trained in VR missions. In our mind, we're experienced, but are we really? Just because we have played Metal Gear Solid 1 doesn't mean that we are Snake. We are still ourselves. We're still normal people. We're not action heroes. This is why Raiden is a bit more naive. Raiden has real problems, unlike Snake. He reacts poorly to the idea that he is being used. He doesn't keep his cool or his calm in the face of grave danger. He is easily cracked. He has a girlfriend who he has real problems with. She calls him to go over their relationship issues with him being closed off, keeping her at a distance. These are complex, real issues. Snake doesn't have these issues. He's a genetic clone of a legendary soldier. He was designed from birth to keep calm in the face of danger, to brush things off, to keep people away from him so he doesn't have these relationship problems affecting the mission. But why is Raiden pitted as the player in this game? Why would the team want us to feel further from Snake? Well, first of all, this builds up Snake as an even more legendary figure. When we are put in the shoes of someone that isn't really like him, it makes us realize how truly good he is. Kojima even specifically references the scene on Arsenal Gear when Snake gets out of his handcuffs quickly, but Raiden doesn't. This shows the valley between real experience and VR. Basically, Kojima is telling us to touch grass. In all seriousness, though, the game points towards this idea of video games as war simulations, programming a generation of soldiers that think they're soldiers, or rather the idea of video games creating a generation of people that think they've done things when they haven't. Raiden specifically takes his ideals from others, and maybe this isn't an argument about violent video games being bad, but rather creating your own worldview, your own reasons for living. Not just seeing it work for someone else and taking it for yourself, carving your path, cutting through the forest to find something new, but doing it for yourself, not because someone told you to. This part is surely important, and this reveal tells us a lot about the game and why certain choices were made. I don't really see how you could get to this point of the story and not understand why Raiden was designed the way he was, but this isn't nearly the end. Perhaps the most important sequence that Metal Gear Solid 2 would give us is just ahead. Snake has gone off to fight Liquid to chase him down, and Raiden has landed on the roof of Federal Hall in Manhattan. I should note here that the scene of Arsenal crashing into the city was originally supposed to be much more detailed, but a lot of it was cut when, a few months before the release of the game, the September 11th attacks happened in New York City. At this point, Kojima was even questioning whether he should release the game at all, but eventually he was convinced by his superiors to continue with his original intentions. They just had to cut some scenes. It's just Raiden and Solidus now. Solidus asks Raiden the date. Turns out, it's April 30th, the day that Rose wanted Raiden to remember. It happens to be the inauguration date of George Washington, the first president of the United States of America. This was part of Solidus's plan, to take over and liberate the city on the same day. He wanted freedom, not power, but to rid the country of the Patriots' rule.
Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation.
Solidus can't actually reproduce. None of the clones can. They were designed this way. But your genes aren't the only thing that you can pass on. Solidus wants to be remembered. He wants a legacy. He wants to go down in history, but this is almost impossible now. People can't determine whether they're remembered or not. The Patriots will just control that information. Then the Colonel calls us. This is the codec conversation that changes the entire game. It's the most iconic part of the game and probably what everyone knows this game for now. Of course, this isn't actually the Colonel, and it doesn't really make sense that this AI that's taken the Colonel's face is calling because GW has been infected with a virus. The AI explains that they are formless, more of a consciousness than an AI, and as long as a nation exists, they will too. They claim to have people's interest in mind, not themselves. Early in the century, they had managed to fully map the human genome, but memories, ideas, and culture were not covered by this genome. They argue that these things should be passed on as well, and across history, these things were passed on. A small selection of written or spoken information was chosen to be passed on to the future generations. This isn't true anymore, though. With the digital age, everything is preserved, everything is kept, nothing goes away. Most of this data is junk, and it's growing incredibly fast. And they don't necessarily think of what they're doing as censorship, they specifically want to create context. They then criticize modern society a lot.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
Raiden says that he will decide what to believe in and what to pass on, but the AI says that even this idea came from Snake, not from himself. They then use this to point out the flaws in humanity and how they are not competent enough to create the context that the world needs. They then reveal that Ocelot wasn't even told the whole truth. The S3 plan actually stood for Selection for Societal Sanity. S3 is really a system to control public will and consciousness, but this wasn't meant to control Raiden and make a soldier. It was designed because the system needed a final test, more data to get it ready. Now, GW is truly complete. Now, I'd like to dissect and analyze this conversation pretty heavily, because this conversation has sort of outlived Metal Gear Solid 2 as a whole. It's been touted online as one of the most prophetic things ever put into a video game, effectively predicting the future, and in a lot of ways it reminds me of the way people see the original Deus Ex today. I want to go through this conversation with a fine-tooth comb and determine if it really did predict the modern state that we live in today. And if it did, how accurate really was it? So Raiden is effectively talking to the Patriots here, sort of, or at least their AI mouthpiece that speaks for them, but the AI at least has the same motives as the Patriots. The AI first explains that they were a layer of consciousness that formed in the crucible of the White House, relating this to a primordial soup, the way life was originally formed on our planet. This is something that's more in reference to the game itself and its world, but the AI also says that they are the discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. So effectively, they are a concept more than anything. Patriotism as a concept or an ideal given voice. This is why they can't be eliminated, because they are chained to American ideals. This line sort of invokes a parasitic relationship between the two, this consciousness and the nation itself, or the concept of the nation.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Raiden is, of course, just mad that they are censoring the internet. Our villains here explain that they have the interests of the people in mind. It's not a selfish endeavor. This is something that all good villains have, realistic motives. They aren't mustache-twirling men in suits. They think that they're doing good for the world. They then explain the idea of passing on culture, history, human memories.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
This is the first truth, so to speak. This game was made in 2001. The internet was made accessible in the early 90s to the public, so by this time, people had been using it quite a bit. But now, in the year 2024, we have about 30 years of public internet access in our history, and with every year, the ability to accumulate information has only increased. Everything is archived now. Everything is kept. Someone is out there preserving it all somewhere. It's all documented. There are many examples of this accumulation of information. I mean, look at the website that you're on right now, YouTube. Somewhere around 3.7 million videos are uploaded to YouTube per day on average. If you take the average video length of 4.4 minutes, you get 271,000 hours of new content uploaded every day. That's 11,000 hours every hour, 188 hours every minute. That is a literal flood compared to the actual passage of time. You will never see all of this content or even understand the size of it. I mean, right now you're watching a multiple-hour video essay about a video game. Don't think that I'm unaware of my own position in this, that I myself, as a content creator, contribute to the creation and amassing of this flood of information, this junk data. I'm not so high on myself to think that I create something so powerful that it deserves to be put above the flood. But now it's not just YouTube. TikTok has about half of the users of YouTube, but it boasts a staggering 34 million videos uploaded every day, amassing even more content than YouTube very quickly. And this content is much shorter on average and consumed much quicker. Scrolling and flipping through these videos leaves us to wonder, are we really even taking that content in? Are we even really consuming it? Or is it just there? It surely does something to us subconsciously, but will we ever remember it? Will it ever leave any kind of legacy? Or is it just junk data? Will you remember this video in a week, a month, a year? Or will it just sit there? My role in this, I guess, is to try and create things that people will remember. But is that just man's hubris, his folly, to assume that he can overcome the flood? So, that one's true. Let's move on to the next statement. The AI then goes on to give examples of this information, rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander. And this is all true as well. I won't go in as hard on this statement because it's an expansion of the last one, but even social media is an example of this. People squabbling on Facebook, Twitter threads of drama about your favorite online figure, Instagram fights in the comments. It's all there. It's rarely ever just getting thrown away. It will all be preserved, but does it need to be? That's the question. The AI argues that this will slow down social progress and reduce the rate of evolution. This is something that's a little bit harder to quantify. It's difficult to tell whether we as a species can evolve faster or slower due to information access. This is because evolution is such a broad term. It's so vague that it can be kind of hard to determine exactly what they're talking about. I mean, we can definitely say that people aren't physically evolving or mentally evolving, but the AI also states that social progress will be slowed as well by an accumulation of information. This is one that I think is still hard to quantify, but I can at least speak from my perspective. It doesn't seem like we've made more social progress in the last 20 years or so, but less. People seem to be more divided than ever in modern society, and a lot of this seems like it comes from the internet. More access to information has made people terminally online, constantly fighting and bickering with people they don't agree with. So this one I'm willing to put in the sort of true column. It certainly feels true, and I think a lot of the statements made here nail the feeling of what it's like to live in the modern era, which might be more important in this context than even being accurate. The AI then continues on to say that they don't mean to censor content outright, but to create context for that content. They claim that the digital society furthers human flaws and rewards half-truths. They then give examples of juxtapositions of morality, 3 in total. Their final example is that society tells people to be nice, but to also win and get ahead, yet it's obvious that only a few will succeed. They then say that this is all rhetoric to avoid conflict, and perhaps my favorite and the most prophetic line in this entire speech,
everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
This is easily the most true of all the statements made here. In my mind, this perfectly emulates the modern state of the internet and society at large. It basically predicts the rise of social media and content algorithms. The internet is in a state where it chooses what you see. It predicts what you want to see. It knows you almost better than you know yourself. This prediction leads people into echo chambers, little ponds that they can stay in, never really being challenged. And when they do manage to leave those ponds, maybe because something slips through or a piece of media hits the modern zeitgeist at large, it is a shock to their system. Doesn't everyone agree with me? Doesn't everyone feel this way? The more dialed in these algorithms become, the more we will eventually just conform to them. Everyone has had the experience of thinking about or saying something and seeing an ad for it on your phone later. This statement by the AI just clearly represents this, in my opinion.
And this is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper.
The AI says that they are trying to stop this, that it's their responsibility. They're doing it for the greater good. Once again, Raiden says that he will decide what to pass on, but the AI points out that this is untrue, that he got this from Snake. This questions his ability to even have free will, the will to choose, the will to decide. They claim that Raiden or humanity in general is not capable of choosing what to pass on, that the self is a concept that doesn't even exist. This is probably the most terrifying part of the conversation. This forces the player to ask themselves, how many of my ideas are original? And I think this is a fear that a lot of people have, that their personalities are just amalgamations of other things, seen in media, seen online, that there is really nothing new under the sun. But to entertain that idea, to face it head on, is sort of horrific.
Is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
They then show Jack exactly how he was manipulated by Rose. They show Raiden exactly how he falters, how he blames other things instead of himself. They then claim that someone like him shouldn't even have the right to decide. They claim that the individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless, and that a single person has the ability to rule the world. The individual has become too strong in the digital age. The AI then moves on to saying that their ultimate goal is not information control, but controlling humans through behaviors. They explain the S3 system, how it will control consciousness. Raiden was proof of this. They created circumstances to create him, to make him what he is now. They are playing God, effectively. The last big statement that's made isn't really one single statement. It's sort of a general idea that humanity is a byproduct of everything that they experience, that circumstances create us, and that if those circumstances can be replicated, then the Patriots or the AI or whatever can mold and change humanity however they like. That they can create a world, or have already created a world, where free will doesn't really exist, but the manipulated think that it exists. A lot of this speech can be deceptively true, and I think to fully analyze it, we actually need the second part, which is the end of the game. So let's continue on briefly before we return. After this conversation, Raiden is face-to-face with Solidus. This is the final part of the test. Raiden must overcome his father. He must fight Solidus and kill him. The two are pitted against each other like gladiators in a coliseum. The AI even refers to them as monsters.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation? Or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
It almost feels like forcing ants in a bucket to fight. Solidus must win because the data on the Patriots is inside of Raiden in his nanomachines, and Raiden must win because Olga's child will die if he doesn't, and so will Rose. Raiden also gets extra motivation because Solidus reveals that he killed Raiden's parents. He was playing God as well, trying to see if humanity was really someone else's creation. Raiden tries to claim one more time that he wasn't a pawn, but the AI squashes this idea pretty quickly. Raiden and all the Metal Gears thus far have been named after Japanese warplanes. They're just weapons, just guns being fired in a battle. It all seems so hopeless. We then fight Solidus on top of Federal Hall, our only weapon, the sword that Olga gave us. This battle can be kind of tough because Solidus is a strong opponent. We can block most of his attacks and get into a rhythm, finding small openings where they exist. I want to once again point out that this battle fits really well with the one-on-one finale trope that Metal Gear has set up in its series. This time, though, we're no longer fighting fist to fist, but it is melee combat for the most part. It fits in line with the theme that this game carries as well, upping the ante wherever possible. It is kind of hard to appreciate this battle, though, especially after the information that we just heard. What is even the point? Who are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? If we kill Solidus, we save someone, but we let the Patriots win. We still lose in the end. Once we defeat Solidus, he falls and dies poetically at the statue of George Washington. His plans to take down the Patriots have been foiled. Then outside, we get our final sequence of the game. Raiden meets with Snake. He gives him some very good advice, and for me, this final scene actually really heavily affects how you view the previous codec conversation.
The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point.
Snake is telling Raiden here that the whole idea of free will and whether things have been orchestrated behind the scenes doesn't really matter.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future.
He effectively gives Raiden back his free will. He tells him to choose for himself, to get a new name, have new memories, start with a clean slate. And this is what Raiden does. He casts aside the dog tags that we gave him at the beginning of the game. He separates himself from the player. He doesn't have our name anymore. His name is his own. His destiny is his own. He's determined to find something worth passing on, and he chooses to realize the good things that they taught him as well. Snake has put a tracker on Liquid's Ray. He thinks Liquid is going after the Patriots. Snake has the disk with the list of names of the Patriots. It's actually the virus that was designed to delete the records of their names from GW. Since it had to have the parameters specifying what to delete, it should have their names on there. Snake then leaves and Rose arrives. The two decide to become their own people. April 30th was also the day they met, something that Rose had been trying to get Jack to realize. Snake then gives one final speech about passing things on, passing on culture, books, movies. He says that we as humans have a right to pass on what we can. After the credits, we hear Otacon and Snake talking. They have the names of the Patriots, but every single one of them has been dead for 100 years. This sets up the next entry in the series. Now, I want to go back to this final selection of scenes, specifically the one with Raiden and Snake. There's a lot of ways to view this scene. In particular, I think there are three. The first is the way that Kojima says that he meant it. In this interpretation, this is Kojima speaking to his team. Kojima is Snake, and his team of developers are Raiden. After MGS2, he actually planned to leave the Metal Gear series, and he was talking to the ones he was leaving behind here. He was effectively telling them the keys to making another Metal Gear game, and making it with the same spirit that he intended to. But also, I like to view this as Kojima talking directly to the player, which I think is the second way to look at this scene. Kojima is imparting his themes onto us directly. The theme of Metal Gear Solid 2 is clearly about what you pass on, or memes, as Kojima likes to say. It's about the importance of passing on things to the next generation, whether that's Kojima to his team, his real-life son, or us, the players.
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time, but everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours, and what you decide to do with them is your choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories.
Kojima is trying to give us agency over ourselves and to teach us something while playing a video game, which was one of his goals that he's always stated that he has when making games. But the third way that I viewed this scene was a bit more personal. Making this video was kind of difficult for me. I wanted to focus on the codec call with the AI quite a bit because I think it is important, and other people think it's important, so it became a focal point. I watched it quite a lot and thought a lot about the modern world. I'm not exactly a historically negative person, but it kind of put me in a doomer pit for a little bit. But I neglected to focus on this last scene, where Kojima himself basically pulls the player out of that same pit that he may have just put them in on purpose. Thinking a lot about the problems of the modern world can lead you down a certain path. Maybe the Patriots are right. Maybe we are being controlled. Maybe we have no will, no capability to decide what is right moving forward. Maybe information is being controlled. Maybe we are silenced effectively because we have too much power as the individual, or maybe we are at the mercy of the flood, liable to get lost in the swarm of junk data and information. But then I realized we're not supposed to side with the Patriots. Looking at that codec call and being like, wow, everything they said is right, just completely ignores the rest of this ending. It falls into the Patriots' trap. They haven't only manipulated Raiden, they've manipulated the player into believing their lies. No, none of that is true. None of what they say is true. What does Snake say right after that call?
They taught me some good things, too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word.
We have inherited freedom. The world may be dark sometimes, and it may get in the way of things that you want to do or feel like are possible, but we have the free will to choose, to view things the way we want to. The things we feel are real, the memories we have are real, and at the end of the day, we choose what to pass on. This scene to me feels like Snake effectively saying to worry about the self. Focus on what to pass on to those around you, and maybe don't get lost in the grand cataclysm of it all. It's uplifting, it's neutralizing, it's freedom. It's a cautionary tale for the modern age. This wasn't meant to look back on and say, wow, things have gotten so bad. It's a possible scenario to show what could happen if you let others decide what to pass on for you. I think we can all learn something from this game. It's saying a lot of things all at once, a lot of incredible things, a lot of terrifying things, and a lot of uplifting things. But I think getting lost in the nihilism of it and the predictions is kind of seeing the forest for the trees. Once you take a look at the overall picture, the future looks a little more bright. But hey, maybe that's just me being naively optimistic. After the release of Metal Gear Solid 2, Kojima had originally planned to leave the series. This will become quite common across the release of almost every game in the series, Kojima stating publicly that it may be his last Metal Gear game. Development on MGS3 did actually begin without him, but when the team was left without their director, they found it hard to replicate the ideas that he had. Metal Gear Solid 2 was meant to be my last Metal Gear before I handed it off to the team, and the team did actually start working on Metal Gear Solid 3, but unfortunately, there were problems and it didn't go well, so I was forced to come back and work on it. In the time between Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, Kojima had kept busy developing plenty of different titles, like his work as a producer on the Boktai series for the Game Boy Advance and Zone of the Enders. I decided not to include sections on these games in this video because Kojima didn't actually direct them, he was just a producer. But it is worth noting that Boktai was directed by Ikuya Nakamura, who had already worked on MGS 1 and 2. And Zone of the Enders was directed by Noriaki Okamura, who was heavily involved in Policenauts and would go on to work on Metal Gear Solid 5. Yoji Shinkawa also did artwork on Zone of the Enders, so both of these games were flowing with Metal Gear team members. Some of these new team members transferred over to Metal Gear Solid 3. For example, Shuyu Murata worked as a writer on Zone of the Enders and then moved over to MGS3 to help out with writing as well. Most of the standard members had returned though, Tomokazu Fukushima, Yoji Shinkawa, Motosada Mori, but this thing was only getting bigger. The original plan was to release MGS3 for the PlayStation 3, following the template for the previous entries in the series, with each game jumping forward into the new generation of consoles. But the PlayStation 3 was a long ways away, so the team decided to create the game for the current PlayStation 2. Because the game was going to be on the same console as the previous entry, the team didn't have the advantage of new tech and advancements in graphics to make their game impressive. They had to advance the environments, gameplay, and mechanics to make the game even more impressive than Metal Gear Solid 2, without relying on graphics. Kojima's solution to this was to drastically change the setting of the game. Instead of placing Snake in the small hallways and rooms of labs and secret facilities, Snake would be thrown into the jungle. The goal was to make a convincing jungle, though. The setting had to be realistic and interactive, with plenty of things that the player could do, like climb trees, hide in the brush, and hunt animals. And Kojima was ready to make it pretty clear this time around that the protagonist would not be changing, and that it would be Snake. But the thing is, the main character in the game is you. Giving too much importance to the character could result in the gamer being alienated from the game. To this end, Kojima felt like people enjoyed Snake because it was easy for them to replace him with themselves, rather than them being enamored with his actual personality. The boss designs this time around were based on single-word emotions like fear or pain. Kojima's original idea and direction to Shinkawa was to have them look like monsters, but Shinkawa went a bit too far with it and had to dial it back. But at the end of the day, Kojima's goals had stayed mostly the same. He wanted his games to have a positive effect on people's lives. Metal Gear Solid was eventually released on PlayStation 2 on November 17th, 2004 in North America, December 16th, 2004 in Japan, March 4th, 2005 in Europe, and March 17th, 2005 in Australia. As with previous games in the series, there was a second release of the game called Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. This included the MSX versions of the first two Metal Gear games, a multiplayer mode called Metal Gear Online, and a changed camera for the main game. This version of the game was eventually remastered in the HD and Legacy editions of the game, and was then re-released in the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. As much crap as I've talked about the Master Collection in previous videos, I actually did end up getting footage for MGS3 from that version of the game for this video. This was because the Legacy Collection, while it does play fine, for some reason does not agree with my setup, and I had many issues trying to get footage of MGS2 with it. The Master Collection was a bit more reliable when getting footage for the game. Metal Gear Solid 3 begins as a plane is flying over Pakistan. They are approaching Soviet airspace as a mysterious figure is smoking a cigar on the plane. His comms team tells him to get ready to participate in the world's first Halo jump. We're quickly treated to a flashback when Jack, our main character, was debriefed on the mission. Zero, the main point of contact for the mission, tells him that the CIA has given them the green light for this operation. It's called the Virtuous Mission, and since the game is actually a prequel set far before MGS1 and even Metal Gear, it's the Fox unit's first chance at becoming recognized. The goal is to find Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He is a famed rocket scientist, the head of a Soviet top-secret weapons research facility. He was originally responsible for the engine in the rocket that carried the Soviets' first manned spaceflight into the sky. He wanted asylum in the West, and his family was successfully retrieved. Zero managed to get him to the other side of the Berlin Wall, but he became quickly exhausted from the multiple-day journey, and he was checked into a hospital. In some really unfortunate timing, the Cuban Missile Crisis then began. I should probably just assume that everyone knows this, but this was a real event that happened in October of 1962. It was the moment that the Cold War came to a head, and the closest that the Soviets and the US got to entering a full-out nuclear war. The basics are that the US moved nukes into Turkey and Italy, and the Soviets responded by moving nukes into Cuba. The two countries ended up making a deal, and in the real world, the US had to move their missiles out of Turkey. But in MGS3, this was just a cover story, because the real trade was for Sokolov. Zero then had to hand the scientist off to the Soviets, even though he begged to be saved. Supposedly, Sokolov is now being forced to continue developing weapons in secret for the Soviets, and the project they have him working on is almost finished. Sokolov has recently been moved to Selinoyarsk, a place located in the Virgin Cliffs. This is their last chance to retrieve Sokolov during the field test of the new weapon that he's been working on. We then jump back to the present as Jack is about to begin his jump. Our mission is to infiltrate Selinoyarsk and get Sokolov, extracting him to the west. Snake falls into the forest here and takes off his mask, but this sequence will actually be slightly different based on the selection that we made in the beginning of the game. Once we start a new game, we are asked to make a choice based on which game we like in the series. If we select I liked MGS2, then we'll actually see Raiden's face here, but it turns out that this is a mask that Snake was wearing to fool the crew of the plane. This whole sequence really just screams Kojima trolling to me. Snake even wears the same mask that Raiden wore during his infiltration of the big shell here, trying to convince players just for a moment that they'd be playing Raiden again, only to be faking them out is pretty funny to me. But obviously, if you didn't like MGS2, you wouldn't select that option, and you'd just see Snake's face when he takes off the mask. Snake even responds quite like Raiden when talking to Zero in the beginning.
Your codename for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
But regardless, this is Snake, and he's been given a new code name for this mission, Naked Snake. This isn't the same Solid Snake that we know and love. This is before Shadow Moses, before everything that we've gone through, back to the very beginning. And to be honest, I'll just spoil the big twist now because I think this analysis will work a lot better if we know this up front, but this is not Solid Snake. This is Big Boss. This is not the origin of Solid Snake, but his genetic father, the one that provided the DNA to create him. We're going to see how the villain was made. But since we're on the topic of Raiden, why wasn't this character change-up as controversial as the one in MGS2? Why weren't fans upset they were playing Big Boss instead of Solid Snake? Well, this is mainly because there wasn't a bait-and-switch reveal. People didn't think that they'd be playing one character and then switched to a different one. Also because Big Boss basically is Solid Snake. Snake is a genetic clone of Big Boss. They look identical and basically act mostly the same up to a certain point, so it doesn't really matter when it's viewed on a surface level. Technically, we aren't playing Solid Snake, but effectively we are. Also, Big Boss isn't Big Boss yet, he's just Naked Snake. Snake, of course, says his signature line at this point.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Zero decides to go by a code name for now, Major Tom. He then tells Snake how important it is for him to maintain stealth in this mission. Since the US doesn't officially recognize this mission and cannot take credit for it, no one can know that they were here. All equipment must be procured on site for this very reason. We then move forward and Snake gets his backpack from a tree. Luckily, we are armed with camouflage to keep us from being seen in the jungle. A lot of things have changed this time around in MGS3. While MGS2 was very similar to Metal Gear Solid 1 in its gameplay, adding a few upgrades here and there, focusing more on structural improvements rather than new mechanics or systems, Metal Gear Solid 3 adds a lot of new features that drastically change how we play the game. Because of the change in setting, there are a lot of new things to consider this time around. One of the biggest systems that we'll have to interact with is stamina and eating. While traversing the jungles, Snake's stamina will decrease, mainly while journeying and completing activities. Lowered stamina will affect us in many different ways. High stamina will heal our health faster, low stamina will affect our aiming, our grip, and oxygen meters when hanging or swimming, and our stomach will even gurgle, which will give away our position to the enemies. The only way to increase stamina, which we will have to do regularly, is to eat food. We can pick up rations around the various facilities in the jungle or on the ground. Eating these will no longer heal us directly, but just increase our stamina, and the health will regenerate along with it over time. But food doesn't just come in the form of rations and pre-packaged food. These are actually quite rare. The more common form of food that we'll encounter is in the form of wildlife around the jungle. These can be snakes, alligators, frogs, anything living that we find in the forests. Each piece of food has different levels of stamina recovery, and Snake will comment on their tastiness each time he eats something.
Not too bad.
Some food is utterly disgusting to him and will recover no stamina, while others are very scrumptious and will be rejuvenating to Snake. This creates a level of interactivity with the environment that we haven't really had until now. The jungle itself becomes a living, breathing thing rather than just a set piece. It's another level of realism that's introduced, furthering the stealth simulator that has taken form here. And in this way, Snake becomes one with the jungle, taking from it just as much as it takes from him. But it also introduces another level of challenge to the game. Because we normally can't just heal ourselves, we have to rely on stamina regenerating our health. This makes combat a lot more punishing and encourages approaching situations with stealth overall. This will avoid us having to deal with as much health regeneration in the long run. In Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, we could just regain health directly with the use of rations, but it isn't that simple anymore. The other large thing that we'll have to pay attention to regarding health is curing. Now, if we get shot enough or damaged enough, we'll gain wounds rather than just losing some health. The wounds will prevent us from fully recovering our health. With our health permanently damaged, we'll have to treat these wounds in the fields of battle. Gunshots will require using a knife to remove the bullet, disinfectant to clean the wound, stypic to stop the bleeding, and a bandage to wrap the cut. Each injury requires a different set of fixes. Arrow wounds, broken bones, burns, all require specific treatments to cure. We can even get food poisoning by eating the wrong thing, or venom poisoning by getting bit by a snake, and these will require antidotes to stop health loss. This, once again, adds another level of challenge. Having a finite supply of bandages or disinfectants makes us more prone to approaching situations with stealth rather than running through. We'll deal with less injuries this way, and it will cause less issues in the long run, but adding another system to treat ourselves in the jungle once again increases the immersion. Snake is alone out here, and getting shot isn't as simple as just eating some food. We need to remove the bullet. We need to prevent infection. These things make us feel closer to the character, as if the character's actually just us. And the third largest change to gameplay that Metal Gear Solid 3 made was camouflage. We now have the ability to equip different camos and face paints. Each face paint and camouflage will change a percentage meter that is at the top right corner of our screen. This tells us how much we've been blending in with the environment. We will blend in more if we're crouched or crawling on the ground, but it will also increase if our camo and face paint match our surroundings. Certain camos are better suited to the jungle or the rocky cliffs or the brick of dilapidated buildings. This hidden rating will determine how easy or hard it is for certain enemies to spot us when we're sneaking around, so ensuring that we have the best camo equipped for our environment is essential to stealth. All of these systems are incredibly important to Metal Gear Solid 3 as a whole. Like I said before, the team was really focused on creating an impressive show for their second game on the PlayStation 2. They couldn't rely on new technology. They had to present things like the camo system, food, and treating injuries. These mechanics make the entire thing a lot more realistic, which was what they were going for in the first place. The team actually had to create a new engine just to be able to render a realistic jungle that players could traverse. This was because of the uneven grounds of the forest, the climbable trees, etc. But all of this was in the pursuit of realism and the introduction of the environment as a character. The realism doesn't just factor in because it's true to life. Sure, treating wounds in battle would be something Snake has to do, but it also makes the mission more realistic. Naked Snake is not supported by the US government here. He has to survive on his own, and he's outside. There aren't exactly a ton of rations just sitting around. This mission takes time and energy. It doesn't just make the game more true to life, but more true to its own world. It feels as if the game has opened up and allowed us to explore its own world a bit more. As if these things were always there, but we just weren't able to experience them yet. The other large gameplay change we haven't talked about yet, which is a bit separate from the others, is the removal of the Soliton radar system. Kojima had felt that the game was starting to become just a radar game. People were staring at the radar rather than keeping an eye on their surroundings. Removing this is a big deal because Metal Gear had become synonymous with the radar at this point. But this was first justified in World, since this was a prequel. It therefore made sense that Snake would not have that functionality. The radar is still technically here, it's just massively downgraded. We have multiple pieces of equipment that we can equip in Metal Gear Solid 3. The mine detector, the motion detector, the AP sensor, the thermal goggles. These all require battery charge to be used. They have a little meter at the top of their equipment square, and this will slowly decrease as we use it. It will recharge when not in use, but if the meter is depleted, we have to let it recharge or refill it with a battery. The full Soliton radar from previous games has been split up into multiple devices. Its functionality has been spread across different pieces of equipment. We still get the same effects, but we no longer have this overpowered radar constantly sitting at the top of the screen. The AP sensor will beep when enemies are nearby, the motion detector will show us a very small version of a radar that only pings in the same area every few seconds. The mine detector is also battery powered now, so we no longer have the ability to use it without consuming charge. Again, a lot of these do add another level of immersion, but it's also just about Kojima's idea of making the gameplay more interesting. And it certainly does add some more challenge to MGS3. Kojima was sort of right when he said Metal Gear Solid games were becoming radar games. In Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, we are definitely looking at the radar more than we are the world. This means that the world is secondary to raw information. It's much easier to spot dots on a minimap than it is to spot enemies in the world, ones that may be behind cover or may be moving around. This itself works to break immersion in a way. But when the radar is removed, we rely on the motion detector and AP sensor far less. We have to locate enemies in the world rather than on the radar. That means our eyes, our attention, and our focus is on the world rather than on the raw information being given to us in the faux world. All of these things managed to really improve upon the previous formula that the games had set up. And at this point in the series, it honestly seemed kind of impossible to upgrade what Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 had already set up. But somehow adding the survival elements and mechanics that push realism, they managed. Outside of all of this, the game plays incredibly similar to Metal Gear Solid 2 when it comes to the basics, the core game. We sneak around areas trying to make it to our objective. If we get caught, we are sent into an alert phase and are forced to evade enemies until those phases go away. After Snake retrieves his equipment and is told of the importance of his mission, he is introduced to his new support team. Paramedic is the first new member, who will be supporting Snake through survival advice and saving. She's effectively the Mei Ling or Rose for this entry. The second member of our support team is the Boss. This is Snake's main mission advisor. She happens to be Snake's mentor and someone that he hasn't spoken to in years. Snake recalls the exact amount of time since they talked. Clearly, she means a lot to him.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
He's bitter that she left him so suddenly, but she had a secret mission that she needed to complete, and she taught Snake everything she could. The boss then tells Snake that she can't teach him how to think like a soldier. She gives him the advice that he shouldn't feel anything for his comrades because politics dictates how people fight, and politics are a living thing. They change over time.
Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be.
The boss had this view on the world. She sees the world, nations, countries, and politics as ever-changing. With these things constantly shifting, the motivations of people that follow those nations and politics also change with the times. This is a large piece of Metal Gear Solid 3 and will be a through line across the entire game. Snake tries to say that he just follows whoever gives him the orders, the people at the top. But the boss says that the people at the top change, and they don't dictate missions, but the times do.
In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun.
The boss will be assisting Snake from a submarine in the Arctic. Sokolov is being held in a facility to the north, and our job is to get there. As Snake makes his way through the jungle, we cross paths with a few different groups of enemies, have to traverse the forest, and cross a suspended bridge. Eventually, we arrive at Rasvet, an abandoned factory that Sokolov is supposed to be located in. We find the man inside burning some papers in a fire. Zero has sent us here with a message. Sorry for being so late. Sokolov says that someone is after him, a man named Colonel Volgin of the GRU unit. In the West, he is known as Thunderbolt, but he has specific plans for Sokolov. He's trying to carry out a plan to overthrow the Soviet leader Khrushchev. Since Kennedy's assassination, the peace between the US and the Soviets have been dwindling. Volgin has formed an extremist faction to take back the motherland and destroy this peace with the United States. Volgin is trying to get Sokolov because he plans to use his weapons as leverage. The Soviet soldiers outside have been tasked with keeping Sokolov away from Volgin, even if it means killing him. Zero then calls Snake, telling him to get Sokolov to the recovery point, where a cutting-edge Photon recovery device will extract him. Photon recovery devices will become incredibly important in a later entry. Snake actually has different responses here based on whether he was sighted on his way to the factory or not. Before we leave, Zero tells us that he unfortunately lost contact with the boss. Outside, we meet Ocelot, who doesn't quite yet have the name Revolver. He's the commander of the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
He ends up shooting the Soviet soldiers to prove himself. He thinks that Snake is the boss, but when he realizes it isn't her, he calls in his Ocelot unit by making the craziest cat noise you've ever heard. Ocelot tries to shoot Snake, but his gun jams and Snake uses CQC, or close quarters combat, to take him down. He schools Ocelot on the gun that he's using. The way he was loading it was asking for a jam, and his technique that he uses to absorb
the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique. But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Ocelot then goes unconscious and Snake calls Zero. Ocelot seems to be working for Volgin, and the Major realizes that this whole situation is even messier than Cuba itself. Because it's such a high-stakes affair, we need to find Sokolov again, because he ran off when the fighting began. Snake finds him at the nearby suspended bridge. Snake is about to get him out of there when we hear a large shot being fired. A large tank appears, the Shagohod, a treading behemoth that's capable of launching nuclear IRBMs. Completing the second phase of this weapon will see its true form complete and begin a true world war. Sokolov was forced to build this and had no choice but to cooperate. The boss suddenly appears, carrying 2 large cases. She reveals that she's turned on the US, and she's taking Sokolov with her. She plans to work with Volgin and her own Cobra unit.
It's raining blood.
The boss has officially defected to the Soviet Union, and she isn't taking Snake with her.
Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
Snake hesitates when it comes time to shoot, and the boss dismantles his gun, breaks his arm, his ribs, and throws him into the ravine. Snake manages to grab her bandana before he falls.
The new blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, on to Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake ends up on the riverbank, and we get a call from our support team. Paramedic guides Snake in how to fix his various wounds. Snake then watches the Shagohod airlifted out and reaches his hand toward the boss. Volgin also has Sokolov's wife. Ocelot then uses one of the nukes in the cases that the boss brought him. Ocelot openly objects to what Sokolov is about to do, obliterate his own countrymen, but he does it anyways, and Snake watches as a recovery balloon falls. This is the end of the intro for Metal Gear Solid 3, the end of the virtuous mission. Shortly, a small amount of time will pass and we will re-enter the jungle with nearly the same mission as before, but with an entirely new scene that's been set for us. And this is the through line that I was talking about before. Effectively, the theme of Metal Gear Solid 3 is introduced very early, and it spends the rest of its runtime hammering that theme in. Where Metal Gear Solid 2's theme is more of one big strike right at the end, Metal Gear Solid 3 is a little bit more of a slow burn. Kojima has stated before one-word representations of the theme of each Metal Gear Solid game, with the first game being Gene, whether genes determine your destiny or not, the second game being meme, the things that we pass on to others, and the third game's theme Kojima defines as scene. Scene, in my opinion, really just means perspective, how things can change in someone's eyes based on the things around you or the scene that you're involved in. This is one of the first things that the boss talks to Snake about when we're introduced to her, and it's very important. The game will change our perceptions of characters. Even now, the boss was introduced to us as a mentor to Snake, someone that clearly has a much better handle on what it means to be a soldier, someone who knows what the true meaning of battle is, and someone who clearly has more experience than Snake. She is presented to us as a figure above Snake, someone that he genuinely cares about. So when she turns on him, defects from the US and joins the Soviet extremist group that Volgin has put together, this isn't just a friend turning against him, this is the ultimate betrayal. This is Snake losing his North Star, his compass, his guide, his icon that he has chosen to emulate. He was betrayed, but in a much more active way. He is now without. This is almost incomprehensible to Snake because his relationship with the boss is more than just a mentor, which is something a lot deeper that we'll get into later. After the intro sequence plays, one that I should note is interactive this time around, time has passed to 1 week later. Snake has been recovering in that time, and the team has been tasked with getting Sokolov out once again. Fox is taking some of the blame for the boss defecting, but this mission is a chance to clear their name. President Johnson and Khrushchev spoke about the nuke launch after it happened. The US is still claiming that they weren't involved, and Khrushchev is requiring them to prove it within 1 week. This involves getting Sokolov out, eliminating the boss, and taking out Volgin. If this doesn't happen, Khrushchev will be ousted and the US will be in much deeper nuclear threat. Luckily, the KGB has provided us 2 insiders, which isn't much, but it'll have to do. They are NSA code breakers that have defected. Their names are Adam and Eva. Snake once again parachutes into the forest, and we're tasked with rendezvousing with Adam. He is to be Snake's escape route during this mission. This mission is called Operation Snake Eater, and from the beginning, we're already at a different starting point. The goal is still the same, get Sokolov, but now we need to destroy the Shagohod, take out Volgin, and even eliminate the boss. This change of scene makes things look a whole lot different. One of our greatest allies has now turned into a mission objective. Before we head out on our mission, Zero decides to change his code name. Previously, he had the name Tom, which he got from the movie The Great Escape. I've talked about this movie before and how influential it was on Kojima when he made the original Metal Gear, so it only makes sense that he references it here. In that movie, the protagonists name their 3 escape routes Tom, Dick, and Harry. And he picked the name Tom because he thought it was the hole the group escaped from, but it wasn't. Zero associates this with their bad luck in the last mission and changes his name to Zero for good. This scene does a bit to humanize Zero in our eyes. This has to be viewed through the perspective of Metal Gear Solid 2 in the rearview mirror. In every Metal Gear Solid game, we have a point of contact, a guide over the codec that gives us our missions. We are a soldier no matter what. Someone needs to direct Snake, to tell him where to go, to keep him in line. But in Metal Gear Solid 1, this was Campbell. In Metal Gear Solid 2, it was Otacon in the tanker and Campbell once again in the plant, but obviously it wasn't really Campbell. It becomes important to convey to the player, at least subtly, that they can trust this advisor once again, that they aren't going to betray them, that they truly are a guiding figure to listen to. And I think the game does a lot to make us trust Zero in its first few sequences. This small, seemingly random scene with Zero talking about a movie makes us feel like he's a real person, rather than just a commanding member of the military. Even when he has Snake deliver a sympathetic message to Sokolov, this shows that he has empathy, he has feeling.
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
He remembers the mistakes he's made in the past, and this mission isn't just his job, it's about righting wrongs. Paramedic is once again on this mission with us, and we have to succeed or she will lose her medical license, already adding to the incredibly high stakes. We have an addition to our support team this time as well. His name is Sigint. He's an expert in weapons and equipment. Snake is now ready to head out and find Adam. We're told the question to ask him is, who are the Patriots? And the answer is Lali Lule Lo. Clearly the Patriots even have their hand in things, all the way back before Naked Snake was even Big Boss. Snake heads north only to find a white horse and the boss herself. She quickly disarms Snake again and tells him to leave, to get out of here. Clearly she doesn't want to kill Snake, or at least she has some reservations against it because she would have done it by now, but it doesn't change the fact that she defected. Snake tries to ask her why she did this, why she turned to the Soviets, but she only answers him with a question. Who is he loyal to? His country or the boss? His duty or his personal feelings? She tells him that he will have to choose soon, before getting on her horse and leaving. Before she does, she explodes Snake's drop pod, which will draw enemies to the area. He talks to Zero once the boss leaves and tells him that there must be a leak because the boss knew he was there. He also doesn't know if he'll be able to take the boss down and doesn't even really fully believe that she defected yet. We journey through the forests once again and find the abandoned factory ruins. A woman on a motorcycle arrives and tells Snake that she's the replacement for Adam, as he couldn't make it to the meeting. Snake asks her for the passcode, but she doesn't answer before soldiers arrive. She manages to kill all of them and explains herself. Volgan replaced Adam in the mission at the last second. He ended up sending Eva instead. Snake then shows off his weapons knowledge, noting that her weapon is Chinese-made, an imitation of a Russian model. She then gives Snake an American-made pistol, one that he's very impressed with, and a scientist's outfit to use as a disguise. We're supposed to use the outfit to get into the lab and get Sokolov out. Eva wants Snake to rest a bit before he heads out, and Paramedic echoes this sentiment. This serves as an introduction to the mechanic that causes us to regain stamina when we save. One thing that I will say about Metal Gear Solid 3 that it does really well is slowly introducing mechanics over the course of its first few hours. This was something that Kojima noted as an obstacle that the team had to tackle. Because there were so many new mechanics introduced and so much of a change in gameplay, they had to gradually welcome in new mechanics so that players wouldn't be confused upon starting the game. We're told about new features through the game as well, making things feel more in-world, as if our support team is telling us about survival tactics rather than mechanics in a video game. One by one, the idea of each mechanic is introduced. We're allowed to get comfortable with it, and then another idea is made plain. This prevents the player from getting overwhelmed by everything that the game has to offer, all of these changes. Snake ends up taking a rest, and Eva is seen using a radio while he sleeps. When he awakes, the two are surrounded outside. Eva decides to escape out the trap door, and we have to fend off the Ocelot unit by ourselves, only to find that Ocelot himself has already captured Eva. Ocelot is wearing the bullet that jammed his gun around his neck as he plans to use it on Snake. He's now using a revolver, taking the advice that Snake gave him before, but Snake points out something pretty important.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off. What did you say? It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item.
Ocelot isn't quite used to the reduced amount of shots in his new gun though, and miscounts the bullets that he has left. Eva ends up getting away and trying to shoot Ocelot, but Snake advises her to have mercy because he's just a kid. Snake moves on and gets a call from Eva, who tells him why she defected in the first place. She grew up in a small town, and when she went to work for the NSA, she ended up seeing the truth of the world. She saw the universe as the intelligence community saw it, from a distance.
People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
This led her to the realization that the only difference between two sides was perspective.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie.
This once again furthers the theme that we talked about before. Eva and the boss have both come to this same realization, that the world is really just a bunch of different sides that all have a slightly skewed perspective of whatever truth there is. Snake has yet to come to this realization. He still believes in things like truth and justice, that he is fighting for the right side. When Snake makes it out of the swamp and comes upon a small ravine, he is met with Ocelot once again. The man uses his signature cat call again to draw in his Ocelot unit. He's now equipped with 2 revolvers, so he has 12 shots instead of 6.
Shots.
This begins the first boss battle of the game against Ocelot. Enemies in MGS3 have both a health bar and a stamina bar, just like Snake. This was true of Metal Gear Solid 2 as well, but taking enemies' stamina all the way to 0 will win us the battle, but for doing this we'll also be rewarded with an extra camouflage. This is obviously just a little secret challenge for each boss and isn't mandatory, but taking out Ocelot is pretty simple overall. He runs between different spots on the other side of the canyon, and we have to take shots at him when he peeks out from cover. We can also optionally shoot at hornets' nests to get him out of cover, but his Ocelot soldiers don't like that we're fighting unfair, and will shoot at us for our dishonorable behavior. But this fight shares a lot of similarities to our first fight that we had with Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 1. We can see his shots left in his guns underneath his health. He has to stop to reload, which acts as an opening point for us, and he will ricochet shots at us behind cover. When Ocelot is defeated, a swarm of hornets come along and chase us away. Unfortunately, the two don't actually have a chance to finish their duel, and Ocelot twirls his guns in the air to take out the bugs like a badass. Ocelot even repeats a line from Metal Gear Solid 1.
You were lucky. We'll meet again.
You were lucky. We'll meet again!
Snake then jumps down into the ravine and finds himself in a cave system. We make our way through this cave system only to be met with the first villain of the Cobra unit and our second boss fight, the Pain. As you can tell, all of the Cobra unit share similar names: the Pain, the Fear, the End, the Sorrow, the Fury, and the Boss. These are our cast of villains for this entry, outside of Volgin, of course, because he isn't truly a part of their unit. They share a lot of similarities in style to that of Foxhound or Dead Cell, a group of mercenaries or soldiers that are all a bit eccentric. And with MGS3, the focus on each of these characters is around a particular type of emotion. The Pain specifically has the ability to control insects. He can form them into balls or swarms that will attack us, and he clearly thrives off of feeling this emotion, pain. We have to damage the Pain from the outside of this small arena. He stands on a rock platform while we have to maneuver around the outside water using 2 small outcroppings of rocks to stand on. The Pain will throw grenades at us, sending them by way of insect swarm balls, and cover himself with insect armor. Getting through these defenses and attacks will see us defeating the man.
I caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss. I am the Pain.
The Pain explodes when we kill him. It's clear these men in the boss's unit have a great loyalty to their leader, willing to die for her or their mission. We aren't sure, but Snake can at least relate to that type of feeling for his former mentor. We have to make our way through the surrounding areas, most of which consist of swamps and exterior areas of warehouses and buildings. When we arrive at a specific warehouse, Snake sees Sokolov being transported. Volgin gives Tatiana, Sokolov's wife, an electric shock. Volgin actually has the ability to control electricity, which is somehow one of the least crazy things that we've seen in the series so far. Ocelot shows up playing his own strange form of Russian roulette with Sokolov. He juggles the revolvers while firing through the chambers, but the boss arrives and stops him from actually shooting the man.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield.
She arrives with the news that the Pain has been killed by Snake, which greatly angers Volgin. He immediately thinks that Khrushchev must be behind this whole thing. The End and the Fear are here as well, 2 other members of the Cobra unit, and the boss believes that she sees the Sorrow somewhere as well. The group leaves, and it's worth noting that we can actually shoot the End here and kill him. This will avoid the later boss fight with him, but this is obviously a secret and not the intended way on dealing with him. Snake has to head deeper into the forest and eventually finds the lab that he needs to infiltrate. Here we have to use our scientist outfit to get into the facility. We can find chloroform or cigar spray that will take out enemies without conflict. Once we get through a few rooms in the facility, we happen upon a man named Alexander Leonidovich Granin. He's one of the best weapons scientists that the Soviet Union has at their disposal, and the head of the Granin Design Bureau. He created a mobile ballistic system called SS-1C. His weapons were directly responsible for helping take down the Nazis. Despite all of this, he has been stripped of his authority, as Sokolov's designs have taken over his. He created a bipedal tank called Metal Gear that's set to be a revolutionary step forward for weapons.
Are you familiar with the theory of the missing link between apes and humans? Well, this technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will.
Granin thinks that his Metal Gear will dwarf Sokolov's Shagohod in the end. Since Volgin has cast him to the side, he plans to send the information to the US. He then gives us some very vital information, mostly because he's super drunk. He tells us about something called the Philosopher's Legacy. Volgin's father was connected to a group called the Philosophers. Their legacy was the large fortune that they had amassed. Volgin's father used the confusion of war to gain this fortune, and now Volgin has been using it to fund his extremist group and their weapons projects. Granin helps us even more by giving Snake a key card that he can use to get into the main base. He wants Sokolov out, and he wants the Shagohod destroyed. As we leave the base, we are ambushed by the Fear, the next member of the Cobra unit. He's a freaky, creepy, crawling beast that sticks to the trees. He shoots Snake with a poison dart, something that will ail us in this fight unless we use a serum to cure it. This fight is one of the easiest in the game. There are traps set up all around the forest, and we have to avoid them while getting shots off at the Fear while he flies around the trees. The thermal goggles assist us a lot here in seeing the traps laid out and keeping an eye on the Fear. We defeat the Fear and Snake makes contact with Eva. We need to get another key from her to get into the base. She plans to meet us on top of the nearby mountains, and unfortunately another boss is waiting for us just ahead. The End, the father of modern sniping.
Do you hear me?
Snake, I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt.
The boss fight with the End is probably one of the best in the entire series, mostly because the variety of ways in which we're allowed to approach it, the various ways that it can end or turn out. The battle actually takes place across multiple different areas. It's one large area that's connected through small canyons and tunnels, meaning that there will be short transition screens. It's a large place, and the End will always find a way to shoot at us from a distance. He's always waiting in the shadows, ready to take a shot. He will fire at us with his sniper, and his darts will slowly decrease our stamina. We have to make sure to remove these, otherwise Snake will be knocked out and will end up being taken prisoner. This makes things incredibly difficult because we have to trudge all the way back here to try again. This will also happen if we save the game and shut the console off for a few days. This is basically the End taking Snake captive while he's resting. The most known way to solve this battle is to save the game and wait a week in real time, or just change the clock on your PlayStation. This would result in the End dying of old age before we could actually fight him. This is, of course, the most dishonorable way to win, as the End was spending the last of his few moments on this planet to battle Snake, someone that he considers a worthy foe. The direct way to deal with this battle is just to take out the End by shooting him enough to take down his health. This sounds a bit easier than it is though. If we do manage to find the End hiding out and get the drop on him, once we shoot him, he drops a flashbang and uses these few seconds to get away. The best way to deal with this that I've found is to turn away when he drops the flashbang so we aren't blind, and then we can chase him to his next hiding spot. We can follow him easier if we have the thermal goggles equipped because we can see his footprints in the mud. None of this is required. We can actually sneak around and not get shot by the End and get behind him before attacking. Most methods take quite a long time, and the battle is drawn out a bit, and that's because it's supposed to be. This is supposed to be the battle of the End's life, the culmination of his expertise in sniping. If we take out the End in a true battle, then he tells us this much.
Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century, and now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all.
After we move on from this battle, we're met with a massive ladder, an almost insurmountable task, a ladder that seemingly goes on forever, the ultimate challenge. In all seriousness, almost everyone knows about the Forever Ladder in Metal Gear Solid 3. It's actually 3 minutes long. We climb a ladder and hear the theme for the game. I know most everyone just treats this as a kind of goofy joke that the game has in store, but I always wondered what the real point behind this was. Obviously, there is a reason that it's here, so what is it? In my opinion, I think there are a few ways that we can view it. First, I think it's obviously a way to show off the theme song, but I also think it gives the player time to reflect on the game so far. The sequence is getting pretty close to about the halfway point of the game. It isn't the dead center point for sure, but a lot has happened so far. We're just starting to get to the head of this adventure, so it makes sense to give the player time to think about the things that have come to pass. Also, it could be metaphorical. It could be a representation of Big Boss's ascent to the famed soldier that he would become, climbing the ladder of prestige and expertise in battle. Or it could just be there because we're heading to the top of a high mountain and they wanted the game to be realistic. In other words, maybe the curtains are just blue. Once we get to the top, we have to weave through a ton of different mountain bases that are populated by a ton of soldiers, and even a large helicopter that will rain down fire on us if we get spotted. When we get to the top, Eva is already here. Snake notices her scars, but she won't tell him where she got them from. She says that the second phase of the Shagohod development is almost done. She gives Snake the key to get into Groznyj and also gives us a new technology that has been developed, instant noodles. Sokolov is located in the weapons lab of Groznyj, and we need Colonel class clearance to get in. This means we need to find a major who we can pose as. Eva then asks Snake about his relationship with the boss. He explains that she's sort of like a mother to him, but something even past this, something unexplainable.
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
Eva then heads off, jumping a ramp with her bike. We can then see down into the outside of the base. Volgin is punching a barrel in a fit of rage. We find out that the body of Granin is inside. He had a transmitter in his shoe. He was working against them. Ocelot still speaks out against the way that Volgin is handling things, but Volgin doesn't really care. He thinks that there's a spy among their ranks, as some C3 explosives have recently gone missing. The boss reports about the deaths of the End and the Fear. She thinks that America is coming after them to try and steal the Philosopher's Legacy from Volgin. Volgin heads to get the nuke launcher, and Ocelot notes Tatiana's boots. When we head into the passageway that gets us into Groznyj, we're quickly set upon by another boss battle. This is the Fury, who proclaims himself as an astronaut that has returned from space after seeing the world aflame. The Fury is a pretty simple boss fight if you come into it knowing what's going on. It always takes me a few tries upon revisiting this game because it can be a little tricky. The Fury will stalk this arena with multiple aisles. We can shoot him at the end of the aisle and he'll start flying around the arena, attacking us with his flamethrower. The flamethrower is the dangerous part of the fight because the fire persists after he shoots it. He'll end up covering the battlefield in flame and we'll have to seek cover in the shadows. It's tricky to get shots off on him while avoiding the fire, but obviously stealth is our friend. When we do take him out, he turns into a large flaming head and chases Snake out of the tunnel. We have to make our way into the base and take out a specific major called Rykov. We can steal his uniform and get access into the base. Rykov looks very similar to another character that we know, with a similar first 3 letters in his name. When we get inside, Sokolov is meeting with Tatiana, who is actually Eva in disguise. He is giving her files on the Shagohod. When we finally ask Sokolov, he doesn't know anything about the Philosopher's Legacy, but he does say that the second phase of the Shagohod has been completed. It's ready to run. The problem they were working on was that the prototype couldn't carry missiles large enough to launch, but Sokolov solved this issue by attaching a rocket engine to the tank. This allows the tank to move at over 300 miles per hour, and launching the missile at this speed allows it to travel up to 6,000 miles, easily reaching the United States. The prototype is in the base, but Volgin plans on mass producing them. He's also going to send them to Europe and Asia, forcing the world into nuclear war. Sokolov says that the only way to destroy the weapon is to use C3 explosives on the fuel tankers below. Sokolov then tells us that Tatiana is actually Volgin's lover, not Sokolov's wife. His wife has already been transported to the US. Volgin then arrives. He was looking for Rykov because the two are actually in a relationship, and he quickly realizes that this man isn't his lover. He unmasks Snake, and our main character finally gets the CQC jump on someone else. But as is the trend, the boss arrives to take Snake down. The boss then takes Volgin down as well, preventing him from killing Snake. Snake is then taken to a torture room. Sokolov is also here, but is killed by Volgin. Volgin is using his electricity to get information out of Snake, but the boss knows that it won't work because she taught him to resist this type of torture. Volgin assumes that Snake is going after the legacy, which he confirms is $100 billion that's hidden in different places. Volgin wants the boss to prove she wasn't working with him by taking out one of his eyes. Before she does this, Ocelot begins testing Tatiana by playing his Ocelot roulette game, but Snake stops him and his eye is shot out, certainly subverting the expectations of the fans that already knew Big Boss had lost one of his eyes. Ocelot then shoves a transmitter in Snake's wound, and the boss shoots Snake, giving him the gun and telling him to get out of here. She has once again shown an act of mercy on her former pupil. She clearly can't kill him, so what's her motive here? At this point, we don't really know. The only thing that we can assume is that she defected, but she still cares about Snake and doesn't want to have to take him out. She wants him to live. She doesn't want to destroy him. Eva then approaches Snake and tells him how to get out. Afterwards, we're transported into a jail cell and have to escape. We have to take our fake death pill that we've been equipped with since the beginning of the game, and by using our instant revival pill as soon as the guard opens the door. As we escape, though, we realize that we need equipment, as all of our stuff has been taken away. We need to meet with Ava to get our stuff back. As we head out of the facility, though, we are cornered by Ocelot and his unit. It's finally time for the cat to use his fated bullet that he's been saving for this very moment. Unfortunately for him, Snake jumps off the ledge and into the water below. We land in a river and we have another boss fight against the Sorrow, the last of the Cobra unit. While the battle with the End is incredibly impressive, the battle with the Sorrow is probably one of my favorites from a thematic and narrative perspective. The whole thing isn't even really a battle. We just slowly wade through the water, heading north the entire time. We have to evade the spirits of all the enemies that we've killed throughout our playthrough, including the Cobra unit. This is consistent with the previous games in the series. Even in Ghost Babel, bosses were telling us how many enemies we had killed. This was always an idea that Kojima had with the series, make the player feel guilty for the enemies they've killed, for not pursuing the stealth option. And ultimately, taking out enemies and killing them is something you might have to do in a tight situation, sure, but it is the easier path. What's much more difficult, the path less traveled, so to speak, is avoiding enemy contact wherever possible and getting out of the way. It's far easier to just take out enemies and kill them with a silenced pistol, especially because if we trank enemies, they can be woken up by other people that find them. They can effectively come back because they aren't dead, they're just out. So it becomes easier to take an enemy out for good, and this violence is met with guilt during the fight with the Sorrow.
I am the Sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness. This world is one of sadness. Battle brings death. Death brings sorrow.
At the end of the fight, we hear the Sorrow and the boss talking. During a call after this, we find out the Sorrow is actually dead. He's a spirit that haunts this place. The boss was forced to take him out 2 years ago. And with that, the Cobra unit has been wiped out, except for their leader, the boss. After this fight, we get to the waterfall and meet with Eva. She gives us our equipment back, finally, and she tries to get some of that Snake, if you know what I mean, but Snake denies her. If we didn't remove the transmitter that Ocelot put inside of Snake during the torture sequence, then she will take it out here. But more importantly, she gives us the C3 explosives we need to destroy Groznygrad. Eva reveals that her goal here was to get the Shagohod plans for Khrushchev. Snake tries to warn her against Ocelot because he already suspects that she's a double agent. Eva also reveals why she loves riding a motorcycle, and this is classic Kojima, romanticizing what is seemingly a small part of a character.
If I didn't ride every day, I couldn't go on living. When I'm riding, the wind hits me so hard that it hurts. That pain keeps my mind off the pain of having to be someone else.
Snake gets into the base and we place the C3 on the fuel storage. We're quickly stopped because Volgin has captured Eva. The boss takes out Snake once again. Eva had found a piece of film that contains the location of the philosopher's legacy. This microfilm, because it contains the location, is effectively the legacy itself. Volgin decides to tell Snake about the legacy before killing him. During World War II, China, America, and the Soviet Union created a pact. They worked together to defeat the Axis by taking part in covert operations. They gathered the wealth to collectively fund these projects, and after the war, it was supposed to be split between the parties. Volgin's father took all of the money for the Soviet Union, laundering it through different avenues. The microfilm is actually a record of all of these transactions. Volgin now has the legacy and has used the money to create the Shagohod, and will use it to bring Mother Russia back to its former glory. At this point, Ocelot wants to battle Snake himself to get his own revenge, but Volgin refuses this. Ocelot then decides to help Snake by throwing him a weapon. We now have our boss fight against Volgin, who basically will just use Force Lightning Star Wars powers to attack us. He can even launch bullets with his lightning. We have to avoid these attacks and get behind Volgin to damage him. We can't attack him from the front. The fight itself is pretty easy. Ocelot betrays Volgin in the fight and refuses to help him, choosing the boss over the Russian. When we defeat Volgin, we get out of the base and Eva helps us escape. She met up with the boss and let her go. As Eva and Snake leave the base, the Shagohod chases them. It's still running, making it out of the base's destruction, and Volgin is piloting the thing. We have to fend off tons of troops as Eva navigates the motorcycle out of the rubble. We also have to keep the tank at a distance by firing volleys of RPGs at it. When we reach the bridge, Eva has luckily placed explosive charges on it, and we have to shoot them to crash the bridge. It doesn't work though because the Shagohod immediately makes it out. We then have another short fight against Volgin where we fire RPGs at the Shagohod tracks to stop his movement and then hit the tank's weak spot. And our final fight against the man is on the ground, where we have to hit Volgin atop the tank as he's controlling it with power line reins like some sort of Shagohod tank horse crossbreed. When he finally dies, he calls on his final power, but he's killed by a bolt of lightning.
Fried by a bolt of lightning. A fitting end.
And with that, Volgin has been taken down and the Shagohod has been destroyed. We couldn't quite extract Sokolov, but we still have one more objective to complete, and that's taking down the boss. Eva once again gets us out, as the boss is waiting for Snake at a nearby lake. But soldiers are chasing us. The two get away, but in a crash, and Eva impales herself on a stick. Snake isn't ready to let her go, though. We have to guide her through the forest, an escort mission of sorts. We have to actually manage her health and stamina the same way that we do Snake's. This sequence honestly isn't bad as far as most escort missions are concerned. It's pretty easy to engage with. Eva rarely gets in the way unless we make a mistake. Once we successfully get Eva through this sequence, we are met with the final part of the game. The boss has been waiting for Snake, their final showdown on a field of white flowers.
When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Obviously, an explanation is in order, and the boss is about to explain herself to Snake. She says that perspective changes all. It adjusts how people think, and with the times, enemies change. Russia and the US used to be allies, but now they're enemies. It all changes. Her goal is to reunite the philosophers. This is what she plans to do with Volgin's money.
And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family.
I will achieve that end, just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. In November of 1951, she was at a nuclear test site. This left her irradiated, and this is why she feels drawn to Snake, because they're both nuclear test subjects in some ways.
We're both slowly being eaten away by the karma of others. We'll never have the chance to die peacefully of old age. We have no tomorrow.
The boss was also the first person that the US sent into space because she was already irradiated, so the cosmic rays wouldn't be more than she'd already had. When she saw Earth, it gave her perspective. She realized that there were no borders or boundaries up there, no reason for people to be warring. It's all a big political battle. After all of this, she was sent to Cuba in 1961 to get exiles back to their countries. The government had changed plans though, and at the last minute decided to bomb them. She had to watch as this happened. After this, she went underground, and 2 years later, she ended up facing the Sorrow. She had to take him down during a mission set up by the philosophers. At this point, the US, China, and the Soviet Union had formed the Wise Men's Committee. They made their pact, but the original members had died out in the 30s. The committee is now a shell of its former self. Their goal has been lost, and now they're involved in all wars and have no sense of good or evil. The cycle of war churns on. The boss's father was one of the philosophers, and she is the last remaining child of this organization. Her father was killed by the very organization he was a part of. Even the boss herself was wronged by them. She was pregnant with the Sorrow's child, and the kid was taken right after it was born. born on a battlefield. She has nothing left inside of her now. It's all been taken out. In 10 minutes, the place will be destroyed by bombers. These two must battle, and the winner will take on the title of boss.
And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle.
This line is very similar to the line that Big Boss gives to Snake in Metal Gear 2. After this, we have our final boss battle of the game with the boss herself. There's a lot of meaning to this battle. The fact that mentor and pupil have finally come to blows, the fact that this battle is a prototype version of the one Big Boss would later have with his own genetic clone, and the fact that the boss battle is literally against someone called the Boss, a massive wink to the fact that yes, we are playing a video game. But the game isn't quite over yet, and there are still a ton of reveals that have yet to be made. The battle with the boss is pretty simple overall. She will hide behind trees on this white field and take shots at us from cover. Obviously, shooting her when she gets out of cover is the easiest way to damage her. She will also run at us and use CQC. We can defend against this by mashing the melee button, but it doesn't always work. If we get her on the ground, we can do some damage, but if she takes us down, she'll dismantle our weapon, throw away our ammo, and some other items in our inventory. We then have to pick that stuff back up, which is a huge pain. Getting rid of the player's items is another idea that's been around in the series for quite a while. This is a pretty big trend with Metal Gear overall. These small ideas popping up and then being fully realized in later entries. There's always room to improve for the series, always slowly getting a little bit better, a little different. When we do finally take the boss down, she gives Snake the microfilm, which contains the Philosopher's Legacy and the Patriot gun, to kill her. This isn't something that Snake wants to do, but something that he must, whether it's for the mission, whether it's for the boss, whether it's for his country, whether it's for himself, it doesn't really matter. This is his final test, his trial by fire, and he completes his mission. The field of flowers then turns red around him. The boss's horse arrives and Snake leaves on the MiG with Eva. The extraction plan is quickly thwarted as one of their engines is shot out and they are boarded by Ocelot. The two soldiers have a standoff. The two men exchange names here, Ocelot revealing his real name as Adamska, and Snake revealing his name as John. We have a choice where we must pick a weapon and decide whether to shoot Ocelot or not. One of them is loaded and one isn't. There's a few ways this scene can turn out, but it ultimately results in the same outcome. Ocelot jumps out of the plane and decides to let the pair leave. Soviet planes almost shoot the two out of the sky, but they're called off, most likely by Khrushchev, giving them a final piece of help for a job well done. Snake and Eva do escape the area and finally rest in a cabin. Since Snake is done with the mission, he allows himself a little alone time with Eva. When Snake wakes up, she's gone and she's left a tape for him to listen to. She draws some biblical parallels to her own name here, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Eve was tempted by the snake to take the forbidden fruit, but this time around it was a little different. Eva took the Philosopher's Legacy from Snake. She's been working for China this whole time. She was meant to steal the Philosopher's Legacy and bring it back to her country. The two NSA codebreakers who were supposed to be in this mission were actually men, but Adam never showed up, so she pretended to be Eva, taking the other one out. The whole goal of this mission was to bring China forward in weapons development. They have fallen behind in recent years and need to catch up. The money and plans for the Shagohod will allow them to develop nukes and have deterrence for the rest of the world. Eva was originally an agent of the Philosophers the entire time. She was taken as a child and raised to be a sleeper agent. The boss was the only one who caught on to her plan. The boss ended up telling Eva everything. Eva was supposed to kill anyone that knew about the legacy, but she spared Snake because of the boss's words. The tape explodes and Snake is meeting the president, but we hear the rest of the tape as a narration. Eva tells Snake that the boss was really a hero. She knew everything that was going to happen, and she did it all as her duty, sacrificing herself for her country. The boss defected under direct orders from the government. It was all a big play staged to try and steal the legacy for America. The boss was meant to infiltrate Volgan's ranks and take the microfilm, but when Volgan launched the nuke, it threw a wrench into her plans. Since Khrushchev required that America prove it wasn't involved, this led to the boss having to be eliminated. This doesn't just mean that she had to take herself out. No. She had to be killed by the US. She had to be killed by her pupil, Snake.
Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end.
The boss wanted Big Boss to know all of this. Naked Snake has officially also been given the title of Big Boss by the president. Big Boss then salutes the boss's grave, leaving the Patriot and flowers in her memory. She was a true hero, and even though her name was disgraced, few will carry on what she actually did for this country, and one of those men is Big Boss himself. After this, we see a time lapse of the next decade. Khrushchev was ousted, China got its nukes, SIGINT joined ARPA, Eva disappears, Paramedic established the first paramedic system in Seattle, Fox is disbanded by Zero, the US branch of the Philosophers changes their name to the Patriots, a group that we know all too well at this point, Big Boss establishes Foxhound, and finally in 1972, the Les Enfants Terribles project is created, and the sons of Big Boss are born, Liquid, Solidus, and Solid. After the credits, we hear Ocelot making a call once again. He's working with multiple people behind the scenes. He is planning to put someone in power to replace Khrushchev. He then calls the CIA, and it's clear that he was triple-crossing the Soviets the whole time. Eva actually got a fake version of the microfilm. The Philosopher's legacy is in the hands of the US. He even got the information on the system that Granin was working on, Metal Gear. And to top it all off, Ocelot was actually Adam this whole time. This ends Metal Gear Solid 3, but before we move on, we need to talk about a lot. First, I want to talk about the ending reveal with the boss. This character change makes the boss one of the most beloved, respected, and honorable characters in the Metal Gear series. Throughout the game, we sort of assume that the boss is being painted as a villain figure, but a reasonable villain. She must have motives that have led her to defect, and assumingly, we'll find those out by the end of the game. But she's in stark contrast to Volgin, who is basically the mustache-twirling evil guy of the game. He wants to destroy the world. He wants all-out nuclear war. He wants to take over. So in comparison, the boss pulling the strings behind him seems a lot more realistic. We assume this is a tale of pupil surpassing master, and it sort of is. When Snake finally meets the boss on the field of white flowers, her explanation plays into our assumptions. She was scorned by the US, she did everything for them, and with the addition of the change in perspective, she has realized that her patriotism didn't really matter in the end. This seems to make sense, but when we hear Eva's tapes, everything has changed. Our perspective has changed. The scene has changed. The boss is now a hero. She did all this on purpose. She gave her life for her country, for the mission. This plays into the entire theme of the game, that perspective and circumstance change the way we view things. This doesn't just apply to the boss, though. It applies to the player as well. We view almost every character differently throughout the course of the game. Even the Cobra unit themselves is viewed differently by the end. They were a creation of the boss. Their initial intention was much different than what they are now. This extends quite a bit to the rest of the series as well. This game completely changes the way that we view Big Boss as a character, and maybe we have a little bit more sympathy for him moving forward. It doesn't completely bridge the gap quite yet. It doesn't truly explain why Big Boss became the man we see in Metal Gear 1, but we'll get to that later. It does change how we view him, though, which is important. At this point, we now have 3 themes for the series. The first game was Gene, the second game was Meme, and the third game is Scene. And a point that I'd like to make here is about the themes of the series. They never truly leave once they are introduced. Themes persist quite a bit throughout each entry. The first game introduced the theme of genes and what is passed on through genetics, and destiny as a whole, but this never left the series. It was very present in Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's also present here. The fact that we are playing a character that will eventually create our protagonist, Solid Snake, is something that can't be lost on the player. Metal Gear Solid 2's themes of memes, or the things that we pass on to the next generation, also was not isolated to that entry. Even the end echoes this as he dies. He is happy that he is able to pass something on to the next generation. The boss is doing this for the future, the things moving forward. These themes are things that will not just go away, they will be there for the entire series. These themes are not just isolated to specific entries describing what one game is about. They are the lifeblood of Metal Gear and what makes the series what it is. Metal Gear Solid 3 does also do a lot in the way of symbolism. Of course, as you've probably realized now, the bosses of the Cobra unit represent the different emotions that Big Boss is going through in this mission. This could also be a reflection of Snake killing those emotions as he goes through this mission, pushing his ascent to the villain that we see later. This is also furthered by the fact that the boss's title was actually the Joy before she was the boss. Something I also haven't noted yet is that Ocelot is the boss's son, and this game basically confirms that. We're told pretty early on that Ocelot is the son of a legendary soldier, and that he was born on a battlefield. The boss tells us that her baby was born on a battlefield, meaning that Ocelot is a child of the Sorrow and the boss, effectively a child of the philosophers. But I think the biggest thing that sets Metal Gear Solid 3 apart from the other entries in the series is its slow burn, especially when directly compared to the previous entry, Metal Gear Solid 2. That game was very much about shocking the player and delivering its gut punch ending right at the finale. Most of the game is recontextualized right near the end of its runtime, but Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 are almost as directly opposite as two games in the same series could be. In Metal Gear Solid 2, we're playing Raiden, a clueless character who turns out to be a pawn of the system that he's in. He learns to find himself along the way and realizes what he wants for himself. In Metal Gear Solid 3, we're playing as Snake, who isn't exactly not a pawn, but he's mostly being used by the boss. She's manipulating the situation so that she can complete her mission, something that Snake would understand. It's not a bad manipulation, it's something that Snake and their country needed. And Metal Gear Solid 3's story is delivered much more consistently throughout its runtime. Sure, we have the 10 to 20 minute cutscenes that the Metal Gear franchise is known for, but it definitely isn't as common as it was in Metal Gear Solid 2. We have much longer stretches of gameplay than before, because that was more of a focus in this entry. I personally think that this is why this entry is most people's favorite in the series. I will say it definitely isn't my favorite, though I think it is a large contender for the best Metal Gear Solid game. It has just about everything you could want: a wacky story, a stoic and quiet main character, an emotional tale, gameplay that becomes almost sandbox-like in the amount of ways that you can approach it. The only thing it's really missing is Otacon. In all seriousness though, Metal Gear Solid 3 stands out against the rest of the series in terms of style as well. It's set in this jungle far before the other games, it looks different, it plays different, and it feels entirely different. The next entry in the series would really look nothing like this. But before we can talk about Metal Gear Solid 4, we need to talk about quite a few games before it. The team at Konami wanted to release a spin-off game right around the same time as Metal Gear Solid 3, so they did just that. Metal Gear Acid was designed to be a turn-based card battling game because Kojima had encouraged the team to take a different approach rather than just a Metal Gear game on a mobile system. The director for Metal Gear Acid was Shinta Nojiri, the same person who directed Metal Gear Ghost Babel. Kojima was once again involved as a producer, but not directing this entry for the series. Metal Gear Acid was released for PSP on December 16th, 2004. Now, I'm going to be upfront and honest here. I'm not going to talk about Acid or its sequel for that long, and that's honestly because I didn't enjoy them that much. I'm not saying that they're terrible games, they just definitely weren't it for me. I did talk about Ghost Babel in the previous video at length because I enjoyed that game, but I felt that Acid was just a bit too much in the other direction for me. Acid is a card battling game at its core. It's turn-based, so we have a certain number of actions on each turn to try and move around the map, attempting to get to our objective. These cards can be equipment that we equip, they can be weapons that we use automatically, or they can be cards that allow us to move around the battlefield. There are a variety of cards available to us. We obtain more cards by finding packs throughout the levels or buying the cards from the shop with the points that we gain from beating stages. We can then craft a deck specifically for the scenario that we're going into. A lot of mechanics and features carry over from the Metal Gear games. We can crawl on the ground, use vents to travel, we can't get seen by enemies or we'll go into an alert phase, we can knock on walls, etc. The game basically plays the same at its core. We need to get through levels and make our way to objectives without being seen by guards. We can use chaff grenades to get around cameras, we can take out enemies with suppressed weapons, we can start blasting guards when we inevitably get spotted, we can kick enemies to the ground. The only real difference is the abilities that we have at our disposal are randomized based on the cards that we draw. And there is a lot of strategy in determining what to do. You can skip your turn as you only have a certain number of actions, and waiting for enemies to move into the right positions before you advance can be crucial in winning or losing. Timing your actions, ensuring you have the right cards before moving ahead are both things that will make or break your run in a stage. But honestly, there are a lot of problems with this system. I want to preface my criticisms of this game with the fact that I'm not a huge fan of card builders. The whole genre can be really hit or miss for me. Sometimes I do really enjoy it, and other times I don't. I think if a card builder is well balanced, then the possibilities for builds can be endless. But if it isn't, then you're kind of required to find the right build, and that gets into the territory that I don't enjoy. Acid kind of feels like that for me. The first game in particular just feels really clunky. Oftentimes planning things out just really won't work in our favor, and this is mainly because of the direct contrast between Metal Gear Solid and Acid. In Metal Gear Solid, the world is in your hands. Whether you can maintain stealth and sneak around your enemies is entirely up to you. It's up to the skills that you've gained, the abilities that you've developed over time with any game in the series. It's also up to the knowledge that you've gathered about enemy movements, whether you know the map or you don't. All of this knowledge combined with your skill determines whether you can complete the level in total stealth or not. In Acid, it doesn't feel like we have this level of control. And that's fine in theory, that's the way that the card systems are designed. But in my opinion, it just doesn't really work here. Combine it with the fact that some of the levels can be terribly long, dragging on for quite some time, and you have yourself a mess. The story is alright, but really nothing to write home about. It's another spin-off that isn't really canon. It's set in an alternate sort of universe. A senator has been kidnapped on a hijacked plane, and the terrorists are requesting that the US government give them data on a project called Pythagoras, which obviously turns out to be a Metal Gear. The game involves some psychics, test subjects, and rituals. The story actually gets a lot more wacky than the mainline MGS games. It doesn't really retain any of the realism that those games have. Obviously, something like Metal Gear Solid isn't trying to be as realistic as possible. There are ghosts involved, but there's a baseline truth around the world that exists. Acid doesn't really feel like it has that, and it might be some of the reason that these entries are particularly interesting to some people, because it goes in that direction. And I will say that I do appreciate the team stepping out of the box with this entry. I think that trying new things in the series was probably a good idea for the time. Kojima himself encouraged this from the team. He wanted them to take a different approach. They didn't exactly just want Metal Gear Solid 3 for the PSP, and that's what the series has always been about at its core, switching things up and trying something new. Metal Gear Acid received pretty mixed reviews from critics. Some called its gameplay frustrating, while others enjoyed the unique perspective from the series. The game was obviously successful enough to warrant a sequel, and Shinta Nojiri was ready to return to direct it. I do like that Nojiri's work was recognized, and he was allowed to have his own directorial role on the Metal Gear spin-offs. The whole thing just seems to work for him. It also allows Kojima to focus on the mainline entries rather than the smaller titles. This encourages experimentation as well because the teams weren't always just following Kojima's word. Acid 2 is a bit different than the first game in this mini-series. Again, I won't talk about this entry too much because it isn't that relevant in the grand scheme of things, but I do think it's worth noting. Obviously, the largest difference in this entry is the wild cell shading and color that's going on here. I mean, this doesn't look like a Metal Gear game in the slightest. The gameplay is very similar to the first entry. It's mostly the same card battling system with a few adjustments. We now have a marketplace where we can sell cards, and getting new cards is a whole lot easier. We can actually upgrade cards this time around as well. The levels are a bit scaled down, so the pace has been picked up quite a bit. The game also just doesn't feel as clunky or punishing. The second game just flows a lot better overall. I still didn't love this game though, but it was a bit more tolerable for me. Unfortunately, as the second entry got better, the story suffered a little bit. This time around, Snake is forced into working for the FBI. He has to infiltrate an organization called Saint Logic and its executive, Thomas Copplethorne. The whole thing is similarly cartoonish like the first game, but it doesn't have any of the allure or esoteric interest that I found from Acid. The story is more simple, a bit more bland this time around. This could have been due to the fact that Nojiri himself wrote the game, supported by some of the writers from the previous game, like Tomokazu Fukushima. He wasn't involved with the writing on the first entry, and this being the big difference between the two games leads me to believe that this is the cause of its lack of substance. The second entry was reviewed pretty well by critics. They certainly received it more favorably than the first entry, but the game doesn't seem to have done very well sales-wise, leading to the end of the series overall. But that wasn't the end of Metal Gear on the PSP. There was one more game that would test out some new mechanics for the series that would kickstart a lot of inspiration for future entries in Metal Gear. Around 2005, a subdivision within the Konami corporate structure was created. This was called Kojima Productions, and it was a merger between a bunch of different teams within Konami. It wasn't exactly a separate entity. Kojima didn't have his own independent development studio quite yet, but he did have his own team. Around this time, Ryan Payton became sort of the PR face of Kojima Productions, at least for a little bit. He was the one handling most of the interviews and the marketing, at least for the non-mainline entries in the Metal Gear franchise. At this point, production had also begun on the fourth entry in the Metal Gear Solid series, but another team within Kojima Productions was hard at work on another PSP title. This title was meant to be a genuine Metal Gear Solid game, and you can see in a lot of the interviews they didn't want fans to mistake this for another Acid-like game, an experimental offshoot, but a real, legitimate Metal Gear game. It also was billed as fitting into the overall Metal Gear canon. It was meant to be canon, it was meant to be a part of the universe, even to the extent that Ryan Payton was claiming that you couldn't get the full effect of Metal Gear Solid 4 if you didn't play Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. And I don't want to spoil anything, but the events of MPO also have a direct relation with what occurs in Metal Gear Solid 4. In other words, in order to fully understand what happens in Metal Gear Solid 4, you'll need to have played Metal Gear Portable Ops. The general motto that the team had taken on in regards to this game was give the fans what they want. But that wasn't the whole truth, not while Kojima is involved. It isn't that Kojima doesn't give fans what they want, but he's more about giving the fans the things they never knew that they wanted. And Kojima was involved in Portable Ops. Like most other spin-off titles though, Kojima would not be writing the story, he would just be producing. The director was Masahiro Yamamoto, who had no prior experience with the Metal Gear Solid series. This was actually the first game that he directed at Konami. The game also had a ton of online features that obviously I can't really talk about because I can't use them now. I do know that you could battle people online, and you could also scan Wi-Fi hotspots to download characters, which is kind of crazy for a game released in 2006. There was also an expansion released for the game called Portable Ops Plus, which removed the story campaign and was mainly focused on the multiplayer aspect. As for Portable Ops itself, it was released on December 5th, 2006 in North America, December 21st in Japan, May 15th, 2007 in Australia, and May 25th, 2007 in the EU, all for the Sony PlayStation Portable. Now, I'm sure you're asking at this point, is Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops canon? And that's kind of a tricky question. The game actually is a direct sequel to Metal Gear Solid 3. It takes place 6 years after that game and follows Big Boss after he left the Fox unit. If you want to be technical and go by Kojima's word, then he seems to often imply that anything that was not directed by him is not a canon game. The official timeline released by Konami does not recognize Portable Ops, and even the most recent game in the series, Metal Gear Solid 5, does not recognize the game. Sure, it could fit in somewhere if you ignore a few things that don't really match up with the other games, but it's in this kind of in-between space, because unlike the other games, it isn't overtly set in an alternate timeline. It was originally meant to be a canon game, and then later games sort of went against that intention. In the end, it sort of becomes up to you and your own headcanon. As far as I can tell, the game isn't officially recognized as canon, and I take it as a sort of fun little fan fiction to fill in the gaps. The game begins as Big Boss is waking up in captivity. It's revealed that Snake quit the Fox unit right after the events of Metal Gear Solid 3. The man that's kidnapped him is from Fox, and he's looking for the Philosopher's legacy. Snake is told that the CIA only got half of the legacy. Snake is quickly introduced to a fellow prisoner, another American, who turns out to be Roy Campbell. He was here with the Fox unit investigating this Soviet base, but they were ambushed. Snake is led out of the base by Campbell to try and get contact with the outside. He gets back into contact with Paramedic, but Major Zero was arrested by the US military. A CIA unit stole a top-secret weapon from the US, and they think Zero was behind it. Snake has also been charged in this revolt, but it turns out it was Snake's old unit. Sigint is back in this entry as well. He tells us specifically that our goal is to clear Snake's name. We have to find out who was behind all of this. On top of that, the people we are up against, the Fox unit, are creating a military nation, so it looks like we're gonna need some friends. Snake decides to enlist the help of Campbell, and with that, we've begun creating a group of mercenaries of our own. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops mostly plays like other Metal Gear games. We crawl around facilities, use stealth to take out enemies, and make our way to objectives. We can aim down our sights, crawl through vents, etc., etc. But what really sets Portable Ops apart from the mainline entries in the series is the Comrade system. Portable Ops isn't laid out like Snake Eater or even Sons of Liberty. We don't have connected areas in a large line that we traverse, eventually reaching the end to a linear path. Instead, there are small stages all around this area of South America that we're in, San Jeronimo. We will travel to these stages naturally throughout the story, but we can also return to them whenever we'd like. These stages are usually pretty contained, either small military bases or slices of a little town. Guards will patrol these areas and we can take them out and sift through the places to try and find items or weapons. But the biggest thing that we can do is incapacitate soldiers and bring them back to our truck. After the mission, the soldiers that we've kidnapped will be turned to our side back at base. It takes some time for us to convert them, but once we do, we can use them in our operation. This can be done in multiple ways. We can directly take them into a mission. We can swap out and play different characters during missions, and you might be thinking, why the hell would we play an unnamed soldier when we could just play the soldier, Big Boss himself? Well, Big Boss is certainly good at a lot of things. Stealth, taking out enemies from afar, creeping and sneaking, but he isn't necessarily as good at things like dragging enemies back to the truck. Because of this, other soldiers can be useful. Certain soldiers are very good at using shotguns, some are better at throwing. There are a variety of different soldiers available to us, so having a varied team is incredibly useful. But all of the soldiers that we collect have another use outside of battle. We can also assign them to different teams within the menu to allow them to automatically carry out specific tasks. Soldiers assigned to the spy team will research specific areas of the map and deliver us intel about those places. This is used to find parts of the main story, but also to make us aware of certain weapons, ammunition, or equipment that's available. We can also set them to the tech department so that they can work on developing new equipment and weapons for us to outfit our soldiers with. We can set them to the medical department, which will increase the amount of health and stamina that is regained by both Snake and the soldiers available. All of our units and Snake's stealth and stamina meters are static. They will not regenerate within combat. We can pass time up to 3 phases while in the menu, which will restore these meters, but they will go up further if we have people equipped in the medical division. This is important because some soldiers, when they reach no health in battle, will be permanently killed. We will then have to replace them by heading back out into the battlefield and recruiting. All of these systems are incredibly important and will be integral to whether we succeed on the battlefield or not. They really make up the core of what this game is trying to do, and honestly, it's the best part about Portable Ops. If you're already familiar with the Metal Gear series, then a lot of these mechanics will be no stranger to you. They will reappear in later entries in the series and will become very important. But this was the first implementation of those mechanics, the prototype for this sort of thing, and it works really well. This sort of staff management fits in great for the Metal Gear series. While this game definitely plays like Metal Gear Solid, it represents a new shift for the series. Adding this management aspect slaps another layer on top of what was already presented. I will say the big downside for me with Portable Ops is just how dated it is. The other games in the series don't really feel like they were held back very much, but because of the limitations of the PSP at the time, Portable Ops couldn't ever really be a one-to-one Metal Gear Solid game. Some of the gameplay is a little clunky, and having the limitation of one joystick really holds the game back from being absolutely perfect. Obviously, another game in the series would do what it was trying to do much better, but we'll get to that down the line. The rest of Portable Ops deals with tracking down and trying to pin Gene for the crimes that Snake and Zero are being charged with. Snake eventually goes up against the Fox unit, takes down Gene, and destroys Metal Gear Roxa. He is then given all of the equipment and people in Army's Heaven, the group that Gene was trying to build. Snake then establishes Foxhound, while we learn that Ocelot is trying to find out who the Philosophers are. At the end of the game, Ocelot joins an unknown group to try and get the Philosophers' names, but only under the condition that Big Boss is involved. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops overall is a game that's really impressive for its time. It's probably one of the better spin-off games in the Metal Gear series. In my mind, it does what one of these spin-offs can do best. It gives fans a worthy successor to the Metal Gear series in the same form that they know and love, while also trying new things and stepping out of the box. The game's story is a little bit out of place for me, feeling kind of like a weird what-if scenario. It doesn't feel like it fits into the Metal Gear canon super well, which is why I didn't talk about it for super long, and the game has its issues with controls and mechanics, but overall it is a pretty enjoyable experience, one that I think is certainly worthy of a remaster to bring it up to date.